Good morning, everyone. Sir, can we start, sir?
Start by inviting Dr. Patil. Please start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Lakshmi Kumre, Assistant Professor in Electronics and Communication Engineering of Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, and Organizing Secretary of this 2 days International Virtual Conference on Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering. On behalf of whole organizing team of conference, I heartily welcome to you all. Here in India, it's a 10 a.m. now. Yesterday, we had wonderful interactive session. Our keynote speakers from all over the world delivered very informative lectures on various topics. Also, conference participants presented their research work in variant topics. I hope all must have gained knowledge during our yesterday's session. This platform we provided for academician individuals working in the industry as well as students to showcase their research innovative and get recognized. This conference aspires to bring together research professionals for fraternity for the discussion and exchange of information on next generation education technology for science and engineering. With the permission of chairperson of this conference, Dr. P.K. Singhal sir, I would like to welcome and invite our today's first speaker, Dr. Atul Patil sir. Dr. Atul Patil works as Associate Professor and Director at School of Holistic Development, MIT Art, Design and Technology University, Pune. He is Honorary Vice President of Pune Chapter of English Language Teachers Association of India, ELTI. Earlier, he worked as Assistant Professor of Communication Skill at Government Engineering College of Engineering, Pune for 7 years and as a lecturer and senior coordinator at Symbiosis International University for its English Language Teaching Institute of Symbiosis for 6 years. He also worked in the industry for a year in a US-based document creation company as a validator. He worked as the Intellectual Property Rights Chair, Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, and is for the Pen in India Study Abroad program of University of Pennsylvania, USA. Dr. Patil is a certified trainer and speaker examiner for Cambridge English Language Assessment, part of University of Cambridge, UK. He is qualified at the Business English Certificate and Teaching Knowledge Test. He is an invited guest faculty at Yashada, Pune. He is also a YouTuber and runs a channel called Dr. Atul Patil for students and teachers. He holds a PhD in English from Symbiosis International University on developing computer-based activities for the teaching and testing of listening and speaking skills. Dr. Patil is a member on Board of Studies for 3 reputed organizations. He is a recipient of First Rising Star Award for Altus Symbiosis. He is a member on panel of experts for 5 international journals and prestigious member on editorial board of International Research Journal of India. He has received 3 scholarships from Research English Language Office, US Embassy, New Delhi to attend courses on integrating critical thinking skill into exploration of culture in EFL setting, teaching grammar community and professional development for teachers training conducted by Indian Bhutan Online Professional Development, a US State Department funded program implemented by World Learning and SIT Graduate Institute. His area of interest including e-learning, computer assist language learning, activity-based teaching, massive open online courses, teachers training and material production. So we really have a very experienced and talented speaker today. So I welcome Dr. Patil sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are very clearly audible, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much for that elaborate introduction. It's indeed a matter of privilege and pleasure for me to be attending this virtual international conference. I'd like to thank the organizer for this wonderful opportunity. Let me begin with my presentation now.
Yes. Okay. It is given. Yeah. It is not given, sir.
Yeah, I request other participants to please mute themselves so that there is no noise in between. The topic that I am going to throw some light on today is CLUDE, Future Learning under Teachnology, which is a combination of technology and teaching, or teaching with technology, and how we can engage students, the future generation. Once upon a time, when window was just a small square hole in a house, application was something written on a piece of paper. Keyboard was just the piano. Mouse was an animal. File was an important official document. And hard drive was a long, hectic road trip. Cut was done with a knife and paste with glue. And web was a spider's house and virus was flu. Apple and Blackberry, mind you, were only fruits. Today, with the invention of technology and the influence of technology, things have drastically changed. Gone are the days when these words that you see on the screen had only one meaning attached to them. Today, technology has changed their meanings as well. So before I begin, I'd like to demonstrate what is the scenario when we talk about different stakeholders in the field of education. So we have different stakeholders like parents. Then we also have to ensure that our students meet the requirements of the job market, industry, or employers. And we have pressure not only from parents and employers, but also from the management where we work and impart training. So when we talk about all these stakeholders, what is the scenario? Let me demonstrate that. And for this, you will have to watch my video so that you are able to see what I wish to demonstrate. So what happens is parents usually, whatever money that they earn, especially in the Indian context, when we see the field of education, there is so much investment from parents, side. So whatever hard earned money that they have, what they do is the so-called field of education. If this is the field of education, they invest their money, and what is the outcome that they expect is, look at this, like when they invest money, what they get is, for example, an engineering degree, and when they get this engineering degree, again, when employers come, again, when we talk about industry, when this degree is again invested, what do we get in output, or what do employers expect in output is again money, but not the money that was invested, but money with many zeros on it. So crores of rupees. This is what is expected when we talk about the field of education. And that is what happens when parents invest. They have high expectations, and when employers also hire candidates, again they have high expectations from this. And therefore the teacher's role is very essential in this, because we are the makers of all these professions, all these personalities, and therefore it is said that teaching is a profession that teaches all other professions. And therefore the responsibility lies on our shoulder, where we have to ensure that whatever training that we impart, students are able to carry forward and they are able to reproduce. But what happens, again, let me demonstrate. As you can see, there are 3 cups that you see on the screen, and each cup represents something. The first cup that you see represents teacher, the second one represents student, and the third one represents employer. So let me again demonstrate what happens. As you could see the 3 cups on the screen, even I have got 3 cups and there is nothing inside, you can see. So what is the first cup? The teacher, as I said. Now what is the teacher's job? We as teachers, our role is to consume knowledge or receive knowledge. So if this is the bottle of water in my hand, water in this bottle represents knowledge. So what is our role? Our role is to receive or gain knowledge. So whatever knowledge that is available outside, what we do is we receive knowledge, or we shortlist that much knowledge, and then we decide to pass it on to the second cup, that is the student. So when I pass on that knowledge to uh, the student receives that knowledge, and then the student has to reproduce that knowledge when the third cup comes into the picture, that is the employer. So the question is how much knowledge the the student is able to reproduce. So if we see this much knowledge the student is able to reproduce, so the question is, where does the knowledge go? As you can see, 3 cups, but knowledge disappear. So this tells us an important thing, that although we impart training, but many a time our students are not able to reproduce the knowledge that we share with them. And therefore, there is something which goes wrong in this process of imparting training or education. And when we look around, we see that a variety of studies which have been conducted, they time and again highlight that most of our students are graduates are not employable. Now, unemployment has been a matter of concern, but more than unemployment, unemployability is something that we should focus more on, or that leaves much to be desired. So most of our graduates are not able to meet the requirements of their employers, and the same has been highlighted by media as well time and again. And therefore the question is, what is it that lacks in education? Why are we not able to make them job ready or industry ready? Now, when we look at the kind of infrastructure and the resources that we have available almost in all schools and colleges, we see that thousands of rupees have been invested by colleges. So that is not the problem. It was a problem some decades ago where we had lack of resources, but today we have ample resources. And in spite of having adequate resources, we still have these problems. So the problem is, although we have technology all around us, but the problem is we don't have any established or tested model on how teachers should use or collaborate with technology. And therefore, we as teachers or researchers have so much to contribute when it comes to the field of teaching, in any discipline for that matter. So what we need to understand is, when we talk about the use of technology in teaching, what is the attitude that our students have towards the use of technology, and what is our attitude when we talk about technology? Look at these couple of cartoons or pictures, where the candidate is asking the teacher to check the home page for homework that he has uploaded. Look at this. The father, when the daughter returns home, asks her how was her school, and she says, "You can read all about this on my blog, Dad." So that is where she shares, and not directly sharing. Then another picture where the mother is convincing uh, that it was not downloaded but born. So this is how students also think, and we have to take care. We should not be surprised if in the future people start using such language. Instead of saying help, he is shouting F1, 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 which also means help in the language of technology. Again, if you read this message, this is chatting between the father and the son, and the father types or sends a message which reads like this: "Dear Andy, how have you been? Your mother and I are fine. We miss you. Please sign off your computer and come downstairs for something to eat. Love, Dad." So although they are in the same house, this is how they are talking to each other. They are communicating with each other. So when we talk about all these scenario at the background, most of the times our group of teachers sometimes get frustrated, and therefore, like when the machine gets frustration, we have only one option, that is Control Alt and Delete. And similarly, when we talk about the field of education and when we witness all these problems, we should also have these 3 keys: Control Alt and Delete. And let me talk about what exactly this these three keys stand for when we talk about teaching as the task manager that we have in our hand. So first of all, when we talk about control, like in face-to-face communication or face-to-face teaching, we used to have control over the classroom. And with this new normal, now suddenly things have gone online and we had no option but to conduct online sessions. So all these things that we used to do in face-to-face have drastically now changed, and therefore we need to have control more on the classroom, whether it is face-to-face or online, control over the students, the content that we have to deliver, and the way in which we deliver. So whenever we want to have a better control, especially when it comes to online classes, planning is very important, because it is said if you fail to plan, you are planned to fail. And therefore, these 4 P's that we usually talk about: planning, preparation, practice, and presentation. So these 4 P's play a very important role if we want to have a better control over what we teach. Now, while doing this, we should also ensure that we are able to inject confidence among our learners. You can give them, a personal touch by incorporating their names whenever we deliver any content or teach anything. We should also look for, some room where we can involve them in the process of teaching. We can motivate them by doing this. We might have know-it-all characters in our classrooms, and we can always involve them. We should also keep sessions interactive and interact with them. And the best thing that technology can do is we can also involve the quietest student from the classroom. When we talk about alter, we need to come up with alternative solutions to the traditional method of lecturing, which of course was effective, but now the way our learners learn has drastically changed with the influence of technology. And therefore, if we keep on teaching them the way we were taught by our teachers, then we are making a mistake. So we can go ahead with think, pair, share activities, team-based learning where they come together. Gamification is what we should all now try. Then we can come up with alternate activities every time. We can use methods of flipped classroom, blended learning, have role plays, and we should always try to involve students by giving them a ready-made platform, and also provide some learning simulation experiences. Like Google has come up with many platforms now, virtual tours, virtual field trips. So if we come up with such alternative solutions, then we take care of the second key. And the last one is delete, which means we need to delete unnecessary tensions, we need to delete negativity. And I don't think I need to talk more about on what we need to delete as teachers. Now, again, if I talk about how students use language, now being a language teacher, I'd like to focus on how language has also drastically changed with the influence of technology. And this is how our students use language, or this is how they communicate with each other. And, we might look at them as acronyms, but each acronym has some meaning attached to it. And this is how they communicate. They do not only play with text, they also use many symbols like emoticons that you see. And all these emoticons also carry certain meanings which are attached to them. So in a nutshell, what we understand, if we teach today's students the way we were taught yesterday, then we are robbing them for tomorrow. So the future of education is drastically changing, and therefore a college or a school or an institution will be a place where students will be more responsible for their learning. They will always be engaged in higher order thinking skills. When we talk about Bloom's taxonomy, students will work collaboratively and solve problems which were never solved before, even by other experts in the field. There won't be any fixed timetable or schedule like this. Learning will not be bound to any schedule, and classrooms will be places where there will be meaningful learning, and teacher will be no longer the sage on the stage, but probably a guide by the side. And we will have methods like blended learning, flipped classrooms, and the possibilities are endless, and we have already started witnessing this during this lockdown. And therefore the future of education is drastically going to be different. And when we talk about the new normal, this is what we have seen. The information and communication technology has changed things. What we used to do in classroom within four walls now is happening online, and everyone is observing, everyone is listening to us, including parents, and it is open to everyone. And therefore things have drastically changed, and we must see that this drastic change, like what was normal earlier, and suddenly we had to go online, and this is what you see happened because of the lockdown. And we must place on record sincere appreciation to many teachers who came up with some creative ideas. Like you can see, although there were no resources, teachers tried their best to continue with education creatively. Like you can also see the teacher is wearing dupatta, you know because only half of the screen is seen, and still she is trying to manage her class. Students also have come up with many creative solutions, like the photograph that you see placed in front of camera, and they are always maximum screen time. But the major difference that we see, earlier it was very difficult to skip your school or any class, and today it is matter of only one click. You click and you are out of the classroom. So this new normal has made us now move from chalk and talk method to digital labs and teaching on digital platforms. So we have explored all these things, but now earlier it started with blackboard, now it starts with computer labs, and there is so much to come. And when we talk about future technology, what I think is, in last 5 minutes I'll now wind up. What I think is, we as teachers need to use this flute and continue with the process of teaching. Now flute here is like a musical instrument, and it has our input, whatever we teach, as the stream of air, and the sounds which come out is the output of teaching. And we have resources. We might not have adequate resources, but still we can use raw material and use that extensively. And then we are the flute player, and the melodious music is what we teach. And I'm sure when we talk about Lord Krishna from the Indian culture, we see that because of the flute, Krishna was able to attract many people's attention, and that is how people, not only people but animals and everyone around him, would get attracted. And same is what we are supposed to do now as teachers. And when someone asks the flute this question, "Oh flute, what meritorious deeds did you perform that the Lord always keeps you with him and places you on his lips?" Then the Lord's flute replied, saying that, "Before I became a flute, I was a bamboo rod, part of a tree rooted in the ground. As soon as I sprouted, I had to bear the heat, the sun, the rain, and every other facet of nature. I practiced many other austerities, and after much penance, I was uprooted and cut and had to suffer more pain. Then I was first not once but 7 times." And this is what, as I said in the beginning, we have many stakeholders asking or demanding different things, and therefore we have to become the flute player and ensure that we blow the flute with melody, and we have all these things. And when we talk about flute, we can also take this meaning: future. We have to make investment today in our students so that we have a better future tomorrow. We have to make them learn to learn, learn to unlearn, and learn to relearn, and learn to even live effectively. Then we have to ensure that whatever we impart training in becomes universal, meeting global requirements, and we incorporate technology to the best of its use and make them meet the requirements of everyone, and ultimately have enhancement in their career so that they reach greater heights. So as you can see, different fingers used in playing flute. We also need different techniques and tips when we talk about flute and the 6 holes that we have. So all these holes we need to manage, coordinate, and practice so that we use them judiciously. And if we could see this change in the last 25 years, we should now start preparing at least for the next 25 years. And technology has always changed things, like technology has always changed language as whenever there were inventions. So last, I would like to say that if we continue to work as traditional teachers, like the thirsty crow. I'm sure you know the story of the thirsty crow, that it went from one place to another in search of water, but it could not find unless it reached at a place where there was a jar of water. But the problem was the level of the water was very low, so it had to get pebbles and put them into the jar one after another, and then only the level of the water could increase and it could drink water. This is what we call hard work. Today we don't need only hard work, we need smart work, and that is what the modern crow does. It doesn't spend time getting pebbles and putting them into the jar. It simply uses a straw, and this is what is called smart work. So today we need to be smart enough, because the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, relearn, and always keep themselves updated, because this is how things have always changed in our life. And today's learners are always connected, they are self-directed learning, and they always want something to have experiments with. So learning will be exploring, and it will be global, and it has already started happening. And we'll have personal and adaptive learning, where learners will be more responsible for their learning, and it will be less predictable, and we will have hyper competitive environment. Even future computers, for example, might be just like small coins or wearable computers. So if these changes are going to be there in the field of technology, we must start for the future of education, where, I repeat, the teacher will not be the only source of knowledge, and we might have classes where we have students from different countries, different places, cultures, and students and teachers will be working together to solve problems. Students may not know even how to write on a piece of paper, because this is how they will write, only on the computer. And education will be free, but personal guidance will be costly. And therefore we as teachers need to prepare for this, so that we are able to meet the requirements of the industry and make our students job ready. So that's all I wanted to share. uh, Thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you very much for your patient listening. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'd like to hand over the session back to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atul Patil. It was a very wonderful and excellent lecture, and you have given an real idea of next generation education technology. And certainly, it was a short duration. Time was given to you. We shall invite you sometime for more detailed lecture. So it's a very good lecture. Over to Dr. Lakshmi Kumre, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Patil, sir, for really giving us a very wonderful information, your research on recent trends of education. So if there is no query for the Atul, sir, so now I would like to invite Dr. Ronel S. Patilanan, because
Ma'am,
he's having...
ma'am, I want to ask something to Dr. Atul, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah, sure. Sir.
Okay, sir, good morning. This is Dr. Anupam Vyas from Bundelkhand University, Jhansi.
Good morning.
Sir, thank you so much, sir, for such a magical presentation, sir. First time I have seen means when academics is mixed with magic, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Sir, I want to ask a question, sir. Sir, you raise a point about the employability of these students. We all are governed or driven through the UGC, AICT, or many governing authorities. So why don't we have any checkpoints over the students, so that the employability can be ensured? Where we are lagging, sir?
I personally feel that what happens on paper and what actually happens practically, there is so much gap between these two things. I have seen many colleges conducting trainings, for example, in soft skills, but there are hardly a couple of sessions, but on paper they have so much to show. So I think we need to breach this gap. And to be frank with you, we as teachers also need to give our best. But the problem that we see is, when we talk about becoming job ready or making our students job ready, the efforts are taken just before placement. For example, when students go to third or fourth year, and when they have placement, then the efforts are taken. In the Indian context, I personally feel that this should become not only in the college or before the placement, it should ideally start right from their school. So if we make certain changes in the school education, I'm sure students will have adequate time to work on what I talked about. Sometimes they have to unlearn. So unlearning and relearning the correct ways of enhancing their communication skills, confidence, soft skills. And I'm sure soft skills, if we focus more on right from the school, we will be able to breach this gap and we will be able to make them more employable or job ready. And why only make them only employable? We should also impart life skills so that they become better human beings. Like I represent School of Holistic Development at MIT ADT University. And for all disciplines that we have at our university, we have holistic development compulsory 18 credits for all the students, because we wish to make them good human beings and not only industry ready or job ready. So I hope I
Okay,
was
sir.
able to answer your.
Yes, sir. One last question I want to ask, sir. Sir, as
Yes.
you said that we should remove some means negative things from our means daily routine, like the depression, negativity, which we are getting every time. So,
Yeah.
sir, many teachers claim that by using some yogas, meditation, we can overcome with these problems. So, is this the solution for such type of problems?
Yeah, of course. When we talk about these things, first one is self motivation. Like when we talk about soft skills, even there are intrapersonal soft skills and interpersonal. So usually we focus on what we do with others, but intra, that is internal, motivation is something which is very important. I'm sure yoga, meditation, all these things are going to help us, but we should start thinking positively. We should first change ourselves, because like let me give you an example. There were two prisoners. They were imprisoned, and early in the morning both of them peeped through the window outside. One prisoner saw the sun rising, thinking very positively, whereas the other prisoner looked at the ground and it was completely, I mean, there was nothing on the ground, so he was very upset. It depends on where we look, how we look, and what optimism or pessimism we focus on. So of course there are many things to help us with meditation, yoga, but the first thing is passion. Passion to teach, passion to learn, passion to give something back to the students, and passion to make a difference. And I think if we have these four things with us, then other things will automatically come. And it is like the flow of the river. If the water in the river is huge, and if there is good flow of water, then all negative, all these obstacles will automatically go aside. But if the flow of the water is slow, then other things will overtake water. So as teachers, if our speed, if our focus, if our passion is so strong, then all these negative things will automatically go to the bank of the river. They will not come in our way. But if we reduce our speed, then other things will capture us. Other things will make us, uh, not able to do anything that we wish to do. So I think everything begins from us, and if we are able to devote more, I think we can also see the change. But it is, that such problems are everywhere. It's a universal, thing. You go to any organization, you will have some or the other problem. So rather than focusing on the problems, if we focus on the outcome, the fruits of education, I think the journey would be more interesting and fruitful for all of us.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for answering all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other query from the audience? Okay, well, if there is no audience, sorry, no queries, so I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ronald S. Pekulanen. He is a professor in University of Makati in Philippines. He has done his bachelor's and master's in AMA Computer College and doctors from West Visayas School of Theology. And I am really happy to announce that he's a proud recipient of Excellent Teacher Award from FEU East Asia College and 3 times Outstanding Faculty from CCS UMAC. So I welcome you, sir, and I request you to start your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. So, Thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. So I'm really glad to be here and to share one of my research regarding AI or robotics. So let me share my screen first. I am not sure if you can see my screen now. Not yet. Okay, wait. Wait for a while. It will be there soon. Thank you. I guess that you will see it now.
Yes, sir. It's going to. Yes, sir. It's clearly visible.
Thank you. So the topic that I'm going to present is all about RoboVito. So a video and photo robots, an Android mobile application. So anyway, I'm Dr. Ronel S. Pacolanan from the College of Computer Science, University of Makati, Philippines. So let me define first what is AI. So AI or artificial intelligence is a way of thinking a computer control robot, or a software think intelligently in the similar manner the intelligence human think. So again, when we use of what we call interpersonal intelligence, there are two things that we may able to see from here. One is computer or the tangible things, and the other one is the intangible wherein the software application connected to the robot
Sorry for
itself.
interrupting, sir, but we can see your 10th slide, not the first one.
You cannot see this second part.
It's a 10th slide, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, now
so
yeah.
it's there now.
It's second slide.
Okay, this is the second slide.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so let me have the third slide. Okay, regarding AI, there are two things that we can see from the goals of AI or artificial intelligence. Of course, number one is to create expert system. So the system which exhibit intelligence, behavior, learn, demonstrate, explain, and advise the user or it's the user. So in this case, notice that the software application, when we use of the expert system, just like in a bank, just like in a hospital, and other fields, we can use the expert system. So that is untangible or software. The other one is to implement human intelligence in machine, which is the tangible one wherein we could able to touch it. So that is creating system that understand, think, learn, and behave like human. It means that this is called as robot. So I'm not going to discuss more on the history of robots, but I just want to give you some idea of robotics. So you can see on the screen right now the word of AI today. So Sophia is a social humanoid robot developed by the Hong Kong-based company Hansoid Robotics. That was in October 2017. So Sophia became a Saudi Arabian citizen, the first robot to receive citizenship of any country. So what you can see on my slide right now is the robot named Sophia, wherein she can interact with a human, wherein we could able to see this robot answering some questions. So this is very good just because we could able to communicate even to robot. If you could not be able to communicate with someone, you can also talk some robots. So the same thing with this one. So what you can see here is the artificial intelligence will search human levels by around 2029. So we're still on 2021. So hopefully that we can see this kind of robot soonest. So follow that are further to say 2045, we will have multiple the intelligence, the human, biological, machine intelligence of our civilization. So these are some of the application of artificial intelligence in terms of computer science. So anyway, I'm a graduate of Bachelor of Computer Science and Master of Computer Science. So soon as I'm going to graduate for candidates of Doctor of Technology, but I'm a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy major in Education. Okay, let me proceed. So on this case, we can see that there are some application of artificial intelligence, such as speech recognition. So we can see that, hello, hello, is there any problem that I encountering? I guess that you can still see my presentation and you can hear me.
So it is completely visible and you are audible also.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay, what you can see here, we have natural language processing, image recognition, wherein we may able to use your computer or even your cell phone to recognize your image. So the same thing, we have the real-time recommendation, so virus and spam prevention, automated stock trading, and then we also have the ride share burst services, and then robot is one of this, and then the autopilot technology. So a while ago, I have, okay, gave you the title of my research. So this is all about RoboBito. So meaning to say that this is more on a robot using a video and photo. So what you can see on this slide right now is the introduction. So traditional taking a photo and video is by means of using camera through a person or a camera timer. So developing a robot using an Android mobile application to take a photo and video is more secure, effective, and efficient to the user. So anyway, this one is only small project wherein this is focused on photos and video businesses. The general objectives of this study is that to design and to develop a robot and Android mobile application that can take a video and photo. Okay, let me continue. So a specific objective to control the movements of the robot from left to right, forward and backward direction by the user. So meaning to say that the robot will go left, right, forward, and backward direction. So the second is to let the user see the live feed action through the mobile application. So with the use of the application, we may now able to feed the action the from the robot. Okay. So number three, to let the user use three predefined functions for the movement of the robot. And then number four, to let the user capture images. So this is the most important part of the robot objective, is that to capture image videos directly to the gallery of the mobile phone. And of course, we have the local storage for you to back up the videos and the photos. Okay. Okay, as the methodology is concerned, so what you can see, I just use system development methodology. In computer science, there are a lot of what we call methodology software development. So one of these is the system development method, wherein we can see that there is a victory. So at the first, we can get all the requirements needed for you to develop a project, followed by the architectural design. The same thing with the module. So after that, we may go to the coding, unit testing, integration, and system testing. So these are all important just because we all know that every time that we create your own project, So there will be a design first, and then there will be a module design. So module by module, there will be a design. Just like when you are creating a a car, there will be a module to this part and then module or design to this part. The same thing with the robot, or when you are creating an application, there will be a module to module, from login module to the rest of the module until we are now done with processing and printing module. The same thing with the okay report generation module. So of course, after the module design, we just need to do some coding. Any programming language can do. So on this case, we do the Android programming. So, and then after that, we have the testing, unit testing. It's important for us to test if the coding is doing well. So the same thing, we have also the system test, design, integration test, and unit test is there. So while we are doing each of these, notice that we may now able to do all the part of the methodology wherein testing of all area must be implemented. So these are the diagram for or the design diagram and development. So we have the switch, and then there are five modules. The first module is called as the microcomputer module. And then the second module is the microcontroller module also, but we are now using the Arduino Uno, wherein this is the main equipments that we may able to use to control the operation. So we also have the movement module, and then display and control module, and camera module. So what you will find out that they are all connected to Wi-Fi module, wherein every time that we use this Wi-Fi, there will be a direction of the movements regarding with the movements module. So Wi-Fi can also store the picture or video that we may able to take. So these are some of the equipments used in this project. Of course, we have the Arduino Uno, wherein this one will be the control of everything. So we have the board. So the stepper motor is for the movements module. The same thing with the servo motor, sorry. And the LX12596 module. So we also have switch to turn on and to turn off. The camera module is the one that we may able to capture the data. And then the router for the Wi-Fi, and most especially the Android-based mobile phone for us to direct the robot from where the robot wants to go. So these are some of the picture of the robot. So what you can see here is the robot. So the robot is there. So the robot is being controlled by a mobile phone. And then setting all of the images, save the videos, the same thing with the images. So as findings, so the by 77, 77, no, it's 75. I just use the ISO 916. So this one is the standard for software evaluation. So the statistic weighted means is being utilized to this project, and the 5-point linker scale was used. So the ISO functionality, the same thing with usability, reliability, efficiency, relevant, and we have now the results. So there are five criteria that I use regarding with the ISO 9126. So the average is 4.6 for the functionality, and of course on the result we have the 4.73. As concern and the conclusion, based on the conclusion of the research, the proponent formulated several recommendations for the study. So with the use of those evaluation, and the people can use that robot. So the proponent, which is me, so we recommend that this study is in business, especially when there is a business for video and photo. So I would like to recommend to the future researcher that they continue to develop this prototype device to find a way to include the manipulation of Android mobile application that can be captured to the video and photo, and anything that will help to the post system. So once again, I'm Dr. Ronel S. Paculanan. Maraming salamat po. Thank you for listening. Once again, this is my research all about robotics using photo and videos. Thank you for listening with me.
Thank
Hello.
you, Dr. Ronald.
Yes,
I
dear.
would like to invite audience for any query.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Corina. She is in the webinar right now.
So I
Thank
think there is no query for you, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us very wonderful and nice presentation on robotics AI. And now next we have eminent speaker from Uganda, Dr. Vincent Ulema. Vincent Ulema, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome you, sir. Welcome you so
Doctor.
much, sir. And I
Yes,
request
please.
you to introduce yourself and please start your presentation, sir.
Yes, let me share it. I think. Where do I go to send the presentation? Can you help me? Excuse me, doctor.
Sir,
Excuse me.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, my presentation. Where do I go to present it?
No, sir, we are not able to visible
My slide.
to see your
Just,
slides.
just
It's not
guide
visible.
No,
Dr.
I need
Lakshmi.
some little guide.
Dr. Lakshmi,
Yes,
just let me guide him.
yes, sir, please.
First, Dr. Rohel, who has recently presented, please remove your presentation. Then he will be able to make presentation.
Dr. Ronel, I request kindly switch off your this presentation, turn off. Remove your presentation, please, sir.
sorry. I'm still presenting. Sorry for that one.
Okay. Now, Dr. Olema, you come to the bottom
Yes.
and see there is a switch present now. You click on that present now.
Okay.
Present now. Press
Yes,
present
please.
now.
Yes, I've done.
Then you select the screen. Then press entire screen.
Yes, I've done.
Yeah, entire screen. Then let me show you like this.
Let me.
Have you pressed the present now? Present now?
Let me press. I see your entire screen, window, and tab. Which
Yeah,
one should I
entire.
press?
Then you select the entire screen window.
Yes, I've done.
Then you select the present. Dr. Anupam, can you demonstrate by through your mobile? Dr. Anupam, you are here?
Let me see. I don't see anything.
No, no, I shall demonstrate you. Just a minute, wait a minute. Yes, 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 yes. Now you present now.
Are you seeing my presentation? No, you have not seen it, yes. Because my presentation is this one, but I can't see.
Now your presentation is started. Yes, yes.
You can see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It
For
is.
me, I'm not seeing me. I don't know why.
Right, sir.
Is it? Are you seeing?
Yes, yes, yes. We are able to see it.
It is okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, yes. This is one of the sometimes this is my first time to use this platform. Mostly, I use Zoom and other platforms. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It is here in Uganda. It is very early in the morning. It is 8. It is just a little bit 8:30 from Uganda, East Africa. Yes, thank you very much for the privilege to be one of the presenters and as a keynote speaker. As a doctor said, I'm sent from Uganda, and just a little bit about myself. I'm a telecom engineer, and also a member of so many professional associations. That's the Institute of Electrical Engineers, Institute of Engineering and Technology. I'm also a registered engineer with the Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers and so on. And also recently I've just been the chair for Uganda section. And they also have, after some experience, I started my own company called Logic Technology. We deal in the ICT. And then also have NGO, non-governmental organization that promotes STEM in primary schools, secondary schools, similar things that this conference is addressing. Technology, using of technology to enhance learning. And then also, of course, I have extensive experience in telecom, ICT, of course, light power, and so on and so forth. But my current research in the area of LMS, Learning Management System, vocational education, that's the emphasizing hands-on, and then also embedded systems, because my background a lot is in electronics. Then I also deal in a lot in the voice and data networks, of course, presentation, conferencing, all the kind of stuff, and also big data. Yes, they are distinguished professors, doctors, excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. My presentation in this, my keynote speak will all talk about the information and communication technology, because this theme, the theme of this conference, it deals more focus in the area of ICT. We cannot ignore the ICT, the information and communication technology in this 21st century. It's very important that we need to recognize it, and we need, although it has some challenges, which I will also elaborate down, and also it has enormous advantages and so on. Now, in a nutshell, what do we mean about ICT, information and communication? It means that it includes all communication technologies, such as the internet, the wireless networks, the cell phones that we have, the computers, the softwares, we're talking of the apps, the Facebook, malware, all the kind of stuff, just name them. And also it includes video conferencing, just what we are doing now. Also social networking, of course, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also other media applications and services, which will enable users to access, retrieve, store, transmit, manipulate information in a digital form. Now, what now the invention of ICT now means a lot to the humanity, because you can use this platform to store information which a student or somebody can use in a letter. You can even transmit that information or anywhere, any part of the world at any time. I've seen. So it's very important that the people, the communities, the universities must be able to impress. I'm really glad that countries like India, US, Australia, China, and so on, they have taken the ICT seriously, and it is really working so much. But here in Uganda, I've been involved myself in the area of research in this area, but not all the universities here in this part, they have not been able to achieve much. And even more so during this COVID-19, that's where it exposed the usage of ICT in schools. And so, in fact, the schools, the universities which really survived are universities which are more coming from India. We have Indian universities who are here, but during they only closed for some few time. But then after 3 months, they were able to start online lectures and normal operation, because they have taken that in. They have known the use of ICT in this area. So, as I mentioned, that there are so many benefits of ICT. And that's why I really emphasize that we need all the universities around the world must be able to use this chance because the pandemic exposed us, and we should be able to pick from that to make sure that we benefit from the use of ICT to enhance our learning through these technologies. One, it also helps us to enhance our mode of communication, as you mentioned earlier. And then also it is very cheap, because even the student can be anywhere and be able to learn without even traveling. I've been doing so many courses online, but without going to US, even going to India, I've done so many courses from that side. And then also, it also eliminates paper usage. Better teaching and learning methods are also adopted, although this must be slow pace, because not everybody can learn at the same pace. And then also, it also enhances the data and information security, which is secure. It also minimizes cost and saves time, because very fast. Then also the students, they are easier managed. You can manage the lecturer or the professor can be able to manage. And then automatic solutions to manual paper-based process and procedures. Now, this ICTs also have so many issues, just like the way I also joined in. You know, I went through so many things, and thanks for the help. So too much about the technology than too little learning, because you take a lot of time to bring up to the students or the user of the technology. But by the time the user starts using the technology, you find it's already you have spent a lot of time, and then you find the next thing is a few minutes, you say you are tired, and so. As Charles Payne said in his book, so much reform, too little change, which means that there must be so much reforms, and then also so little. Describes efforts in school reforms in this manner, because people spend a lot of time, people spend a lot of resources. I did some research at Chambok University here, especially they are e-learning. You find they have over 14,000 students. They have invested heavily in the ICT equipment, the ICT equipment in the in the labs. But there are very few students who use those opportunities. Most of them, they always like the traditional method of learning. Like, for example, the lecturer must stand in front of the board, and then the student sits down and listens and writes. That's when they can learn. So there's a lot of things that needs to be done, especially the university administrator or the school administrators, the parents, and even the students themselves must be involved in that manner. So that then other risks, other issues also arise from this. Is that a risk to the traditional book and handwriting methods? You see now, so many people, you find instead of, for example, when it comes to classroom, you attend to a lecturer, you find the students, they cannot express themselves, especially writing now, using writing. They always prefer to type. And also very few, because in ICT mostly people summarize, so people cannot express themselves writing like the ones we have. Mostly here in Uganda, the books are coming from India. Most universities here, they use books from India and also developed countries. But when it comes to writing, like essay or say answers, you find students use short phrases. You find the lecturer cannot even understand some of these things. And then also another thing is implementing computers and internet for ICT replace the conventional education curriculum. It replaces that. The people now use of course, what it needs now is that we need to come up with the digital curriculums, which is taking a slow pace here in Uganda, and that's the thing. It is leaving students out of that margin. Then they're also managing the courses online. Sometimes can be difficult, and also especially the lecturers who may not have that digital skills to upload the course units into the ICT, into the website of the learning platform. Then sometimes the students also, the users, they misuse this technology. Instead of learning, they can also use it for uploading so many things which are obscene, which are not related to the education, to their learning. And then also sometimes instead of learning, they are busy chatting, maybe talking to somebody, useless things and so on. And also one important thing that we need to note is that access to ICT is not everywhere, this part of the world. But I know, me myself, I've been to India and also other developed countries, and find the use of ICT in deep areas is not there. So governments must be able to use that chance to make sure that every student must have access to education, ICT, because that's where now the world is going to. Another problem is the digital divide. Not everybody is digital savvy. So that must be come up with. And then also the internet services are very expensive. People don't have money to tell, especially during this pandemic. You find somebody will look at, do I use this money to buy food, or do I spend it for buying internet data bundle so that you can go to learn? So those are the things that people always look at. Then few believe that computers can limit imaginations. Yes, that's also sometimes some people think that because of using computers, people just copy and paste, which is not a good idea, because people must have critical thinking. So as educators, we must go further by bringing the students up to the speed, to have sometimes to think critically, not always to use computer to copy and paste. Must go deeper, must read, must go to library to read. Not that of course, there are also computers. Of course, there are always soft books and something like, which is very good. But also, there must be emphasized that we should not leave the traditional method of learning. Must be complementing this method of ICT learning. Then misleading and misguiding information. It also misguides students and learners. Then there's also risk of cyber attacks and hacks. This, of course, you know it. Find somebody hacks your email, you find you cannot access information that you want, and so on. Then, as Larry Cuban also mentioned in his book that we continue to see attempts to improve systems in ways that are manifestly unlikely to work. In his book, How Teachers Taught, Constancy and Change in American Classrooms, says that reforms that do not take account of what happens in the classroom and turbulent, while the ocean flow is calm and yeah. So these are the things that we need to reflect when we are. There must be holistic approach towards the development of ICT in education, all platform, especially the plans and policies. This includes the support for ICT at both the national and individual schools level or university level. This includes measures such as involving education stakeholders in how to integrate ICT skills in the curriculum, or tap teachers to help develop policy plans. That's very key in this area. Then the second one is also capacity building of learners and teachers, administrators, and other education leaders. Yes, in this case, to use and integrate ICT in education systems, education leaders should be provided with professional development opportunities so they can engage teachers or professors and together demonstrate a shared commitment to ICT in education, which is very important. The third one, recommendation that I would like to suggest is that share best practices and lessons learned among countries, among universities, even the students themselves, even the learners, the facilitators, and so on must be able to share and also collaborate with others so that they can learn more. Because when it comes to technology, nobody knows it all. And that's why, for example, I always tell drivers and so that don't assume that you know how to drive. Even the people who have made these machines, they also, if they don't drive it well, they also risk to be injured by the same equipment. So that's the same thing. So you need to, don't say that you know more about ICT, you need to share with others. So when you share with others, then both of you become expert in the same thing, and then you continue to learn. Then also another recommendation is forge public-private partnerships and collaboration with the tertiary institutions, to bring in additional technical and management expertise, as well as financial resources. Education's private partnerships combine the strength and the capability of both sides to ensure the sustainability and scalability of ICT in education initiatives. Governments should strive and facilitate partnerships that include attracting private sector's investment on a sustained basis and tap upon the expertise and resources of both private sector and tertiary institutions, with the emphasis on equal access to quality ICT-enabled education. Lastly, also to mobilize resources for research and evaluation of ICT in education, to spur innovation and scale up its use. Of course, as we all know, the attendees, that every day, even in Uganda here, India, US, China, UK, all over the world, there are always innovations. People are coming with innovations. So if we have resources in our institutions, then that will help also the learners to learn more and also begin thinking, exposing them to activities, projects, research, so that they can be able to learn, they can be able to appreciate the use of ICT and be able to come up with innovations in that regard. Probably they will come up with technologies that can be cheap, that can be able to help us, just as like the robots and so on, the intelligent, the AI and so on. This includes working with the tertiary institutions to act as research centers. Governments can create incentives for research and development on innovative uses of ICT in education, including, for instance, making software and hardware more affordable and relevant for students. Rigorous evaluation studies on ICT effectiveness can provide the evidence-based justification for transforming the education sector to embrace ICT. Now, my conclusions here is just I summarize in 3 bullets. Affordability for ICT, which will drive the next generation education in ICT and technology, can only be if the technology is affordable. Internet must be affordable. The equipment must be affordable. The students must be able to access laptops cheaply. Even if it is possible, the university must maybe probably add some percentage of tuition where very small, so that the students in the university can be able to get laptops or computers and provide to the students so that they can have access. Nobody else will be able to be exempted, because if those ones who have, or the rich students or the parents are rich, they can be able to afford. But then the poor students, we need to also take care of that, so that and also there must be equity. All that must be, and then the internet must be reliable. The technology must be reliable, because if it is not reliable, then it becomes useless to emphasize on ICT. Scalability must be everywhere. These are the takeaways. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I welcome questions or recommendations. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Audience, please queries or any comments for this presentation? Thank you so much, sir, Vincent sir, for your, you explained very well about the ICT issues, risk of cyber attacks and hacks.
Okay.
This presentation is very informative for all of us. Next, we have Dr. Noor Eni from Indonesia. Dr. Noor Eni is a lecturer of English Education Department at Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. She has earned her master's and doctoral degree on English Education program from Makassar University of Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Her research interests are teaching English as foreign language, teaching English oral communication apprehension, and ELT material development and evaluation. So I welcome Dr. Noor. Welcome you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible to us.
Okay, thank you.
You can start.
Okay, I will start. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Okay, I'm Dr. Nuraini. I'm from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. I'm a lecturer of English education in a Faculty of Languages and Literature, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. This is some experience that I have. Excuse me, is it feasible?
Yes, ma'am, it is completely audible and your slides are also visible. Please continue.
Okay. All right. This is some my Scopus ID and Orchid ID. Well, first of all, I would like to extend my best gratitude to the Committee of International Virtual Conference Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering, who has given me opportunity to be a part of this great international conference. Thank you very much. Well, in this occasion, I would like to present about utilizing gamification online in EFL class. Well, welcome transformative teaching and learning. So what happened in this time in 2021, since the early of 2020, almost schools and college around the world closed down classroom physical classes and moved entirely to online teaching and learning and online classroom. So that because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So teachers' methods of delivering syllabus due to, along with other aspects, have changed significantly worldwide. So during this extraordinary complex time, it is important to offer students not only a solid academic experience, but also a place for connection and community, familiarity and consistency, discovery and expression, all virtually. So weaving game into lesson plans can improve engagement, inspire creatively, and develop content knowledge during a challenging time. So perhaps most important, games bring students together during the time of physical separation. So this is because of the pandemic. So all the teacher or the lecturer in the world have to work harder to prepare their class. Um, well, so one of the biggest challenges for the teachers working in a hybrid classroom is giving students engagement. So teachers are working tirelessly, adapting the lesson to fit the digital world that were meant to be taught in a physical environment. So in many cases, despite the hours of work that a part put in, the results are still not great. So for too much schools or for too much university, especially in Indonesia, participation is still low. The students and the teachers are frustrated actually. They are working harder than ever because they have to prepare all the new things that they did before. So they are feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to do to the students. So in this occasion, I would like to share about what I have done in my class um, along this pandemic time. So based on Edgar Dale in 1966, that the cone of learning, the highest point or the highest percentage in order to let the students to achieve the learning objectives optimal is what we say and do. So simulating the real experience, conducting a hands-on workshop, doing the real thing. So in education in the classroom, so game is a one way to try to attract the students and to engage the students in learning. So what is the meaning of gamification, or how about gamification online? So gamification itself is the use of game elements in non-gaming contexts. So the use of gaming thinking, game logic, and gaming mechanics in non-gaming contexts to engage students in solving problems. So applying game mechanics and game design techniques to motivate and engage people to achieve their goals. While gamification online, so gamification online or in e-learning enables learners to rehearse real-life scenarios and challenge in a safe environment. So we put bring the game in our class. According to Max Husser et al. 2017, he stated that Online language games provide a broader range of learning experiences that can cater to students' independent learning. So it can grow the students to learn independently. They tend to remember independent learning leads to active learning, whereby learners who are active learners tend to better learn and understand the lesson. So the differences between game-based learning and gamification itself. So we can see that game-based learning is a type of game play that has defined learning outcomes. So generally, um, game-based learning is designed to balance subject matter with gameplay and the ability of the player to retain and apply subject matter to the real world. While gamification is an educational approach to motivate the students to learn by using game elements in learning environments, application of games mechanics in a non-game context. So the goal is to maximize the enjoyment and the engagement through capturing the learner's interest and inspiring them to continue learning. Because uh, this is a must actually to learn um, e-learning. All right. Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
doctor.
I'm so sorry.
You're audible, yes.
Okay, I'm asking you because in my place is heavy raining, so it's always a bad internet connection. Okay, well, I continue.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
it's clear. It's good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. So gamification and learning objectives. So we can see that gamification is not about points, badges, or leaderboards. It is about engagement, storytelling, and try to visualize the characteristics and problem solving. So the students can be the part of this game, and it is user engagement. There is a reward, achievement, motivation, learning, and challenge. All right. So we can see that the gamification in education or in the classroom, there are several things or several steps that we have to follow um, in order to create the best learning environment for the students. So define the context, try to define the learning context. So design game platform to be used individually or a group. So we have to determine before, and to be used in a supervised or controlled environment. And then define the possible pain points or factor that prevent a student from advancing through the learning program. The second one is define the learning objectives. So the lecturer or the teacher should identify goals to be achieved through the gamification process. So clearly state mastery level students will reach after the completion of the game. So we have to put the target of the language or language focus that we are going to teach to the students. And then to structure the experience. So sequence knowledge and quantify what students need to learn and achieve by the end of each stage of the game. So translate knowledge sequence into games level. And then categorize and group learning components. Okay, next step is identify the resources. So we have to decide before what platform that we are going to use, what the resources that we are going to put in our games, in our classroom, and let the students to be familiar with that in order to get their interest and try to attract their intention to learn. because it is really hard actually, especially in this online teaching. We cannot directly meet them and face them and ask them, come on, follow me, stop talking with your friends. No, we can't do it. So they are sitting behind the computer, like Mr. Dr. Atul Patil said that the students put the picture, the photograph in front of the camera and while they are playing. So we cannot ensure about that. Next, the last one, apply gamification elements. So there is we call self elements. There is a point, of course, achievement, the level, and the time restriction. So in applying the game in our class, so in gamification, we have to set the time restriction. And we have to ensure that there is interactive competition and group work or cooperation. So I'll show you later what I'm doing in my class, especially in teaching grammar, because I'm teaching advanced grammar in a university. This is a example from my university, actually. The example of gaming gamification online. So we have a lot of platforms to use in gamified grammar online teaching. We have Kahoot, Quizlet, GameKit, and I do believe you have known about this. Google Form, Goose, Bumblezoot, etc. And this is the example of using gamification on online teaching grammar. Excuse me, madam, is it possible when I play the video? It's a short video.
Yes, yes, you can present. Yes, 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 please.
Okay. Okay, this is the example. I only show you what happened in our class in Indonesia, especially South Sulawesi.
Okay, guys, so we can see the first one now is Atta leading the score, followed by Sahra. Okay, let's see. Keep trying to answer with the best answer you can. Please.
Next week, but I don't speak French. I had been able to communicate with people.
Okay, let's check your answer. Not being able to, Rara. I'm going to French next week, but I don't speak French. That's why I asked you to read from the first. You're going to French next week, but you don't speak French. So you of course you cannot communicate with people, right? Because you can't speak French. Okay, guys.
But I don't speak French. I had been able to communicate with.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right. So that is the example, the part of example teaching grammar by using gamification online. And that time, I and my partner, because we are team teaching, so we are choosing quizzes and some bamboozle to create a game or to gamify our classroom. Okay, and how to gamify your classroom actually. So firstly, we choose the topic. We choose the topic that we are going to present in the class, of course, and then we organize the classroom. Then require the materials or devices, and we try to see and monitor the students' participation, and of course to engage the students to learn, because it's what I have mentioned before, that it's a hard for us actually, especially in this pandemic time. There are several or many problems that encounter actually. And then plan our evaluation. So This is the way we create or gamify the class by using gamification or a game. And actually, it will help our students to reach the goal, of course, and then try to let or enlarge, enhance the students' motivation to learn. I have already done the research, and um, they believe and they stated that, ma'am, it give us a high, just like mood booster, yeah, mood booster to learn in your class, encourage performance, success, attitude. We can also monitor and see the students' attitude by giving them competition and let them to compete without any hesitation, and then support them and try to lead the students to create their idea. And then the engagement. So from the silence class or silent students, they will be more active in learning, especially in a
Lost the connect, Dr. Lakshmi.
Ji, sir.
Probably she lost the connection.
Yes, sir, it seems.
In the meantime, you can invite the next speaker. Yesterday there was one speaker, Farhad Dibba. Dibba, she could not speak. If she is Farah, are you available here? Farah?
Yes.
Yeah, Farah, please switch on your mic. Yeah, please start your presentation. Dr. Lakshmi, please invite Farah Dibba.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Dr. Farah Diba Igzi from Germany. She's here, and I would like to invite ma'am for her presentation. So, ma'am, over to you. Please introduce yourself and please start your presentation. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, I have a presentation. I'm 1 minute.
hello.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, you were disconnected.
Wow.
If you
Okay.
would like to-
I'm so sorry about the inconvenience. So sorry for that. Okay, let me conclude. Actually, it's that's the slide before the end.
1 minute, please.
Pardon me.
I have presentation. Please, Doctor. I want not.
Farah, ma'am, please make your presentation ready. First, we'll allow Noor ma'am to continue.
Okay, it will be 2 slides more. 2 slides more.
Yeah, ma'am, please continue. Noor ma'am, please continue.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. So actually, this is the conclusion of the presentation for today. So gamification is not about the game, but how do you create your class as a game? Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational, according to George Corus. And, you know, games are the new normal from now on. So gamification, we can do it in our class. So that's the end for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Feel free to ask me questions and good afternoon.
Any comment, any query from the audience? Okay, thank you, Noor ma'am, for your nice presentation.
Thank
So
you, madam. Thank you.
next speaker we have Farah Diba Izgi from Germany.
I sent Doctor my presentation. You see?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, but all slides means you start with the first one by one slide.
Oh,
Is it PDF or a PPT? Yeah, ma'am, it's clearly now. You can
yes.
start, ma'am.
Yes. Now see you.
Yes, ma'am, it's completely visible, and I would like means you first please introduce yourself and please start your presentation.
You are you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Signal and team. 21st century and society in the context of effective teaching and teaching. Okay. Change process and general situation in the world community. 21st century skills solution effective teacher. You are see change process and current situation in the station in the world. Mm. 75 percent of those taught in the school 50 years ago. Now, two present can be used. Any safety where science and technology innovation is the focus. Here we see our transition from hunter society to smart society. Let's watch a short animation now, please. Society 2. The advent of STEAM in Society 3. The appearance of computers, Society 4. And then the next society. Telemedicine and speakers. Clinic robots, the equating cloud. Ah,
Farah ma'am, sound is, we are not getting sound from the video which you are presenting.
yes, I want again, you are saying. Uh, okay, society farm hunting period until uh, 13 years before Milad, living in harmony with nature, making equipment from rocks and hunting with team. Society to agriculture society at the end of 30 years BCE, people formed groups based on agriculture, cultivation, increased organization, and nation building. Community 30 industrial society from the end of the 18th century to the end of the 20th century, people created a society that encouraged industrialization through the Industrial Revolution and made mass production possible. Society 30, information society, from the end of the 20th century to the end of the 21st century, information sharing began with the invention of the computer, and an information society was formed. Human life has become incapable, independent of data flow. The internet is the biggest invention of this period. Society 50 invention, Society 50 super smart society, integration between virtual space and human through collaborative networking between the real world and the virtual world, intelligent robots, automatic simulations, Internet of Things. Society 15, super intelligent society. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe announced this philosophy at CeBIT, one of the world's most comprehensive technology fairs, held in Hanover, Germany in 2000, 2017. Technology should be perceived by societies not as threat but as an aid. He said that they were based on his belief. Why? Creation of a new smart society that helps to solve social problems. Instead of making simple, efficient, implemented Kaidenran, Japanese Business Federation developing solutions against the aging world population, making the virtual world and the real world work together, solving social problems by using the power of technology, such as Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, a human-centered social society that balances economic progress with solving social problems, with systems that highly integrate cyber and physical space. You are sick. Okay. It refers to a system that can transfer data over a network from and to humans provided with interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals, or unique identifiers. For example, the smartwatch on your wrist has sensors that detect the distance you travel, the steps you take, and how your heart beats while doing these activities. This data collected here is analyzed by client, computer, mobile phone, it was, and has used to organize our lives. The combination between these two devices is the most specific feature that makes up the Internet of Things. Society 40, Society 50. Society 40 on the scale of economy, productivity oriented, uniformity, individuality dominates, focusing, inequality, security book. Society 50, problem solving and value creation, a society in which value in created talents and skills. Diversity, a society where everyone can live together with different talents and skills. Individualization, individualization, individual satisfaction, everybody having every opportunity wherever they want, equal opportunities. Yeah, durability, flexibility, people to follow change, safely living away from bombs, terrorism, cyber attacks, floods. Substantiality and environmental harmony, society living wherever it wants in harmony with nature. You are see, by connecting and sharing medial data spread across different hospitals, effective medial care listed on data can be provided. Hospitals in remote areas can provide services in the app. So, those who have trouble going to the hospital can still receive the health care, heart rate checks, blood process checks. Yes. Basic health checks can be done in every home with the help of technology, thus protecting the health of the community and extending human life expectancy. Transportation, smart tools will become widespread. These speechless hospitals, it will people who have difficulty reaching public facilities. Smart cars will make things easier for people who cannot drive safely to their destination. In addition, automated technology will make logistic process easier and more efficient. Infrastructure, the use of sensors will become widespread. Everywhere sensors will be placed in tunnels, bridges, water dams, and all over the city. These sensors record the number of passing vehicles, traffic violations, detect the weather height, and alert if there are parts of the contraction that need repair. Financial technology, blockchain technology is expected to reduce transaction time and cost while increasing security in daily transaction with the application of blockchain technology. URC skills focused in community, durability, combination, leadership. You are two. Guided by, don't list. Guided by human-centered approach, open, sustainable, and innovative approach. It is progressing with trial-oriented studies. Don't list keeping technology in the first place, keeping the economy in the first place, keeping experienced people in the first place. A new perspective focusing on human ability to make the most of technology preferable to the traditional divide between notice and subjects. To provide students with the skills they need to both get rid of the changing society and lead this change. Community research. Okay. A committee is formed by the Japanese Minister of Education to adjust the education system to meet the needs and values of community 50 from primary school to university level with experts competent in cutting edge fields such as artificial intelligence. Community research and discussions. He concluded that the key to preparing students for rapid technological change is to focus on human power, to strengthen knowledgeable human researchers in artificial intelligence and data science. Liberal arts education through the study of a wide range of subjects such as humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences, logical thinking, creating and developing normative humans, acquire basic skills, identifying and solving problems. It aims to develop social system design capabilities for high quality education using the latest technology e-learning system. Let's watch a short. Yes. 21st century literacy skills. Yes. Okay. Information media and technology skills, information literacy, media literacy, information and communication technology and literacy, effective communication skills, effective verbal and written communication, foreign language, strategic communication, and, and mathematical competence. Oh. Let's watch a short video now.
There is no sound.
Oh, Farah, sound is not there. Farah, Farah, sound is not there. So you can skip these picture and continue your presentation.
No sound.
Farah ma'am, are you available in meeting? We are not able to hear the sound of this playing video. So if it is possible, you can skip this video and continue with your presentation.
Yes.
Because there is no sound in this video. So better to skip this one.
Okay. You are not one? You are one?
No, we are not able to clear this, hear this video, audio of this video. So please start with your continue with your presentation.
Starting, Oda?
No, not starting. If you have remaining presentation slides, skip.
No, this is
This is the last video. This is the last video of your presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So no issue. Actually, we are not able to hear the video of audio of this video. So if it is the last video, so then thank you so much for presenting your keynote here.
Thank you too. I will walk the long way. Less the stories of scientists who realize stem cell waste with their work and life experiences shed light on your faith and quick to you. We are together today in this beautiful program led by Professor Signal and team. Thanks again to Dr. Signal and team. You are. Thank you for listening to me. I wish you healthy, happy, and successful days full of love. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to hand over mic to Dr. Rahul Dubey. Rahul Dubey, sir, are you available here?
Yes, madam.
Please invite our next prominent speaker. And over to you.
Okay. So our next speaker is Iuliana Tresca from Romania. So Iuliana, ma'am, are you ready? Okay. Iuliana, ma'am, has written that she has some problem with the camera and the microphone, so she allowed to present the STEM material for the conference. So there is no issue, Iuliana, ma'am. You can go ahead with this. So let I briefly introduce Iuliana, ma'am, with others. Farah, ma'am, please, could you stop this screen? Okay, thank you. So the next speaker is Juliana Tresca. She's a mathematics at the ITC teacher at a secondary school, Marginini, Slobozia, Romania. She's graduated from Faculty of Mathematics, University of that is Bucharest, and a Faculty of Computer Science and Management at University of Pitești, and a postgraduate computer science from the same university, then a master in applied mathematics. So overall, she is academician overall, and so I welcome Iuliana Tresca, ma'am, to present her presentation, her keynote with all of us. Iuliana, ma'am, are you here? By any means, if you can present your presentation, we are ready to listen this. Okay, I think Iuliana, ma'am, has some issue. So the next speaker in our list is Dr. Rajiv Dey. He is from India. So Dr. Rajiv, are you here? Hello.
Yeah, let her continue. She has started the presentation.
She has started. Okay, Iuliana, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can start.
Audio not audible.
Iuliana, ma'am, please start the presentation.
Excuse me, sir. She has written that she has problem with microphone also.
Yes, ma'am.
She will be able to present or not proper? Means we cannot hear, I think. Audio problem will be there.
So we can invite another speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Kolopo, he is available here. Dr. Rahul, you may invite him. And in the meantime, probably she will be able to sort out the problem.
Okay, sir. There is no issue.
Good morning.
Okay, so the next speaker is Kolapo Emmanuel from Nigeria. Welcome, sir. Juliana ma'am, please stop your presentation so the next speaker can present their screen.
Dr. Rahul, there is, it appears that there is some sound issue with Dr. Ludhiana. So Mr. Kolopo can over present over this, I think.
Okay, okay. There is no issue. So let I introduce Professor Koloko Emmanuel from Nigeria. He's got a bachelor degree in microbiology from University of Loren, Nigeria, and then he moved to do a postgraduate diploma in education because he loves this education, this academics part, and he
Hello,
had hello.
hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Can you hear
Good.
me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is
Sir.
this is Kolapa from Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Welcome.
Okay. Yes. Have you invited me, please?
So he's postgraduate diploma in technology management from Opafam University in the Nigeria itself, and then he get a master in business administration from University of Edo Ekiti, Nigeria, and he had earned an advanced diploma in leadership from the famous Dashta Leadership Academy, the same Nigeria, and he is currently rounding off a master's in educational leadership from Marconi International University, Miami, Florida, USA, and he has been awarded with Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert by Microsoft 3 times in 2018, 19, and 1920. He is also a Microsoft certified educator. He trained many Microsoft and Google applications, including OneNote and a Google Classroom, which we all are using nowadays due to this COVID issue. So we heartily welcome Kolapo Emmanuel sir to this conference, and we are waiting for the presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. This is Kolapa Emmanuel from Nigeria. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
All right. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. We can see.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I bring you greetings from Nigeria, and I want to especially thank my very good friend Corina for linking me to this organization. Thank you very much. It's early morning in Nigeria, so I have to struggle with sleep to be able to quickly wake up and join you today. Thank you very much to the organizers, and I'm not going to be wasting so much time. I have many slides to cover. All right. It's so delightful to be here again because I know a lot of people here because we've been meeting in international presentations, and I know that I'm going to gain one or two things from everybody. All right, I want to present on next generation education technology for science and engineering. I live in a city called Lagos in Nigeria. It's about a city of like 15 million people, very close to the seashore, and is famous all over the world. What do you see to a site like this, everybody? When you see something like this, what comes to your mind? I know something that will come to your mind is technology, computer, education, training, and all of that. Okay, we're going to see as we move on. I want to start by saying that we live in 21st century and the world is fast changing. And this world is characterized by new ideas and several new technologies. It's one of the times in history that anybody wants to live in the world because of these ideas and because of technologies all over the world. From the topic given to me, I like to pinpoint on some keywords. Part of the keywords are generation. I want to actually look at generation. I want to look at education and be able to trace a bit of its historical pathway. I want to look at technology, and of course, we want to look at science and engineering. Okay. And the objective of my presentation this morning is going to be looking at different generations, their characteristics, and how they link with education. Then I want to try to paint a picture of education, past, present, and future. And I also want to look at educational technology of the future. Let me start with generation. Uh, in a simple definition, you see that generation is a group of people given birth to at a particular point in time and with some distinct characteristics. Literature has revealed that we have about 5 generations, and we have in-betweens. So the first one is called baby boomer generation, people who were given birth to around 1946 to 1964. Then we have another one known as Generation X, people who were given birth to between 1965 and 1976. I know a lot of my audience that I'm speaking to belong to that generation. And we have Generation Y, people who were born around 1977 to 1994. They are also referred to as millennial generation. And of course, people I'm interested in are the people in this generation they call Generation Z. People who are given birth to around 1995 to 2010. The characteristics of each generation determines their technology and their pattern of education. That's why I want to paint this scenario from here. For baby boomer generation, I'll just pinpoint some things there. They went through the entire period of technological evolution and the rise and development of media. So in this case, they rose up to know television, the major technological gadgets they looked at or they saw or that they interacted with when they were growing up was television. They enjoyed that, though they had some experiences as the man landing on the moon in 1969, and they saw some excellent soccer players like Pelé and Maradona. They were at their best at that particular point in time, but their technology was television. For the Generation X, their life has not been easy. And since after a period of time, finding a job was a great challenge to them because to work and to produce was their philosophy of life. So they don't leave any idea, they don't leave any room for idealism. So when they were growing up, they became so workaholic and their values were intact when they were growing up. And then to their children, Generation Y, these people are known as digital natives. They are born around 1982 to 1994, and technology was part of their everyday life, and all their activities are mediated by screen. And because of this, people think that Generation Y individuals are lazy, they are spoiled because everything about it is me, me, and me. Most of you listening to me have children who are born into this generation. And you see how you pamper them, how you take them to different places. You don't want them to be hurt. So instead of them being exposed to the world, they are exposed to themselves. So that's why they want everything to themselves. So this mean I and myself are the acronym. But don't forget, they are digital natives. They know about digital gadgets. And to my choice generation, the generation I want to really talk about, because this is the generation of the future, is Generation Z. They are also known as post-millennial generation. The oldest of them was born in 1995, and the youngest maybe 2010. Jokingly enough, we say that these people arrived with tablets and smartphones under their arms because they are not just digital native, they are born into it. It's in their DNA. And their generation is marked by the internet. So they grew up, or they're growing up rather, to know about information. In fact, they do well with information overload. They so much master technology that they lend their voice on social media, and before you know, they become friends with a lot of people from different countries without even the parents knowing. So they like everything to be immediate. They can't wait for email. Email is too slow for them. So they go into social media, they go into instant messages because they want information to be delivered right and then. And that's why you see people on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on different social media, because these are the great guys of this generation. So they want their things to be very fast and they want it to be very quick. So they can multitask and their attention span is so limited. So they are independent and demanding consumer, and we have jobs that do not exist today's world. And that's why we have to prepare them as educators for the future. Don't forget what I've just said. This generation wants their things to be done immediately. Their attention span is very short, though they can multitask. And these are the people who are going to go into the future. And we are preparing them for jobs that do not exist today. Can you still hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Please, if you can hear me, let me know. Can you hear me, please?
Yes,
Can-
you are
Yes, you are
audible.
audible. You are
All
audible.
right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, now I want to merge the generations and their technologies together. One of the biggest experiences shared by a generation is the technology it grew up with. Like baby boomer generation, as I told you, grew up with television. Generation S saw computers come onto the scene. Why millennial generation Y were born into the age of internet. You can see the advent of their technology. And the generation Z, the ones we are preparing for the future, they grew up with smartphone because everything is loaded into their smartphone. They don't wait for television because news on television will take time, emails will take time. Internet, some of the things on the internet, they want it in a compact form because everything is now on their smartphone. So they carry their smartphone as their library, as their classroom, as their everything as they go. And that's why you see any child or any individual in Generation Z, you see them concentrating on their smartphone, unlike the Generation X and Generation Y. Why am I painting these pictures, ladies and gentlemen? Individuals, teachers who were born in Generation X and Generation Y always have problem with children born in Generation Z because they don't understand them. The first thing they say about them is that, oh, they are not hardworking. Oh, they are not reading. Oh, they are not doing this. Because their media or their medium of instruction is different. You grew up with books. You grew up with teaching aids. They grew up with smartphone and internet on their phones. So you are not talking the same language. So if one is not careful as an educator, you won't be able to go on well with members of Generation Z. Okay, so let's talk a bit about education. Let's talk a bit about education. I want to paint some historical pathway about education. I want to first of all go to early education. Early education was informal, that is, that there was no school. And people gathered together to learn from the noble ones, the philosophers, and the ones that we call wise ones. They gathered to get information, to get knowledge. And knowledge, after those people, in quote students, have gathered some knowledge from the wise ones, they cascade them into people who wanted to learn from them. And that was how they cascaded knowledge from one generation to the other. An emphasis at this point in time was knowledge acquisition. They just wanted to know because they believed that the nobles, the philosophers, and the wise ones knew a lot of things, and they wanted to get from their pool of knowledge. Then we moved to revolution in education, where with the advent of formal schools, the four-wall schools, we still have them today anyway. That was when we have teachers, which are also tagged to be knowledgeable ones, like the philosophers and the wise ones in the olden days, teaching students. And teachers were using different techniques because they were trained to do that. They were using resources and they were using materials to aid understanding. There were things to be taught, but teachers needed, because of their training, to see that the students understand the content. And because of this, there were things to write, unlike before. Students were listening to the philosophers and to the wise ones. But now there were things to write. There was technology of writing. There were books to read. And there were work to be done, like classwork, homework, and all of that to reinforce learning and to engage understanding. So it was formal because there was time allocated and places to meet, like the classroom. There were proper schedule, like timetable, but emphasis had shifted from just knowledge to understanding of concepts, because there's a need for concept to be understood, because you need all this understanding before when you get to the workplace. So knowledge had gradually shifted to understanding of concept as education began to grow. And that's why a particular classroom has teacher in front, students listening to him, and is confined to a location, a four-wall space, and students and teachers have been interacting, but the interaction may be limited and the resources may also be limited. That's why I captioned it to be a traditional education, as you can see on your screen there. Okay, now comes to modern education, or what you call 21st century education. Modern education has been revolutionized because of different theories that have come into education. Improved curriculum, and this curriculum has been geared towards national development, which I believe that's the main purpose of education. But the main thing that has broken the barrier of space and time was digitalization, digital learning. Digital learning has broken the barrier of space and time. So in this modern education, there may not be time to be scheduled, because learning is now taken to where students are, and the materials and resources may remain with them for a very long time. So there's continuous education. Because a teacher may be in Nigeria, for example, and the student may be in the United States of America or Jamaica or something, and the materials stay with the student, and you can do what you want to do with them. So the gadgets, the sole technology that has changed this is
in our modern globally interconnected society, it is more important than ever that we.
Sorry, I think somebody was trying to talk to me. Okay, can you hear me, please, everybody?
Sorry.
Okay. So learning is taken to where the students are, and the materials with resources may remain with them for a very long time. So there's continuous interaction with learning materials. So emphasis has now shifted from knowledge to understanding, even now to acquisition of skills. People now want to see what you can do with your knowledge and your understanding. So emphasis in modern education has shifted to skills. Okay, so that leads us to 21st century 4 C's, and these are communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. As you can see, today's students must know how to communicate, must know how to work with others, must be able to think critically about a particular problem and provide solutions, and must be able to create something from what they know or what they have understood. So in this case, emphasis is shifting to skill acquisition other than knowledge acquisition or understanding. You must be able to do something with your knowledge, what you understood, and you may be able to produce something with it. That's where creativity comes into it. Okay. I will not want to talk about that. So this is the flow of the thing. So we flow from where knowledge was the priority to where understanding was the priority, and now to skill. And I want to project into the future that in the future, emphasis may even shift from skills to automation, where things are done very quickly. Why? Because the children who are going to the future are from Generation Z, where they want their things very quickly. They want their things very quickly. So they may not be able to wait. Their training, so to say, may shift from skill acquisition to where things are done for them. And that's where we have technology being brought into it to provide automation. Okay, now what about science and engineering? Because that's the main focus of today's presentation. Okay, science and engineering, in addition to other body of knowledge, science needs laboratory. There's need for laboratory, a space. Engineering needs some workshop and some space. And don't forget that engineering and science, we need some apparatus and materials to work with. And we need to design experiments and design some models before you build a lot of things. All this needs space in today's educational practice. But what about the education of the future and the technology to be employed? I want to propose all of this. Our future education is going to be characterized by all of this. The first thing is about cloud computing, where information is going to be ever ready and it's not going to be removed from it. Unlike books, unlike homework and classwork, information is going to be ever ready, and we're going to have less of paperwork and less of books. In fact, everything is shifting now because we have ebooks. But as time goes on, ebooks are even going to be brought down because cloud computing, where you don't have to save your work, where when you type or when you voice type, everything is going to be there on the cloud. There's going to be more interaction about digital devices. People, instead of buying books, will now be buying more of computers, more of cell phones, more of iPads and all of that, because most of the things they need or most of the things they do are going to be confined into digital devices. And people are going to be interacting more on social media, and because that's a medium for fast information dissemination or delivery. And you can see today that forward classroom is going to be becoming less important because people may decide not to come and sit down for hours listening to some boring man and woman delivering some some information. So they may want to interact with all this media themselves and get good information. I also want to propose that there are going to be several technology like machine learning, gadgets will be able to read patterns, and when they read patterns, be able to get data, which will lead to artificial intelligence, where people will be able to be told a lot of things about themselves. Where people will be told that they are gaining weight, they need to exercise, they are doing this, they are doing that. Student bio materials will be read to the teachers, and teachers will be able to make different conclusions about their students without even knowing them. They may come from any part of the world, and therefore animation may replace teaching procedure and teaching aids. Virtual laboratories may soon replace the normal laboratories, and we can have simulations instead of experiments. So all of these are possible ways in which technology is going to overtake what we do now in the future. There's going to be a lot of digital modeling instead of using hand to draw and prototyping. And you can look at different perspectives, looking at different sides of a car being designed, a house being designed, be able to design a house, be able to go into it, be able to put some furniture into it, be able to do all of that before you even start building the house. So there's going to be a lot of digital modeling, a lot of digital prototyping, and there's going to be a lot of 3D technology where the whole thing will be designed and printed. You'll be able to see how the thing is going to look before you even see the land where you want to build the house. You'll be able to see the car before you even import the metal, import the engine. You'll be able to see the ship being prototyped and being printed on 3D technology before you even plan to build it. There's going to be a lot into space exploration because things are going to be faster than now, and the time to get to Mars or to get to Jupiter or to get to all those habitable places in our galaxy will be shorter. So there's going to be a lot of space exploration and space sciences being explored. And because of that, because things are being compacted, things are becoming more prototyped, there's going to be a lot of solution applications. And we'll be able to have a lot of predictive softwares. Though we've been able to see some of these predictive softwares now. People can talk about weather, they can talk about oil exploration, and they can talk about different things all around us. These are the things we expect more in future, and these are the technologies to be employed into it. So emphasis are going to be shifted from knowledge, from understanding, from skills, and be shifted to problem solving. Problem solving. Emphasis is going to be shifted to digital design for automation because people want things to be done very quickly now, and solutions should be now. And therefore, there's going to be a lot of investment into multidisciplinary solutions where all the science subjects, physics, chemistry, biology, Greek, and all of that will come together to develop solutions for a particular problem. So things are not going to just be engineering alone. It's going to merge engineering and science together. In fact, you can merge engineering to politics to be able to get something out of it, get services and get products from all of this. So all of these are possible things that we expect in future. Don't forget, emphasis are shifting from just knowledge to understanding, even to skill, to problem solving, automation, and multidisciplinary disciplinary solutions. So there are challenges for today's educators. So we need to train students to fit for the future because we need to prepare them for jobs that are not available now. If you don't train them for it, they'll be jobless when they get into the future. So there's need to change curriculum to what will be used to solve problem, not just acquisition of knowledge for understanding. We need to emphasize on digital literacy for teachers because the children who are going to the future are going to be on gadgets, on digital materials. So teachers who teach them must be versed in digital literacy or will lose them. More focus should be on problem-solving skills and collaborative effort. We need to train them to be able to work together. A Japanese should be able to work with Romania. A Romanian person should be able to work with a Jamaican. So this collaborative effort should be geared towards producing them for the future. And they should be able to solve a lot of problems. And that's why when we give them things in class today, we have to train them to be able to solve problems, not just give them information, but they should be able to crack complex problems and provide solutions to them. Another thing is that we must train them to be able to have divergent views about things and engage in critical thinking so that they can use multidisciplinary knowledge and information to solve complex problem, to provide solution. So All of these are the challenges for educators listening to me this morning, and these are ways I feel we should prepare the children who are going to become young adults and innovators in the future. So for these opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to you. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you. God bless.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you, Emmanuel sir. It was really a very nice presentation, and it helps us in a many ways. We come to know that we are just teaching the students, but since we are following one generation, so this concept is a very new to all of us, and I really want to thank from all of our committee to you to present the very nice presentation with all of us. Once again, thank you very much. So the next speaker with us will be Dr. Rajiv Dey. Dr. Rajiv, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Rajiv. Let I introduce Dr. Rajiv with all of us. So Dr. Rajiv has done PhD from Triple ITM Jabalpur, that is the Indian Institute of Technology, Design and Management, Jabalpur, in adaptive control, and he is currently working as assistant professor in BMN Munjar University, which is a initiative of a Hero Group. He has a teaching experience of 10 years in various engineering colleges, including mainly NIT Raipur, Triple IT Naya Raipur, and awarded BMU Excellence in All-Round Award in Teaching and Research in year 2020. He has significant publications in SCI journals, also one design patent and 13 technological patent, and 3 patents all in process to filing. And he has published 10 international conferences, 5 book chapters, and also have 8 years experience of developing embedded system based hardware projects. Currently he is associated with one research projects on Tethard airstate in collaboration with IIT Bombay, worth rupees 15 lakh, and also have one consultancy projects on IoT based smart electric vehicle battery charging worth rupees 5 lakh. So on behalf of this conference committee, I welcome Dr. Rajiv to present
Thank you.
his work.
Yeah. Thank you everyone who are watching me, and thank you all the organizers of MITS Gwalior and all the professors for inviting me for giving a talk in international virtual conference in the next generation education, technology, science and engineering. So I hope that my PPT is visible to you all.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So the topic, so today the topic of my discussion is IoT based intelligent health monitoring and controls. So first of all, before reaching out to that health monitoring application, I would like to give you a brief review about IoT, that what is exactly IoT is. So what is IoT? So different people have different perspective about the IoT, and IoT is nowadays is a buzzword. So there is no fixed definition about the IoT presently, but in a simple nutshell, we can say that IoT is a network of physical things with the internet facility, communication and control capability. So any device which is integrated with physical things, it is having some internet facility, communication facility and controlling capability, we can say that it is a device which is connected in the internet of things domain. So now we'll come to see that what are the different components that are integrated in IoT based systems. So here in this picture we see that in IoT based systems, any physical thing can be integrated to the internet. So any physical things means things that may be your table, it may be a chair, it may be your pen, pencil, it may be your laptop, mobile phone, anything you can integrate with the internet. So for integrating any physical thing with the internet, what is the thing that we require? We require sensors. So the first two components of IoT domains are physical object, and the second one is sensors. So sensors basically monitor the parameters of these physical things and send the data for further processing to a microcontroller based board. So this microcontroller based board is the third component of IoT based systems. This board is basically responsible for acquiring the data of these physical devices and to further process it. So these microcontrollers or microprocessors can control some actuators. That actuator may be DC motor, it may be AC motor, it may be relay, it may be valve, it may be multiple number of things, solenoidal valve, multiple number of things. It may produce some signals to control these actuators. So therefore the fourth component of this IoT based system is the actuators. So these microcontrollers may need to send the data for further processing or control processes to a remote location. So for that it needs some communication module, which is shown in this block, which is nothing but a Wi-Fi module. This Wi-Fi module will enable this microcontroller to the capabilities so that it can send its data to the internet. This Wi-Fi module is basically works on 2.4 gigahertz band, and it is having an IEEE standard of 802.11, and this 2.4 gigahertz band is nothing but ISM band, industrial, medical, industrial, scientific, and medical. It is free of cost. So the fifth component of this IoT based system is the communication modules. So combination of all these components forms an IoT based systems. So now we'll come to the ecosystem of Internet of Things. So ecosystem of Internet of Things is a combination of multiple number of blocks. So as we can see here, these black small squares, these basically represents the edge devices. Edge devices are the devices that are directly in contact with the sensors, and their main function is to acquire data from these sensors and little bit process it. That means it will filter a little bit these data and send the data to the network through a device which is known as gateway. What are these gateway? Gateways are the hardware that will provide the data to flow towards the internet. It will provide the path to the data to flow towards the internet. From that internet, the data may pass through may pass to the cloud, where it can be stored temporarily, and it can be further processed, and the result of that analysis can be sent back again to the internet, and from that internet it can be received to a remote location in your, either in your mobile, it can be received in your laptops, and from that laptop we can control multiple number of actuators by sending some signals to back to the actuators, again back to these edge devices. So these edge devices are connected to the sensors as well as actuators both. Now the term Internet of Things has been coined first by Kevin Ashton in 1999, while he is speaking in front of the in front of a company. Its name is Procter and Gamble. So there he referred a term that is future global network of objects connected specifically by radio frequency identification. So at that point of time in 1999, Kevin Ashton has used this term network of physical things using radio frequency. So we call him as the inventor of IoT. So later on in 2004, the first paper came into picture, which is published by this Scientific American article on ambiguous computing, and the author is Mark Weiser. The paper name is The Computer of the 21st Century. So there are various organizations that exist today who are predicting that how many number of devices that are currently connected with the internet. So according to Cisco, in 2018, 3.9 billion devices are connected to the internet, and which is 51% of the global population at that time. And according to their prediction, this number may increase to 5.3 billion devices, which may be connected with the internet by 2023, and which is nothing but 66% population, which is 66% of the global population. And These devices may produce 79.4 zettabytes of data, which is a huge data to be computed. So now we'll come to this issues and challenges of IoT domain. So what are the different types of issues that people are facing nowadays in while designing their IoT based applications? So first issue, which is very crucial issue, is the security aspect. So I will explain this security aspect through this picture. In this picture, we can see that there are various types of applications in this picture. First one is the smart home automation. Second one is the smart automobile. Third one is the smart health monitoring system. So all these smart devices are connected with the internet through some IP address, and these IP addresses are basically known as the logical addresses that are used to identify a device in a network. So if somehow some hacker would know the IP address of a particular device, whether it may be home automation, it may be this smart vehicle, it may be smart healthcare monitoring, and the password also. So by knowing the IP address and password of a particular IoT based application, he can take over the entire control of the system. For example, in the daytime, if I am turning off my light, so they can turn on this light in the daytime, so it will consume a huge amount of power, and in this way we can say that our system can malfunction also. So this is a huge issue. Security is a huge issue in IoT based domain. Suppose if a person is wearing some wearable device for its health monitoring, so suppose a person is having a pace mask, it is having a this is pacemaker, sorry, it's pacemaker. Suppose a person is having a pacemaker which is connected in his chest, and it is that pacemaker is connected with the internet. So somehow if hackers would know the IP address and password of that pacemaker, so they can send the control signals to this pacemaker in order to malfunction it. So this person can die also. So this means that the security is a huge issue, and it is in research nowadays. The second issues or challenges in IoT domain is the interoperability issue. What is interoperability issue? We see that, or we know that nowadays multiple number of people are using different types of technologies for connecting their devices to the internet. Some may use Bluetooth, some may use radio frequency, some may use Wi-Fi technology. There are multiple number of technologies that people are using to integrate their device with the internet. So they do this depending upon the optimum type of protocol that is suitable for their application. So nowadays no such standard has been made which can integrate all these different operable technologies to communicate with each other. So this interoperability is a huge issue in IoT based domain. So for resolving this issue, what we can do, the people or researchers should create some standards which can be used all over the globe, so that it will become easy for us to integrate all these technologies with each other and communicate. The second issue is the big data. As we have already discussed that by 2023, in this previous slides, we have seen that by 2023, 5.3 billion devices will be connected through the internet, which will produce 79.4 zettabytes of data. So it becomes very difficult for people to handle and process such big amount of data. So this poses another issue in this IoT based domain, that it is very difficult for us to compute, or for us or to the cloud to compute such a huge amount of data in zettabytes. So nowadays people are using a technology, its name is data analytics technology. By using that technology, they are trying to handle such a huge amount of data. So this big data is a huge issue nowadays in this IoT domain. Second issue is scalability. So what is scalability? Scalability is basically, it is the ability of a device to adapt itself according to the changes of the environment and can meet the future needs. For example, as nowadays in India, basically the communication technology which people are mostly using is 4G technology. So company has invested in that 4G technology a huge amount. So now if they want to update this 4G technology to 5G technology, so they are not interested in order to change the entire hardware of their system, because it will cost them a lot. So what they will do, they will design their entire hardware in such a way that if some updation is happening from 4G to 5G, they don't have to change the hardware, just update the hardware, and they can use the technology which is while designing their IoT based applications. So now what are the IoT based applications? There are many number of IoT based applications that are existing nowadays. Some of them I can review. One IoT based application is the smart healthcare monitoring, which is which is currently I am working upon. So in smart healthcare monitoring, what happens? People wear some wearable devices, and these wearable devices are integrated with some sensors. So these sensors can monitor various parameters of a person. It can be its blood pressure, it can be the oxygen level, it can be heartbeat, it can be multiple number of things, right? So these sensors will acquire the data of the parameter of that particular patient and send the data to a remote device, which may be your mobile, which may be some server. So at that particular device or mobile, the processing of these data may happen, and you can visualize all the results or conclusion of that processing, that what may happen to you in the future, what are the possibilities that which disease may you may suffer from in the future. It can predict that disease also, right? And suppose some sensor, for example, I connect here a blood pressure sensor. That blood pressure sensor will send the data to this mobile device, and this mobile device is equipped with a Wi-Fi connectivity or internet connectivity. Through that, it can be sent to the cloud, and from cloud it can be sent to the doctor. So how it is helping the doctor? Doctor knows the entire history of the parameter variations of this person, and when that person reaches the doctor, since the doctor already knows the history of that particular patient, so he can treat him effectively. So in this way, IoT can help here. So the another example of IoT application is smart traffic light monitoring. So smart, you all know that there are the light traffic lighting system that are present in our country are mostly manual in nature. This means that if the lane is if the lane is empty at some point of time, then also you have found that red light appears on this panel. So this is not an efficient way of utilizing the traffic light management. So if we use this IoT based intelligent traffic light monitoring, so it will analyze the condition of roads. If a particular lane is empty, then in place of turning on the red light, it can turn on the green light. So it will save the amount of fuel that are used by these vehicles, and it can also save the time of these persons that are driving these vehicles, right? So this is another example of IoT. The next example, we can say that, sorry, I have to erase these things. So the next example is this thing, a smart street light. So in this smart street lighting system, you can see that each street light is connected with the other street lights using some small communication devices, which may be either Bluetooth, which may be Zigbee technology. So in this way, you see that they are creating their own network, which is nothing but a personal area network, PAN, right? So each light is sending its information to the another succeeding light. In this way, they all send their data to a central device. So this central device is having an internet capability. Through that, it will send its data to the cloud location, and in cloud processing will be done, and the data can be visualized on the control center. So how it is helping the people? It is helping the people in such a way that at some point of time, suppose some street light get faulty, so the exact location and the fault condition of that particular street light can be visualized in this dashboard, which is in the control monitoring station. And if suppose a person is not standing below this street light, so what it will do, using some motion sensor, it can dim the light in order to save the energy. And when some person is standing below this street light, so it can increase the intensity of light so that it can facilitate this particular person standing below it. So in this way, you can see that by manipulating the intensity of light according to the availability of the number of persons below it, these street lights are able to save energy also. Now comes the next application, which is a very important application. Its name is basically smart farming. So in smart farming, what happens? A farmer can monitor his farm remotely, sitting at any place in his mobile only, depending upon the condition of his land and the environment. Suppose the land condition is dry, farm condition is dry. So by pressing a button icon in his mobile, he can turn on the sprinkler so that the land becomes wet. Or suppose at any point of time, if the wetness condition of the farm reach to its threshold value, so by sitting at the remote location only, that farmer is able to switch off that sprinkler also, right? So this is very important, I can say, application of IoT. So now we'll come to the architectures of IoT. So since the IoT is a buzzword, so there is no special type of standard architecture that has been proposed by any organization. So basically IoT can be divided into 3 layers. So first layer is the perception layer, second layer is the network layer, and the third layer is application layer. So this perception layer basically represents all the microcontroller boards that are directly integrated with some sensors, right? So in this perception layer, what will happen? These microcontroller boards acquire data from the sensors, then do some filtering operations, and after filtering of that data, they will send the data to the network using network layer. So the function of this network layer is to integrate all these smart devices to the internet, and its function is to receive the data from these hardwares and send it to its highest layer, which is nothing but application layer. So the responsibility of this application layer is to deliver application specific services. For example, if you are using Gmail in your mobile, then that comes under application layer. It is an application of application layer. If you are transferring your file, whether it may be PDF, it may be a Word document in your mobile or from your laptop, it again comes into application layer. So various types of protocols that are used to do these types of application, for example, mail transfer protocol, file transfer protocol, there are multiple number of protocols that are used in order to perform these applications. So this application layer is also known as API layer. API, what is the meaning of API? API means application programming interface. So what is the basic functioning of this API? Suppose a device which is situated at a remote location, it wants to communicate with a server, which is nothing but a cloud. So in order to interact with a server, a device needs an intermediate application, and that application is nothing but application programming interface. So what is application programming interface? It is the intermediate application or a software which facilitates a remote device to interconnect or interact with a server. So it also comes under the application layer. Now in this 3-layer architecture, it is not clear that where the cloud processing is basically done, because it is only network layer. So in order to simplify this architecture, people have divided this network layer into 2 parts. One part is the transport layer and another part is the processing layer, where the cloud comes into picture. So here comes the 5 layer of IoT architecture. The first layer is the perception layer. We have already discussed that the functioning of this perception layer is to acquire the data from the sensors and send it to the internet using different types of technology, which may be 3G, which may be wireless technology, that is Wi-Fi technology, Bluetooth technology, RFID, which may be near field communication, far field communication. There are multiple number of technologies, and these technologies are basically provided by this transport layer only. So this transport layer is also known as gateway layer. So what is gateway? I have already discussed. Gateway is a hardware which will provide a path to the data towards the internet. So therefore, since this transport layer is providing a path to the data towards the internet, therefore it is also known as gateway layer. So after passing through the gateway, the data can pass through the internet and reaches the cloud. So this cloud processing comes under this processing layer. So this processing layer is basically responsible to store the data in a remote server and to analyze it and process it in order to generate some command signals. So it is also responsible for processing of the huge amount of data which is coming to the cloud, which is nothing but big data processing. So after that, it will send the data to the application layer, and application layer I have already discussed. So in this 5-layer architecture, the application layer is divided into two parts. One is the application, another one is the business layer. This business layer actually manages the entire IoT applications, whether it may be profit model, designing is a profit model, whether some IoT device has faults at some point of time, it will identify that also. Everything has been managed in this business layer only. So this is a 5-layer scheme of IoT based applications. Now we'll come to the intelligent systems. That what are intelligent systems? So this is the main topic of discussion: intelligent IoT based healthcare monitoring and control. So first of all, we should know that what are intelligent systems. So again, different people have different perceptions about the intelligent systems. So the simple definition of intelligent system can be considered as these.
Rajiv sir,
Yes.
sir,
Yeah.
we are running short of time, so please conclude as soon as possible.
Okay. No problem. No problem. So these are the technologically advanced machines that can learn and reply to the environment. So I'm skipping this thing. I come to the direct point. So in the modern mobile computing, the medical industry needs to achieve basically two particular objectives. The first objective is the availability of software application and medical information at any time and at any place. And the second thing they need to achieve is the mobile computing that they want to do should be invisible and should be effortless. So for example, nowadays I am trying to design an ECG based wearable device which will measure the heartbeats and rhythm of heartbeats of a person and directly send the data to a mobile application. Through that, it will get processed in that mobile application only, and it can be sent to a remote location, right? So how the computing is basically happening, nobody knows. Why? Because it is invisible, and people don't have to put their efforts in computing. Why? Because it is software enabled. So that is the objective people are trying to achieve. So now we'll come to the electronic healthcare sector. What are electronic healthcare systems? These are the systems that are able to acquire data from medical devices and automatically process, exchange, gather knowledge with other devices and take intelligent decisions. So these applications are enabled with feature of autonomy. This means that it is not necessary that a person should stand in front of that particular application or device for controlling and monitoring. So these technologies results in various types of applications such as automated diagnosis, emergency services, personalized medicines, remote home monitoring, location-based medical services. So these technologies are deployed in these, the technologies that are deployed in these applications can be of various types. They can be of evolutionary computing based, in which various types of technologies come into picture: PSO, particle swarm optimization, genetic algorithm, clustering, ant colony, support vector machine. It may use machine learning, that is deep learning model, neural network, fuzzy logic. Then it can also be hybrid system, which include neurofuzzy, genetic fuzzy, and multiple number of technologies they can use. So in this intelligent healthcare tools, multiple number of devices are available. For example, the first tool is known as brain computer interface. So this brain computer interface is an intelligent hardware which acquire the data from the scalp of the person, and these data of scalp of brain is basically known as EEG, electroencephalogram. It can these devices can analyze data and convert these signals into such a form so that it can produce some control action in order to control some healthcare devices. For example, if there is a paralyzed person, he is not able to walk, so by his brain signal he can command to this wheelchair so that it will run according to its command. If a person does not having his arm, so this arm can be regulated, or it can be controlled based on these EEG signals. What are the different components of brain computer interface? There are multiple number of components that are integrated in brain computer interface. The first one is data acquisition, pre-processing, then feature extraction, classification, and there is a feedback section. All these components are integrated in a brain computer interface devices. So using these EEG signals which we can acquire from the scalp of a human brain, we can either detect a loss of alertness of a person or loss of function. We can also identify the status. We can identify sleep disorder, tumors, epileptic seizures, and multiple number of things. Now, the other healthcare device is known as robotic systems. So nowadays, the latest technology that surgeons are using to do surgery is the surgical robots, right? So what are the objective of this robotic system? The objective of this robotic system in healthcare is to relieve the medical officials from their regular task so that they can focus on some more crucial conditions of a patient. And the second objective is the medical procedures, to make the medical procedures safer, effective, and less costly. And the third objective may be perform complicated surgeries in tiny places of the body, right? So now what are the advantages of this surgical robot? The major advantage is to support the surgeon in improving safety while doing surgery and make the entire procedure more efficient and cost effective. So nowadays we have seen that in the COVID situation, you have seen these types of robots. So these types of robots are basically facilitating the healthcare professionals in order to maintain the safety. They are basically providing the sanitizers to the patients or their relatives coming to the hospitals, right? So these robots comes under healthcare robotic thing only. So now coming on to my research, which I did recently, which is nothing but a remote health monitoring system. So in this remote health monitoring system thing, what we have done, basically, if we see, there are multiple number of places where internet capability is not available. For example, if we think about the Siachen glacier, there is no internet facility, and it may happen that some avalanche may happen and these soldiers may buried inside that particular ice. So what we can do, we can design some wearable devices. We can design some wearable devices which can monitor the data and send the data to a remote location using some another technology, which is not an internet technology, but the technology can provide a range of multiple kilometers. So we have used LoRaWAN technology for sending that data to about 20 kilometers far, where the internet facility is present, and from there that data will be sent to the cloud. The data will be sent to the cloud for further processing, and from cloud we can detect that what is the health status of that particular soldier, and if he is buried inside that particular elsewhere journal, and we have also filed a patent for this. So I can show the hardware that we have designed. This is the hardware which can be fitted into the because time is very less. So thank you. That's all from my side. If anyone wants to ask any question, they can proceed.
I have query, sir. A simple small query. I
Yeah.
would like to ask what will be the best option for device connectivity? It means if we plan any IoT, it should be wired, Wi-Fi, radio, or cellular. Which one will be the best option?
Best option is means we can choose wireless connectivity, ma'am, because nowadays those wireless modules are very cheap. So those wireless modules can be connected to the internet at any place. Means suppose you are standing in a railway station, so you can connect that wireless device with the Wi-Fi, which is a Wi-Fi access point, which is connected to that railway station. So I think from my perspective that wireless connectivity thing is very suitable for to be used in these IoT based devices.
And it depends on frequency range also.
No, actually, ma'am, these wireless devices are having standard frequency range. For example, they work on a standard frequency range of 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. So readily all the Wi-Fi modules that are available in the market work in these frequency ranges also. So there is no issue of this frequency because this is a standard frequency, 2.4 gigahertz ISM band.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for the nice presentation, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. It's Rahul. It was really a wonderful session on the IoT and its connectivity, and also very effective for use in the engineering domain. So I would like to thank from all the committee member to you. So the next keynote speaker, we have a Pastor Argulas from Philippines. So sir, okay, sir is available. So sir, very good morning to you. I am Dr. Rahul. On behalf of this conference committee, I welcome you. So let I introduce our next speaker with you all. So he's Pastor Arguls. Maybe I am not pronouncing the names exactly. He is graduated from Rizal Technological University, Philippines. He has done Master of Science in Information Technology and also major in technology education as a Doctor of Philosophy from the same Rizal Technological University, Philippines. He is having a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from University of Batangas, Philippines. Uh, and he's having 22 years experience as a university college professor, and he is associated with many organizations like Philippines Computer Society and Computer Society of the Philippines, City Information and Communication Technology Council, and etc. So from the this conference team, I welcome our next speaker, Dr. Pastor, to convey his sincere gratitude towards him, and we are welcoming you to present your session.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Of course, to all my colleagues from the Philippines and different part of the world. Okay, so this afternoon I am going to present to you about a soft computing and then an object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. So I would like to share with you my presentation. So I will share it. Let me just present it. I'll wait for a while. Do you see it now? May I ask everyone? Anyone?
Yes, sir. We can
Okay.
see your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, so again, I am Professor Pastor Arguelles Jr. from the Philippines. Okay, the outline of my presentation has only two major points. No, these are the software development process on the soft computing, and also the research work or the output of it would be the object detecting using the CCTV or using artificial intelligence system. So what is all about a software development process or in a soft computing. So let me just have a little background on how it is it's working. Of course, for those who are not into software development or software engineering or application development. So this is just a matter of providing you a background on it. Well, a soft computing, it is just something to resolve on the issues that involve, of course, unsure, imprecise, approximate solutions of any particular information system problem. So these are issues or sorts of issues that are actually measurable in terms of real life situations whenever a human like intelligence is needed to resolve it. So that's about a soft computing, and it is just a very significant to software development because a software development, it is a process on how this soft computing will be done, and it requires, of course, different software model or development life cycle or a kind of framework that will be used in terms of developing any type of information solutions or systems. So what is definitely things that are in line with this particular activity, and of course, these are identification in terms of on how it's going to be identified, the needs of a particular solution. And it involves, of course, one of the parts of the life cycle model would be the planning, of course, the designing, the coding, testing, documentation of it, and of course, the maintenance and the deployment. And then it needs and requires, of course, different business processes and data modeling. And this particular approach is actually working on the different orders to devote the stages in documenting and produce the each stage of software development as particular to soft computing also may vary. And these are significant things. There are some significant advantages and disadvantages to these different methodologies. And later on, I will be showing you some of the major life cycle models that are actually being used nowadays. And one of those is the agile development. No, so this agile development has something to do with different stages like in planning, collaborate, deliver, and this is very important and one of the methodologies that is actually being used nowadays. Why? Because it is.
Sir, presentation not continue. Presentation one presentation stay.
I'm sorry.
Screen one presentation.
Sir, only we can see only first slide. It's not moving now.
It's not moving. Okay.
No.
I already shared it. Okay, let me just share it again.
It's got frozen, it seems.
So you have to click on next slide while presenting your lecture.
Yeah, I am doing it. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Do you see it now, ma'am, sir?
Yeah, it's 7 slides showing.
Yeah, it's showing the 7th slide where I am. Okay, I think I would not going. I'm not going to. Okay, is this okay with you if I'm going to make it in this way? You see that it's
You just
Yeah,
go on.
yes,
Just
yes,
go
sir.
on.
That is okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And my apology for that inconvenience. Okay, so let me just have with you and continue the presentation on agile development. And of course, this is one of the, as I mentioned, significant methodology that is actually used even in the industry. So it plans, it collaborates, and it delivers. So the benefit of agile actually is that it allows software to be released in iterations, and iterative releases improve efficiency of allowing different actually teams to find the fixed defects and line expectations too early on. And of course, this is it actually relies on a real-time communication. So the user's lack of the documentation should be able to get up to speed, and it needs basically a highly competitive and highly capable software engineer for that matter. Another thing is the DevOps. So it improves actually time to market. It is a methodology that actually lowering the failure rate of new releases of the project or information system, that shortening the lead time between fixes and minimizing disruptions with reliability or even maximizing the reliability. So it benefits actually by significantly reducing the particular time to market by improving customer satisfaction, product quality, and employee productivity and efficiency. And next would be the waterfall development method. It is a very traditional methodology, but now in this modern technology or trend in information system solutions, it is now being used again. No, and waterfall it is actually a rigid linear model that consists a sequential phases or requirements, design, implementation, and verification and maintenance, wherein you cannot go down to each to the next particular stage without completing the previous stage 100% requirement. So this is very tedious in terms of following and doing the process. Next would be the rapid application development. Just what agile development, it is the same thing as this is just all. This is also a way on how you could be able to make the process fast. That's why it is a fast-paced and constantly changing market. And the ability to quickly adjust is what allows such as, of course, the low investment cost. And it requires four phases also: the planning, the user design, the construction, the cutover. And of course, the rapid application development is most effective for projects as well as define business objective. And only the disadvantage of it would be is actually uh, it needs highly skilled developers and users who are deeply knowledgeable about application area or development. So most likely it needs of course a certified individual who are capable of doing such particular project. Now let's proceed to uh, the project itself, no, by implementing the software development process and the soft computing approach. And basically, this object detecting using CCTV, using artificial intelligence system, has of course a variety of or we use an algorithm in order for this to be implemented or developed. And one particular approach or process is using the IPO, wherein this input in this particular uh, process or activity, the researchers use the camera here to be connected or to be connected with the to a Raspberry Pi with the video footage acting to the inputs to the system. And the device is then placed at the, that is, I'm talking about the input, and it is placed at the entrance of the establishments that provides a clear and unobstructed view of approaching vehicles. And this is important since the camera module has actually no autofocus capability. And the standard 5 volts, 2.5 amperes micro USB power supply is used to power the Raspberry Pi. Now, how the process works here? The gathered footage of the camera will then be sent to the main server through a local network or local area network, LAN. So the main server will then run the license plate of the vehicle in terms of detection model on the video footage, which will check the license plates in its frame. And after processing it, the detected license plate is segmented and processed by the optical character recognition model. So there is a GUI or graphic user interface that displays the license plate number of a car or a vehicle, the date, the time where the license plate is scanned, and every scanned license plate will determine if the cars are registered in the establishment, and that's very significant. So the output will be, there are two outputs, if you can see, the red and the green. So the footage of the camera will be streamed to the personal computer wherein the license plate detection process will run. Once a license plate is detected, it will determine if they are registered or not. And definitely, the other output wherein the system will give notification to the security officers or personnel using the LED indicator that significantly either B color of green that indicates if the detected license plate is registered, or color red that indicates if the license plate is not registered. So this is a use here, or rather the project team use agile software development approach that I have mentioned previously in this slide or presentation. So this provides the flexibility needed to actually complete the software, since some development stages like huge amount of time, such as training the model, and in addition to that, it also use Kanban board to keep track of the progress of the project. Next slide is, as I mentioned, we use this process of centroid tracking algorithm. So the centroid tracking algorithm works by registering the detected bounding boxes for an object to a list of assigning unique identification number to them. Another it keeps of registered bounding boxes that are actually not detected in the current frame. Now, the researchers or developers use the dictionary data structure using Python programming language to accomplish this. And also, it can also be done using the data structures and algorithm model. So the state of the registered bounding, the bounding box here would be updated when a frame is actually processed. If a bounding box is not updated in the next frame, it actually counter or it counts in the list of disappeared frames, and it increase after set the amount of frames, and basically it is removed from the list and it's being deregistered. So that's exactly how the process of the centroid tracking algorithm works. Now, the system configuration of the Smallcom ALPR system works in terms of uh, what you call this one, availability. In terms of use of ALPR technology is not yet widely implemented in the Philippines. Why? However, because it is not available yet, and however, some companies provide ALPR services but still require a quotation for their pricing. And one of them is this Marcom, a Korean-based company that also has branch that significantly provides some products or services like that here in the Philippines, that specializes in developing, manufacturing electronic-based devices. And also, this particular system is can be used such as in a car park application, even at the hospitals, even in other commercial buildings, or even in the shopping malls. Now, in terms of setup of the camera video, no, for recording and detection, as we can see here in this slide, this is particularly works on how the Raspberry Pi cameras is built in, and then the LED bulb on the barrier of the entrance gate of any particular university or establishment. Can be a mall, as I mentioned, and even the server location here is located here on the guardhouse. So this is just a setup whenever it is going to be implemented, and the implementation of the design of the prototype, no. So as I stated, so it has two major lights that can be considered, the red and the green. Now, as far as the evaluation of this particular technology is concerned, the precision of the license plate recognition model, it is considered by having the license plate detection that is composed of precision and intersection over union. So it has the average prediction of 99.89%. The precision is 99%, and the intersection over union is 85.54%. So this table shows that the total detection counts or number of images detected during this particular training or testing, the total count is 1,007. And the average precision of the license plate detection is 99.89%, which means that the license detection is actually highly reliable. So I think this particular technology or engineering or innovation, that would might say that innovation for those organizations that would like to have their establishments be secured and be automated in terms of detecting the registered vehicle or not, or registered vehicle or not registered vehicle. So for that, I would like to say thank you, and thank you for the opportunity, and have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. If anybody has any query, we want to ask to Dean, sir. Okay, if nobody have any query, then we have our next speaker, Dr. Mothmina. Dr. Single, sir. Or Lakshmi, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, Dr. Mothmina has completed her presentation, or she
I
is
think
still.
yesterday she had presented. I had not
Okay,
attended completely, but I feel means if she's here and we can ask her.
okay,
And
okay, okay, okay.
Sunil sir is also there.
Mothmina, ma'am, are you here?
Uh, she's not available. She had
Okay,
presented, as I remember.
okay, okay, okay. So we have a next Justin Kenneth. Justin, are you here, Justin?
Hello, good afternoon. I already delivered my keynote speech yesterday. Yes. However, I still have to present a paper later.
Okay, 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 okay. So the next is Dr. Iman Alam. Are you here, Dr. Iman? Okay, I think Dr. Iman is also not with us. So next we have Miss Corina. Corina Sasdea. Corina, ma'am, are you here? This video. Okay, okay. Welcome,
Yes, yes,
Corina.
I am here.
Welcome, Corina,
I'm
ma'am.
waiting
Welcome.
for 4 hours now. Good
Okay.
morning from Romania. Nice to be here with you today. I want to present my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Let I introduce Corina ma'am to all of us. Corina ma'am is living in USA, Romania. She is a school teacher and a member of a community enterprise and women development organization since last 1 year. Uh, uh, she always supports this community enterprise women development organization and contribute in its activities. And she is post high school teachers diplomas and experience to teach. Psychonas, Vaslui, Romania. She studied Romanian mathematics, science, history, geography, and many others. So, on the behalf of our organizing team, I welcome Corina ma'am to this conference, and let us begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. May you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am. We can see.
Okay. We are talking today about next generation education, technology for science and engineering. An interesting conference. I am sorry that I could be not here yesterday, but I am here today, and I would like to present my work. There are three dimensions of science learning. Students pursuing their studies in technology related fields such as engineering, computer science, or information systems have a bright and exciting future ahead. The growth of the new technologies such as robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science is allowing the teach sector to become even more immersive and innovative nowadays. As technology gradually became an integral part of multiple industries, from retail to healthcare, and even food and beverage, more and more technology innovators are needed to come up with solutions to problems that are becoming increasingly complex. The world is also becoming more interconnected, and in the real working world, people need to collaborate with each other and work in multidisciplinary settings. That's why universities today are offering more opportunities for students to develop soft skills such as innovative thinking, collaboration, creativity, flexibility, empathy, and adaptability so they can thrive in the future working world. It's not longer the case that people should fit into their own neat little boxes. Students in STEAM fields are being actively encouraged to learn from humanities and art subjects where they can learn how to think creatively, improve communication skills, and become well rounded individuals. Within the next generation science standards, there are three distinct and equally important dimensions to learning science. These dimensions are combined to form each standard or performance expectation, and each dimension work with the other two to help students build a cohesive and understanding of science over time. Cross-cutting concepts help students explore connection across the four domains of science, including physical science, life science, earth and space science, and of course, engineering design. When these concepts, such as cause and effect, are made explicit for students, they can help students develop a coherent and scientifically based view of the world around them. Science and engineering practices describe what scientists do to investigate the natural world and what engineers do to design and build systems. The practices better explain and extend what is meant to by inquire in science and the range of cognitive, social, and physical practices that it requires. Students engage in practices to build, deepen in, and apply their knowledge of core ideas and cross-cutting concepts. Disciplinary core ideas are the key ideas in science that have broad importance within or across multiple science or engineering disciplines. These core ideas build on each other as students progress through grade levels and are grouped into the following four domains: physical science, life science, earth and space science, and of course engineering. The National Research Council's framework describes a vision of what it means to be proficient in science. It rests on a view of science as both a body of knowledge and, of course, an evidence-based model and theory building enterprise that continually um, extends, refines, and reviews knowledge. It presents three dimensions that will be combined to form each standard. And I will talk about dimension number one, practices, behaviors that scientists engage in as they investigate and build models and theories about the natural world, and the case set of engineering practices that engineers use as they design and build models and systems. The NIRC used the term practices instead of term like skills to emphasize that engaging in scientific investigation require not only skills but also knowledge that is specific to each practice. A part of NRC intent is to better explain and extend what is meant by care in science and the range of cognitive, social, and physical practices that it requires. Although engineering design is similar to scientific inquiry, there are significant differences. For example, scientific inquiry involves the formulation of a question that can be answered through investigation, while engineering design involves the formulation of a problem that can be solved through design. Strengthening the engineering aspect of the next generation science standards will clarify for students the relevance of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the four STEM fields, to everyday life. Number two, cross-cutting concepts have application across all domains of science. As such, they are a way of linking the different domains of science. They include patterns, similarity, and diversity, cause and effect, scale, proportion, and quantity, systems and system models, energy and matter, structure and function, stability and change. The framework emphasizes that these concepts need to be made explicit for students because they provide an organizational schema for interrelating knowledge from various science fields into the coherent and scientifically based view of the world. Disciplinary core ideas have the power to focus K-12 science curriculum, instruction, and assessment on the most important aspect of science. To be considered core, the ideas should meet at least two of the following criteria, and ideally for all four. And the criteria are: have broad importance across multiple science or engineering disciplines, or be a key organizing concept of a single discipline. Provide a key tool for understanding or investigating more complex ideas and solving problems. Relate to the interests and life experiences of students, or be connected to societal or personal concern that require scientific or technological knowledge. Be teachable and learnable over multiple grades at increasing levels of depth and sophistication. Conclusion: an evolving understanding of how best to teach science represents a significant transition in the way science is currently taught in most classrooms, and will require most science teachers to alter the way they teach. Closing the gap between the new way of teaching science and current instruction in many schools will require attending to individual teachers' learning needs, as well as to the larger system of practices and policies, such as allocation of resources, use of time, and provision of opportunities for collaboration that shape how science is taught. Recommendation: create, evaluate, and reviews policies and practices that encourage teachers to engage in professional learning related to science. Thank you very much. This was my presentation.
Thank you, Corina ma'am. It was a nice presentation, and sorry you are waiting for a long period. But
It's
since
okay.
there was a schedule and we are following the short schedule, so is there any keynote speaker who is still left to present? Is there any keynote? I think all our keynotes has been completed and
We are
finished.
the next again.
So so
Lady.
so we are moving towards the paper presentation part. So we have a present paper from a Nidhi ma'am and a Corina ma'am along with a Yogesh sir. So I invite Nidhi ma'am and Corina ma'am. You please start your presentation, and then we will move towards the schedule. Okay. So welcome Nidhi ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rahul sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Is
So
my
there is one request that I have pasted the feedback link for this conference in the chat box, and I will accept the response once after this conference, this paper presentation is finished. So please be ready, and all are requested to fill that feedback also.
Namaskar, everyone. We group of researchers, Mr. Yogesh Sunavne, Ms. Corina, Ms. Aisha Siddiqui, and Ms. Manisha Savle. Uh, we have implemented the usage of cloud technology, Google Earth education tools in teaching and learning using STEAM approach in project-based learning for teachers and students. And we are highly obliged and grateful to IEEE, to MIT, for giving us this opportunity to present our paper on STEAM approach of using Google Earth tools in teaching and training. So Google Earth is a cloud-based tool which is used to make effective 3D presentations using satellite imagery. To review the effectiveness of STEAM approach and coding using Google Earth tools, we have organized multiple workshops for teachers and students all over the world and collected data and analyzed this to reach conclusion. You all must have heard the starfish story, like one boy is saving life of each starfish. Yes, we all are making small change by implementing STEAM in our curriculum and using coding as a recent technology. Google Earth tools are very simple to use for students and they are free of cost. You just need a Chrome browser to open the Google Earth and you enter any location, it will take you to that particular coordinate and you can make place-based and situation-based learning and presentation in your curriculum and attach it with your topic that you're teaching. Now, Google Earth tools, they fulfills the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 for inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. This tool also promotes the usage of local language according to the new national education policy. We know Article 21A gives right to education. It also promotes 21st century skills. These are communication, collaboration, critical thinking in students, and competency-based learning. This is also a Pragat Shakshnik Maharashtra initiative by Maharashtra state government towards educationally and progressive Maharashtra. And here when we implemented, we have motivated educators, we have motivated students to make innovative projects-based learning in education. So using the qualitative and quantitative data collection, This paper examines whether or not the implementation of Google Earth tools resulted in gaining of these competencies in teachers and students. Pre and post tests were done to evaluate the effectiveness of Google Earth using the STEAM approach for teachers and students. So collected data of various training of these workshops, and the data was analyzed by all the researchers and authors of this paper. So this showed an increased improvement. Now talking about the objectives. The objective was to give experience of using Google Earth tools for educators and students. We also enabled them to understand the spatial and temporal subjects after the Google Earth session. We were also able to compare the old and new methods of project making. We evaluated the participants' perception about the Google Earth tool. We also created awareness among the stakeholders. Now, talking about the implementation part, I will request Mr. Yogesh sir to talk about the implementation part.
Thank you, Nidhi ma'am. Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries. Myself, Yogesh Sonone, senior lecturer from Diet Nasik, Maharashtra. To make successful for this project, we made a webinar link. We actually given training to teachers, students, and stakeholders. For our training, it was district training, state training, and international training was a part. And for this part, total 9,034 teachers and 2,200 students were joined. There were total 5 teacher educators were selected for this project. 3 teacher educators from India, Nasik, Pune, and Mumbai. 1 teacher educators was selected, the techno savvy man, Miss Corina Suzde, and 1 teacher educator was from Bangladesh, that is Aisha Siddika. We got lots of and tremendous support from our teachers, students, and our administrations, because without their help, without their support, without the support of our government, we couldn't finish that project. In the same way, we also got support from our stakeholders. While doing this project, we encouraged and inspired our teachers and students to make various Google Earth map, how to use Google Earth tools, how to generate our emails, how to save our forms, how to save our projects, and how to collaborate our project with various subjects, that is arts, science, technical issues, engineering issues. So in the same way, we saved our project with Google Drive. At the same time, we also use the Google Voyager and Google Creation tools to explain, to make the concept of Google Earth tools clear to our students. When our teachers and students got and learned Google Earth tools, they found the 21st century various skills like telecollaboration, like communication, like peer learning, and now they are starting to communicate with themselves and they are making their projects. Thank you. Now, next, our co-author Aisha Siddika will share her experience.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here, and Google Art Tools is a wonderful um, things. And me and my students have learned a lot, and we have a wonderful journey with it. By using these tools, I have shown my students a lot of place, and they have learned a lot by using these things. And we have learned some science tools too. So it's amazing things, and very thanks to Yogesh sir and Nidhi ma'am too for joining me and for allowing me to do work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Corina to share her success story.
Okay, I want to talk to say just a few words about Google Earth. I want to invite you to bring the world inside your classroom. In our modern, globally interconnected society, it is more important than ever that we understand the world around us. Google Earth and Google's mapping tools aren't just about geography. Place is universal, spanning disciplines, cultures, and nature, connecting us all to the surrounding world. With Google Earth and mapping tools, you can learn about diversity across biomes and cities, measure how a river has changed shape over time, or create a project highlighting architectural styles across the ages. Using Google Earths and maps in classroom can help visualize abstract concepts across a global canvas, allowing students to connect what they learn inside to what they experience in their daily lives, community, and to the larger world. And I want to invite Nidimam to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corina ma'am. And I would like to share the success story of my students, Swara and Ishan. They were not interested in traditional project making activities, but when I introduced the Google Earth tools in my classroom, and they started showing interest in subjects like history and science, and also the grades were also increased. Also, I would like to share success stories. She is Rani Ranbawle from Nashik. She lives in slum area, and she, when the Google Earth tools were introduced, she started showing interest and more affinity towards education. She wished to become a teacher. Now I request Manisha ma'am, who will be talking about the flag bearer of the change.
Thanks, Nidhi ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Hello friends, myself Manisha. As we all know, teachers and students are the prime flag bearers of the change as they build foundation for development of a country. We carried out a Google Earth tool projects in which precisely 2,200 students and 934 teachers took part. Teachers lended hand for 700 projects and also students played a crucial role for 4,834 projects. Government and non-government schools from Pune, Nasik, Mumbai, Romania, Bangladesh and throughout world actively participated in these Google Earth tool projects. Thanks Nidhi ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I would like to share the graph. We collected the data and we analyzed it after pre and post survey was done. So we found out the participants' response to the feedback link and the students and teachers rating of the Google Earth project. So here you can see how they have rated the Google Earth. In the next slide, you will see the students and teachers' perception about the Google Earth Tools project. So the sense of accomplishment for teachers was 81% and for students 79%. In the next graph, you will see the students and teachers' competencies about the Google Earth project. So we could see they could save the project and they could label the data. So 84% could label the data and 73% of the students could label the data. And using of the other online apps, 75% of the teachers, they showed that their competencies. Also, it was a quietly successful initiative taken by the team. Now I request Yogesh sir to talk about the conclusion part.
Thank you, Nidhi ma'am. Friends, when we complete this project, we got some major conclusions. The first conclusion was the work of researchers reflected into overall awareness about Google Earth tools in all stakeholders. Participants faced different issues that forbid them to access technology, stable internet connection. To access such issues, a more humanitarian and technological approach needs to be adopted by the schooling system. The mindset of stakeholders from field system was changed positively, that we could bring lots of people in engagement of innovative project making. Our stakeholders got actively and continuous participation in this project. There were some inferences also there. If the system is willing to make changes, it can do so even without any extra financial investment. Administration needs to find best practices, promote them, and make them universal in the system. Motivation and appreciation are great tools to promote best practices. Google Earth tool is great innovation, but if the system starts tracking innovative projects for school children, we can achieve the target of 100% quality education. Google Earth tools has global implication. It can prove useful in any context where there is the issue of innovative projects in education. Next. So friends, this was our presentation. We all the team, myself, Nidhi, Manisha, Aisha, and Corina, we are thankful for respected Pramod ji, the dignitaries from IEEE, Institute of Technical Education, and all their supported staff for giving us a chance to present ourselves here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to close this presentation by thanking Rahul ji, Pramod ji for, we troubled you a lot, but thank you so much for allowing us to give our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Nidhi ma'am, Corina ma'am and team for this great presentation. Now we have our two speakers still left. Shehnaz ma'am, are you here? Shehnaz ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Shehnaz ma'am. So please start your presentation. And we have one more person, Dr. Imam. So Dr. Imam, you will ready just after the Shehnaz ma'am. So right now the Shehnaz ma'am will present her work.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity. Let me share my presentation. Hope the file is visible to all of you, right? Hello?
Yes. Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Actually, I will share about research and innovation to ensure women empowerment. And this is just a brief bio. I have been appointed as 2021 chair IEEE Signal Processing Society, Women in Signal Processing, for 10 IEEE regions. And I had been working around more than 20 years and did my PhD from Concordia University, Canada. I was the founder, Women in Engineering Chair of Bangladesh, and I have served as a Women in Engineering Chair of the whole Asia Pacific. And currently I'm serving as a chair of IEEE Bangladesh section, the first female chair in its 27 years history. By profession, I'm a professor in the Department of IEEE Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET. That is the highest ranked engineering university in the country. And I'm the founder of 4 technical society chapters in this section, like Robotics and Automation, Signal Processing Society, Industrial Applications Society, Society on Social Implications and Technology. I fervently request you to visit my Google Scholar citation to see that how even during the pandemic in 2020, I, along with my students, worked very hard to overcome the limitations of funding, limitations of computing facility, limitations of research students. But still, in 2020, our papers are cited more than 2029. And one of my papers have been cited by 322 times. It's a great encouragement for all my students despite many limitations, and also for I encourage younger generation not to feel discouraged and find avenues for collaboration. And for collaboration, I always depend on power of networking. These are the two pictures that are human chain that were led by me. Power and Energy Society Day celebration, usually in April, and another in IEEE Day celebration by Women in Engineering Affinity Group in October. And this is a human chain of students, industry expert, executive committee members. And in all research, I always try to target United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is very important. And this is the paper, denoising ECG signals based on noise reduction algorithms in EMD and wavelet domains, that have been cited 322 times. And that is another paper published in IEEE Transaction. It is another paper published in IEEE Transaction and cited by many. What is important here, those were in biomedical domain, and this was in signal processing domain. It is also signal processing domain. All the work has applications related to real life examples. And here we are handling an abnormality detection from musculoskeletal radiographs, and for which we are using a deep neural network that is called capsule network, and that is outperforming the other conventional DNN or CNN. And this work has been performed by my undergraduate thesis students, and it has been published in IEEE Access with impact factor more than 4. And that's a good example that how undergrad thesis student can do. And especially for our women, many of us are suffering from skin cancer, but we really don't feel to diagnose it. And usually our doctors do it by visual observation. And you look at these color images, these are affected areas and not affected areas, and we can apply deep learning techniques to easily segment those and find the region of interest and tell what type of cancer it is. This will help our doctors to diagnose our women very quickly in a faster way, in an accurate way. And I was also doing tuberculosis detection from chest radiographs to help the doctors using deep learning network model like DenseNet, ResNet, Inception V3. And when COVID came, I started doing research with COVID-19 positive and 19 detection from Check60 image using this deep neural network model. Also, we are using CT scan, also using ultrasound images, and that has opened up very new opportunity to think about how X-ray image can be employed or used to detect whether it is a normal image, whether it's a pneumonia, whether it is a COVID-19. It also have opened up new opportunity to decide which imaging technique is the best to detect the COVID, whether it is X-ray, whether it is CT, or it is ultrasound. This is an emerging way, and let me tell you, I always connect my research to the rural community, and for blood glucose estimation, a lot of people are really needed, but our methods are invasive. We have developed this non-invasive technique, and it is also portable and wearable and cost-effective. And also look at this bilirubin level quantification and jaundice detection by scalar image processing. Our normal methods are invasive, but we have developed this structure for non-invasive. Both the cases, it can open up very new opportunities for social entrepreneurship, because no matter whether it is Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, any part of the world, it can be scalable. That is important. And now it is locked down, and you think about the senior citizen who cannot go to the doctor. This is a wrist card PPG sensor-based wearable device for low-cost personalized cardio health care. And also think about an analog stetophone. And this is a stetophone, and that is a digital stetho for low-cost digital stethoscope for remote personalized healthcare. And think about an cost of a wheelchair, more than $2,000 US dollar. But think about this wheelchair that we have developed and modified, that is low cost smart electric wheelchair with destination mapping intelligent control features. And think about our senior citizen and elderly people. They usually fall down in the washroom or kitchen. We have developed the smart hat, smooth and safe and smooth walking assistant for elderly people. And think about mass vaccination. And because we have a Rohingya community which is very restricted, but we don't have enough expert nurses and technicians to do mass vaccination. It is an automatic heart rate monitoring and injection device that takes the feedback of the feedback about the position of the vein and change the angle of the injection device and push it accordingly to avoid injuries. And think about, I showed you a wheelchair that is an intelligent control. That means that can be controlled by your hand, by your eye gaze, and by your voice. But think about a person who does not have blind, he is blind, she is blind, he or she cannot speak, even he does not have a hand. But what happens if, but she has or he has brain? So that why low cost brain signal electroencephalogram, EEG, electroencephalogram based electrical wheelchair with advanced control features, And I also work with the blind people. So this is a text to braille scanner with ultra low cost refreshable braille display. Also, I have a work experience with the deaf and dumb community. This is the sign language in Bangla, because I speak Bangla, right? And we have created this image database for Bengali Sign Language. And using this image database, using deep learning, which is in 19, we have recognized the alphabet for the deaf and dumb community. I have a dream to create an interface so that our students, whether it is male or female, can come to our universities and can actually order a book in the library using Bangla Sign Language, and also can order a food in the canteen like you are normal people. And now this COVID-19, if you cannot do it for the community, at least we can do some small thing like developing automatic hand sanitizer. We can give online training to our young students who are living far from us, and we can help this small innovation. It's not small, it has high impact. So that this automatic hand sanitizer can be deployed to the rural community where they do not have soap, and many of them do not maintain hygiene. And there are many other ways of handling COVID-19 by technology that I'm inspiring my students, like making affordable portable ventilators and personal protection equipment, making masks and gauze for the community, and creating a medical software so that it can support the suspected patients and provide preliminary health services, and carrying out research related to COVID-19 and publish results in first-track IEEE publications. A simple WhatsApp robotic bot to remind people to wash their hands around 9 or regularly. So these are different ideas that we can inspire our community to use or handle COVID-19, because we don't know when COVID-19 will be over. So let us continue this this effort to inspire the community around us so that we can handle COVID using technology. So since I serve as a chair of Women in Signal Processing, I request you to visit Women in Signal Processing website. And if you're interested, join, because there is a database. You have to put your name and information there so that you can be part of the Women in Signal Processing. And we are running a progress workshop to include underprivileged community and mentor them so that they take the academic career in signal processing. And let me tell you about IEEE Signal Processing Society Speak Up competition. There was a topic in 2020, unsupervised abnormality detection by using intelligent and heterogeneous autonomous system. I participated in this competition as a supervisor along with my students, and my team has ranked fourth in the whole world. It's a great honor. And for another flagship is IEEE Video Image Processing competition. The topic was real-time vehicle detection and tracking at junction using a fisheye camera, and my team was ranked fifth in the VI pickup competition. So no matter, it's not important to win prizes. It's important to know such a challenging topic, learn to handle those problems and do some publications and create impact in the community. And this is winter school. I led in for multimodal signal processing. I was the founder of a signal processing conference called SpeaksCon, also BasicCon, a medicine and biology related conference. And I'm also serving as the Asia Pacific IEEE Power and Energy Society Women in Power representative for the whole Asia Pacific. Please visit our website. And if you want to be part of a member of PS Women in Power, please join Women in Power, because in the website there is a database. You have to put your information. And we need to know what are the factors that control the future trends in power and energy storage, integration of renewables, which are very important, distributed generation and hybrid model of grid, data-driven technology, and cybersecurity. I really am interested in the third topic. And we did many big events like promoting women engineers around the world for green future and for women in power to enhance the future for a sustainable development goals. And we did the IEEE Power and Energy Society Women in Power Congress for the first time for 28 countries. More than 184 participants joined and shared how really they are handling this COVID-19 and how they are doing their academic and research and industrial activity. And we did also Women in Engineering Tech Summit, 9 countries, speaker and participant from 110 participants, because we wanted to explore the challenges, opportunities, solutions for women in engineering during COVID-19. And also we did Women in Engineering and We Power track in IEEE Region 10 flagship conference 10 in 2020, where speaker and participants were 65 from 11 countries. It was when everything was locked down in the June, in the month of June, and people were so frustrated because of the COVID affected the whole world. At the time, this is the first conference in the whole Asia Pacific that went virtual, and I was the general chair for that conference. I really inspired my team so that we can work harder to inspire the researchers and for timely dissemination of research outcome to the community to get them engaged. And also I inspire you to involve in humanitarian activities like how you can deploy a solar panel to the poor schools, for the community clinic, like that. I did a lot of webinars for those member engagement during COVID-19. And also it is important to know how we can do meaningful research during COVID-19, how power and energy sector can handle COVID-19 crisis, and many other things, and how our women are coping themselves in India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Australia, China, that how our women are coping themselves, how we can engage more women in the power and energy in such a situation. And we don't forget to celebrate International Women's Day gathering and Women in Engineering Day gathering. Our International Women's Day celebration, March 8 is coming. I'm the general chair of a conference, women conference for multifaceted research. I will share the information with Dr. Pramod so that he can share it with you. I really welcome you to join that conference. And also on March 8, we are also doing the first Women in International Women's Day celebration from the IEEE Signal Processing Society. We will be inviting a world-class researcher and innovator, Professor Karen Panetta, and we are doing a World Bank project to inspire more women to be engaged in the power and energy society, and that is called We Power. Actually, we are focusing in Bangladesh, India, and Sri Lanka. If you are interested, please let us know. And this is under 4 pillars: STEM education, professional development, recruitment of women in the power energy, and retention of women in the power energy. We did a lot of programs in the schools and college. We did industrial tours. We did a lot of women in power track in international conferences. And also there are fire hazards in our countries, and we cannot buy instrument always from outside. It is important for us to train our women how to create or build a smoke detector and other things. And we did a big Women in Engineering Power track in IEEE Week on EC 2019 in Bangalore. And apart from that, we do many other conferences, congresses, and seminars. First Women in Power Conference, IEEE Women in Engineering Leadership Summit is very important in different parts like Australia, Indonesia, Uttar Pradesh, New Delhi, Kerala, Malaysia, Goa, Sri Lanka. This is very important to connect with all women you know and share your experience, share your technical expertise so that they feel confident and they become more competent to handle them in this male-dominated engineering profession. Another Women of Wisdom talk series we started from Kerala, India, and we did it in Australia. Now we want to do it from all over the world, whoever wants to do. So we can give you a speaker bureau, a pool of speakers that, and we can collaborate with each other so that we can empower each other. We can listen to the stories of each other. And also we did IEEE's Women in Power Summit in IEEE Week on ECE. And, you know, it was a great thing to listen to the presentation of the young students related to power and energy. And our industry expert have suggested them what are the problems they can handle and how they can improve their projects so that it can be transformed into product. It is very important to empower women, empower our women as a social entrepreneurs. And since I was a founder of Robotics and Automation Society, and we did this international meetup of robotics and automation enthusiasts, where actually we inspired women in robotics, but there are many robotics enthusiasts from Indonesia, Pakistan, India, and Japan. And we actually launched an idea that how we will train our student to build a disinfection robot so that they can feel that even they are in lockdown and they're doing online education, but they are utilizing their undergraduate education just to do something for their community in such a crisis. Then when they will come up, they will deploy such disinfection robots to their community. And also we are talking with city mayor, and so that we can deploy it to the public places, which is very important. Then our engineers, scientists, and technologists will see that their products are being used in the community. That will be a very good and fulfilling and satisfaction for all of us. And we need to know what are the social implications of sustainable technology. That's why I led a symposium And also it is important to collaborate with the industry, so that the industry gives us a problem, and our academicians and students, we can work together to solve those problems, so that there is a real industry academia collaboration. And also we did a women to women empowerment challenge, where we have requested every woman in the comp challenge to find one problem of women and provide technological solutions to solve it. We have connected them with the entrepreneurs, industry experts, sponsors, so that they can transform their idea into product, and they can launch themselves as a digital women social entrepreneurship in future. I did many Region 10 flagship conference, like Region 10 HTC, Humanitarian Technology Conference, where I was the general co-chair. And also in the Region 10 HTC in Indonesia, I trained our women that how we can advance sustainable green technologies for humanity. And also I work with SSIT, Societal Social Implications on Technology, and ran a panel with a flagship conference of SSIT, where we collaborated with the people from Africa, Australia, and USA, so that I can know their best practices and deploy them into our community. Also, I ran a IEEE Women in Engineering panel in Global Humanitarian Technology Conference, where I collaborated with the women from USA, California, Kansas, New York, Region 7, and that means Canada, and Region 9, and that means South America, so that we can know also their best practices and deploy them in our subcontinent. And I was a founder of first Women in Engineering conference in the area of electrical and computer engineering. In 2015, it was launched in Dhaka. Then we are collaborated with Wiconisi 2016 between Bangladesh and Pune section, and then between Bangladesh and Uttar Pradesh section, and then between Bangladesh and Thailand section, and between Bangladesh and Bangalore section. And lastly, we did Wiconisi between Bangladesh and Bhubaneswar subsection. In this way, we want to, if you are interested, we want to cover the whole world and do this collaboration, so that we have a great pool of researchers, reviewers, students, industry expert, and we can inspire each other. And this is a global conference like IEEE Women in Engineering Leadership Summit. Only 10 sections get the opportunity in the whole world out of 342 sections in 160 country. Bangladesh Women in Engineering under my leadership got this opportunity. We had 300 participants from 55 speakers from 13 different countries. It was a great training for the women about nuclear energy, about signal processing, about power, about the leadership, about their work-life balance. And I have received many individual awards for my work. From 2013, a WA Professional Volunteer Award from Region 10, 2015 WA Inspiring Member Award from Global WA, 2016 MGL Leadership Award in the whole world, and 2019 Region 10 Humanitarian Activities Outstanding Volunteer Award for my humanitarian technology-based activity. This is not just an award, list of award, that's a list of commitment and hard work. And not only that, these are my individual award. I led my group to win the best Women in Engineering professional group in the Asia Pacific and also in the whole world. Not only that, the student branch Women in Engineering group, for which I was the founding advisor, became the best in the whole Asia Pacific and also became the best in the rest in the whole world. That's a great example that staying in Bangladesh, what can be done if you have a passion, and if you, and this is as a first female chair, I have received that 25 years of IEEE Bangladesh section banner from the Asia Pacific Region 10 director. And that has increased my commitment more. I work more hard and led my section to win 2018 IEEE MGA Outstanding Research Section Award among the whole world. It was a great honor, and from IEEE President, past president, future president, current regent and director, future director, I have received those awards from for my women in engineering group, from my students, from our young professional, and it has increased my commitment to work harder. And one of the examples that is most recent, because I work in engineering, medicine, biology in my research, and in 2020, IEEE EMDS Bangladesh chapter, which I am leading, is received the Regional Outstanding Chapter Award. Thanks to all the volunteers. And, you know, we did not increase only the visibility of Bangladesh. We have increased visibility of the Asia Pacific to the rest of the world, because, you know, there are only two chapters received this award, one from Latin America, another from Bangladesh. So I will request all of you to follow your passion. And this was the TENSIM 2022, first Regent and Asia Pacific Regent and flagship conference in lockdown in June. I was the general chair for it, and IEEE president was the chief guest of that event. And after that, I shared the information that how to organize an online conference. Now it became normal, but that was new normal in June. And by virtual conference organization panel, I have shared all resources to the whole Asia Pacific. And then I led International COVID-19 Congress. This is the first time in the world, and IEEE President Toshi Fukuda was the chief guest. We talked about women in engineering, young professionals, signal processing, industry application, engineering and medicine, biology, society on social implications and technology, that how these people are handling their work and how we can progress during the COVID-19. I personally request you to visit my website, www.celiashahnaj.com. And I personally urge you, no matter, you can be from a small village of India, you can be from an island of Bangladesh, but your country can be small, but your work, your passion, your hard work, your drive, your merit, your capacity cannot be small. Let us help each other and remain united. We can change the world because we are engineers. Thank you for the invitation. Please stay spirited and never then ask yourself and never doubt your readiness to take up the leadership position. We have to work harder so that real women empowerment comes to us through our technical achievement. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice wonderful session on the women empowerment, and from the this conference team, I once again thank you to you for this sharing the presentation. Dear colleagues, we have one more keynote session left. So, Dr. Iman, are you here? Dr. Iman? Hello, Iman Alam. Dr. Iman? Okay, Dr. Iman maybe is currently not associated with us. So I request Vimlesh ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm here.
Okay, so Vimlesh ma'am, I'm giving the charge to you to continue the conference. So the next will be the schedule of paper presentation will have to be followed. So please, you invite next author to present their paper.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rahul, sir. So, good afternoon, all. I, Dr. Vimlesh Singh, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Manavrashna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. Welcome you all. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Am I
Yes, you
audible?
are. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, welcome you all in the International Conference, Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering. So, the first paper I'm calling Tanya Srivastav, Japrit Kaur, and Shobik Ganguly. You are here? Anyone from the team is here?
Yes, I'm here. Tanya Srivastava.
Okay. So, the topic of your presentation is the importance of irrigation of IoT in the education sector. So Tanya, now please start your presentation. Just 1 minute, beta. I request all the participants to please switch off your mobile, or you can mute it, as well as please mute yourself so that the presentation can move smoothly. So Miss Tanya, please start. Hello.
Yes, give me 1 minute.
Please pay attention in the chat. Eman Alam, it's here, but she said she's not allowed to open her voice.
Ma'am, let me check.
I cannot share my presentation screen. There is a
Tanya,
problem.
in the dashboard, there is a presentation now. There is a rectangular block. In that, there is an arrow. So you click on that one and then start presenting.
Yes, I have that, but I want to share a window of my presentation, and that window is not coming.
Just
if there's one keynote speaker left, maybe they can speak first, and then I can go.
Hello.
Hello.
Just 1 minute, Tanya. I just.
Okay.
Hello, Rahul sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Mr. Iman is Alam is available now.
He is trying to connect, but not able to connect properly. So I think I'm not allowed to open the voice. We have not restricted anybody mic. Iman sir, you just left this meeting and again rejoin the meeting. So the problem can be resolved. Yogesh Sunavne, I think you have already presented your manuscript.
Yes, sir. He already presented. Now the Tanya
Hello, sir.
Srivastav is on.
I have two papers here. One is from Google Earth Tools and second one is Tag Project. If you permit it, then I can present.
Sir,
Sir, just we have to follow the schedule. So let me check whose turn is the next. So
sir, first, Rahul sir, first is Miss Tanya Srivastav. Tanya,
yes.
Miss Tanya, please start presenting.
Okay, I will present now. I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible now. Please start.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tanya Srivastava. I'll be presenting my paper on the importance of integration of IoT in the educational sector. So we start our presentation by defining what we mean by the term IoT. IoT, or Internet of Things, describes a network where physical objects are embedded with sensors. These sensors measure data and transmit the same using the internet. The data collected is then used for various purposes. A lot of emerging technologies, mainly machine learning, embedded systems, and real-time analytics, are used to further the IoT vision we have for the future. We also see that the IoT vision deeply benefits with the growing number of internet users every year, as you can see from the graph over here. There is an extensive record of a number of innovative applications that have been developed that use IoT frameworks. These span the realms of
Excuse me,
educational,
Tanya. Sorry for
industrial, commercial, and infrastructure spaces.
Tanya. Sorry for interruption. We are not able to see your
Yeah.
presentation.
You cannot
No,
see
we
my
see her
presentation?
presentation. Maybe you have a problem. No, it's visible. It's visible.
Oh, okay. It may
Maybe
be
you
from
have
my
a
side.
problem
Yes,
with
ma'am, it's
internet.
visible now, ma'am.
Maybe. Okay. Continue, Tanya. Sorry. Yeah, now
It's
I
okay.
can see.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the IoT world market has a lot of sectors, but I'm gonna exclusively talk about the public services sector, which cover the educational sector. So we now know that IoT helps in gathering of data, but what do we do with the data? The data collected is often known as raw data, and we transform it into usable and interpretable information by using data analytics. They can be of the diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive types. This step helps in making real-life decisions using easily digestible statistics. For example, knowing which area of resources concerning maintenance to that area. So in our paper, we mainly talked about 4 major applications. That is the impact of IoT in the education of students with learning disabilities, health monitoring of students on campus, educational applications and interactive learning, as well as IoT in campus security. So for the first application, I'm going to talk about how IoT could help in Hello?
Yes, Tanya, please
I'm going to
continue.
continue. Yeah.
Hello.
So for the first application, I'm going to talk about how IoT could help in reintegrating students with learning disabilities in classes with everybody. Sectioning students because of their abilities have always made people very insensitive to the needs of their peers. So with IoT, intense customization of education could be done for each student, and thus an inclusive space could be created. And also, IoT could help in diagnosing learning disabilities, because these are the disabilities that go undiagnosed for many years. So constant monitoring of students' progress, like BP monitoring and gaze tracking software with IoT sensors, could really help in catching these signs early. Um, the University of Zurich, in cooperation with ETH Zurich, established a number of dyslexia software tools. One of them is the Diebuster software, which you may have heard of. Hello, am I still audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes, Tanya, you're audible, please.
Okay. So, yeah, the Diebuster software. The Diebuster creates a multisensory computer-based therapy systems for people with dyslexia. The basic principle is that each word is represented as a clearly defined computed combination of colors, shapes, and structures. This helps in multisensory learning, which is generally regarded as an efficient form of learning for students with learning disabilities. The second application we covered was the around-the-clock health monitoring of students on campus. For example, if people living on campus could have a physical location where they can monitor their health, one goes to the medical department instead of somebody having to look them up. This could save valuable time in a medical emergency. Even the task of identifying and alerting proper authorities in the event of a medical emergency could be a responsibility that is taken up by IoT frameworks. The third application we selected was the of course, helps in visualizing whereabouts of student and staff, but also compiling relevant data, which could be helpful in making administrative decisions. Another main aspect that we covered was the wireless sensor network monitoring system and video surveillance system. This system could be paired with alarms, and also attendance could be automated with this. Moving forward, let's talk about the COVID-19. We know that this has it has majorly shifted our outlook on how education is. The COVID-19 has changed the face of the education sector in almost every country imaginable. In April of 2020, as many as 188 countries ordered school closures, and more than 1 billion children are at risk of falling behind in their education. These staggering numbers need for us to do something about it. COVID-19 has brought an urgent need for us to start translating our education system that we have to a purely online platform. This means foregoing a lot of teaching practices that were commonplace before, like teachers being able to read the reaction of the class they were teaching in, or giving individual attention to students. IoT technology could help in regaining some of the control back. The possibility of integrating existing learning management systems with IoT technology in a smartphone device is one way to gauge a student's reaction to what they're learning. Even conduction of fair online examinations could be a possibility using IoT and constant behavioral monitoring of students. There are, of course, downsides to any paradigm shift. The ones we take up is that all of this requires a very extremely heavy financial investment, and not a lot of institutions might be able to make that shift. Also, privacy concerns are a deterrent for a lot of institutions and organizations, because all of the information that is pertaining to that organization would be on the internet. Time and human resources have to be also invested to properly train the people using it. In conclusion, I would just like to say that IoT opens up an opportunity to revolutionize the learning process among millions of students. It is a research field that is rapidly evolving and will provide innovative solutions to our existing problems when given adequate time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanya, for this wonderful presentation. So now I declare this presentation open to attendees. If they have any query regarding the topic, they can ask. Ms. Tanya, you are here?
Yeah. Yes. Any questions?
I hope there is no query. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
So now I call to next paper, that is IoT-based hand sanitizer purity detector during COVID-19 pandemic. And the presenters are Meghna Diwan. Miss Meghna Diwan?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. So now please present your paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Start sharing your PPTs.
Yes. Miss Shweta, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
You can start.
A very good afternoon, respected session chair and all the dignitaries of International Virtual Conference on Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering, ICET 2021. I, Shweta, Assistant Professor of Aravali College of Engineering and Management, Faridabad, India, with my respected colleagues, Ms. Meghna Diwan, Dr. Alok Agarwal, Dr. Asha Chauhan, would like to thank technical committee members to give us the opportunity to present a paper on this esteemed platform on the topic IoT-based hand sanitizer purity detector during COVID-19 pandemic. The contents we are going to present in this paper are IoT and its application, abstract, introduction, design and implementation, components of systems, working procedure of sanitizer purity detector, result analysis, conclusion, and references. One of the most useful term and technology of these days is IoT, that is Internet of Things. It is basically a network of physical objects or things embedded with electronics, software, sensors, and network connectivity, which enables these objects to collect and exchange data. IoT allows objects to be sensed and controlled remotely across existing network infrastructure, creating opportunities for more direct integration between the physical world and computer-based systems, and resulting in improved efficiency, accuracy, and economic benefits. In this picture, as we all can see, that how IoT, that is Internet of Things, is impacting on our day-to-day life and surroundings. Everything is connected. Distance is no bar. It is useful in agriculture field, embedded system, smart retail management, wireless connection, smart homes and cities. Either it's a vehicle, electricity, a small baby, or a pet. We can monitor and control anything from anywhere. If we talk about the same, more applications, IoT is useful in any building and home automation, manufacturing field, medical and healthcare systems, media, environmental mentoring, infrastructure management, energy management, transportation, better quality of life for elders or handicapped. You just name it and you will have it in IoT. Now, how it is impacting our research work, I'm going to explain here. The sanitizer purity detector is used to detect the purity of an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. In this adverse condition of COVID-19 pandemic, an increasing demand of sanitizers was seen. Due to this high demand and low supply of sanitizer, companies were failing to meet the demands of customers. To overcome this problem, some companies have started to make fake sanitizers, which were seen to have inadequate amount of alcohol in it. The WHO, World Health Organization, recommends alcohol-based hand sanitizer in line with the advantages of their rapid action and a broad spectrum of microbial activity, offering protection against bacteria and viruses. In order to check the quality of sanitizers and keep the record of quality of alcohols, this system is made which checks the purity of a sanitizer. The hand sanitizer is an alternate of washing the hands. It is used after hand wash or when soap and water are not available with us. They are available in various forms, mostly in a gel or a liquid. Every sanitizer has an important ingredient, that is ethanol or isopropanol. Antimicrobial property of sanitizer is predicated on its active ingredients. Beside these, some inactive ingredients like polyacrylic acid, glycerin, propylene glycol, or extracts of plants are added in hand sanitizers. The use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers may reduce the probabilities to spread infection within the community. It has a great impact in healthcare facilities, schools, institutions, food processing areas, etc. It has been recommended by WHO to clean hands, especially for hospitals and clinics. These hand sanitizers are preferred over antiseptic soaps in hospital environment in two ways: to maintain hand hygiene and to apply before surgical treatment, besides alcohol as a basic ingredient. Now, alcohols are broad spectrum disinfectants. They kill bacteria and fungi. Most of the effective hand sanitizer products are alcohol-based formulations containing 62% to 90% of alcohol, as it can denature the proteins of microbes and the ability in inactive viruses. Proper hand hygiene is one of the most efficient methods to prevent direct or indirect transmission of COVID-19. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, that is CDC, and WHO recommend that washing hands with soap and hand water whenever possible, because hand washing reduces the amount of all types of germs and chemicals on hands. But if soap and water are not available, using a hand sanitizer with a concentration of at least 60% ethanol or 70% isopropyl alcohol to kill the viruses and bacteria. Now further presentation is over to Ms. Megha Devan.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. The next one is design and implementation. The proposed system, hand sanitizer purity detector, is an Arduino-based project in which MQ3 alcohol gas sensor is being used to measure the content of ethanol. The circuit contains a 16 into 2 LCD on which the output will be displayed, a buzzer to indicate the high alcohol level, a comparator circuit for comparing the output voltage of alcohol sensor with the preset voltage. Alcohol sensor output AO provides analog output voltage which is proportional to the concentration of alcohol that is connected at analog pin 0 of the Arduino. A buzzer is connected at pin D9. LCD is connected at pin number 12, 11, 5, 4, 3 and 2. A push button is used to initiate the reading from alcohol sensor which is connected at digital pin 06 of Arduino. The purity test will be performed on the 5 different brand hand sanitizer, and if the alcohol concentration is between 60% to 90%, then the output will show the pure sanitizer, sorry, and else it will show the impure sanitizer. The Center for Disease Control and the Prevention CDC recommended that the hand sanitizer should contain at least 60% of alcohol. Here a ESP8266 Wi-Fi module is used to transfer the data from the Arduino Uno to cloud. And this is the block diagram. Here we are using the MQ3 sensor which is used to sense the concentration of the alcohol, the LCD display which is used to display the output, and the power supply which is used to generate the 5-volt power supply for the Arduino, and a buzzer which will be on when the concentration of alcohol is greater than 90. And the Arduino, this is the main microcontroller unit of our system, and the ESP8266 Wi-Fi module which is used to transfer the sensor data to the cloud. Arduino microcontroller. The Arduino Uno board is a microcontroller based on the Atmega 328. It has 14 digital input and the output pins, in which 6 pin can be used as PWM output. A 16 MHz ceramic resonator and ICSP header, a USB connection, 6 analog inputs, a power jack, and the reset button. This contains all the support needed for the microcontroller. To get started, they are simply connected to a computer with a USB cable. The Arduino, both of physical programmable circuit board and a piece of software like IDE that is runs on the computer. The abandoned system which is used for the programming on IDE. The Arduino is the major controller unit. Alcohol gas sensor MQ3. This is really easy to use low value semiconductor gas detector module with analog and digital output. This module uses the MQ3 alcohol gas detector as an alcohol gas sensor. It needs no external element, simply plug in VCC and ground pins and you are able to go. For the digital output, the threshold value can be simply set by associate on-board potentiometer. By using this module, you will simply interface MQ3 sensor detector to any microcontroller, Arduino or Raspberry Pi. ESP8266 Wi-Fi module. The ESP8266 Wi-Fi is a very useful, very friendly and the low-cost device which is used to provide the internet connectivity. The module can work both as an access point, can create hotspot, and the station can connect to Wi-Fi. Hence, it can easily fetch the data and upload it to the internet, making Internet of Things as easy as possible. It can also fetch the data from the cloud using APIs. Another exciting feature of this module is that it can be programmed using the Arduino IDE, which make it more user friendly. The ESP8266 module works with 3.3 volt only. Another voltage more than 3.7 volt can burn the module. So ESP01 adapter, this is the best option to support 3.3 volts. So this is the ESP8266 module and this is the ESP01 adapter. working procedure of sanitizer purity detector. When the system is switched on, yes,
Miss Meghna,
yes,
try to
yes.
summarize it.
Okay, yeah,
You're
sure.
over in time.
So,
Try to summarize it.
okay. This is the working of our system. If you want, then I can carry on it. This is the working. This is the main working.
Please summarize it as
Yeah.
earliest.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So when the system is on, the LCD will be on to indicate that the power is supplied to the circuit. So here we are taking the 5 different hand sanitizer, and when the MQ3 sensor come in contact with any brand of sanitizer, and if the concentration of alcohol is greater than 60%, then the display will show this is the pure sanitizer. And if the concentration of alcohol is greater than 90%, then the buzzer will get on. And if the concentration of alcohol is less than 60%, then uh, the display will show this is the impure hand sanitizer. Okay, so this is the result and analysis. In order to detect the alcohol concentration in hand sanitizer, MQ3 sensor is used due to his high sensitivity and the fast response. So in order to transfer the data to ThinkSpeak, the Arduino is interfaced with ESP8266 module as shown in figure. So this is the display, this is the MQ3 sensor, this is the ESP8266 module, and this is the Arduino, which is the main control unit. Result and analysis. The ThinkSpeak, this is an open source Internet of Things application and API to store and retrieve the data from the things by using HTTP and the MQTT protocol over the internet. ThinkSpeak enables the creation of sensor logging application, location tracking applications, and a social network of things with the status update. And the sensor data can be transferred and stored in the Google Cloud also. So firstly, you have to create your account just by using your login ID and the password, and then you can enter into the channel, and we will get the API keys by using, we can send the data to the cloud. So this is the analysis of the sensor output. So when the sensor in contact with any brand sanitizer, then the output will rise to from 0.8 to 3.96 as shows in finger, as shows in the figure. And as the MQ sensor comes in contact with another alcohol based hand sanitizer, then its value again change according to the concentration of alcohol. So we can easily find the purity of hand sanitizer by comparing their alcohol concentration. So this is the conclusion. IoT based hand sanitizer detector can be easily used to find the purity of sanitizer just by checking the alcohol concentration. As per the WHO guideline, alcohol based sanitizer is useful and effective for cleaning the hand so that we can be safe from the virus. The efficiency of the hand sanitizer is based on its active ingredients that should be in appropriate concentration. Every sanitizer is not much efficient in killing the microorganism. Therefore, the awareness of choosing the effective alcohol based hand sanitizer is important in order to reduce the transmission of infection, especially when we dealing with the hospitals, clinical labs, among schools, children, etc. This system can be used in institutes, medical shops, schools, hospitals, and homes in order to identify the original and the fake sanitizer. So this is the references, few references that we have taken. Thank you. If you have any questions, then you can ask. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. If you, thank you so much. So if you have any query, then you can ask.
I would like to ask you one question that
Yeah.
how you are ensuring that your sensor is actually measuring the quality of alcohol, because the sensor which you are using, it can measure, it can monitor or measure LPG also. So if
No,
there is
we are
LPG,
actually the MQ3 sensor is we are using the MQ3 sensor for checking the concentration of alcohol here. So this can be also used for checking the quantity or concentration of alcohol also.
so what is the mapping function you are using in order
We are
to
using yeah,
yeah.
we are using ThinkSpeak
No, think is
IoT cloud.
something else. I am telling you that what is the mapping function you are using in order to detect the threshold of that LPG content? Oh, sorry, that alcohol content.
We are taking out if the concentration of alcohol is less than 60%. 60% means
So,
approximate. Yes,
so how would you know that it is less than 60%?
because in the coding we have defined some functions because that if we are taking out
So
some
that's what that function I am asking means which function you are using to do this thing. Have you referred some data sheets
yes
of that sensor?
yes actually we have referred some data sheet of that sensor.
So can you tell me the function that you have used to map that alcohol content?
Actually we are taking out the values in the ppm.
Okay, I am asking you function. Okay,
Sorry,
it's okay. ठीक है.
Any other query? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Meghna, for this
Yes.
presentation. So now the hello.
Yes, please
Yes,
continue.
ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now the next, we have a keynote speaker with us, that is Mr. Iman Alam. Hello, Mr. Iman Alam.
Dr. Iman, Dr. Iman, do you hear us?
Probably he might have lost the connection. So, Dr. Bimlesh, you may invite the another expert.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. So I call to the next paper, that is.
Just a minute, Dr. Imam is writing. I am here. Dr. Imam, please speak, unmute yourself, so we shall be able to start your presentation. Dr. Imam, my voice is not clear. He is writing. So in the meantime, you can invite another person. So then afterward, when his connection is okay, then we shall again invite.
Then okay, sir. Okay. So the next paper is IoT-based smart security system with a smart lock using ESP32 webcam and the Biblic app. So the presenters are Asha Chauhan, Alok Agrawal, Meghna Diwan, and the Shweta Bharadwaj.
Thank you, ma'am, for introduction. Good afternoon, the session chair and all the dignitaries present over here.
Ma'am, presentation is not visible.
Okay, I'll just make it clear. Shown. 1 second, please. Okay. Is it visible now?
No, Dr. Asha. It's not visible. Yes, now it's visible. Visible now, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I, Dr. Asha Chauhan, with my colleagues Dr. Alok Agrawal, Ms. Megha Diwan, and Ms. Shweta Bharadwaj from Electronics and Communication Department, Aravali College of Engineering and Management, Faridabad, India, is here to present our paper in International Virtual Conference on Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering, ICET 2021, with the topic IoT-based smart security system with smart lock using ESP32 webcam and Blink app. The content of our presentation is as shown: abstract, introduction, then why do we need a smart lock, purpose of the paper, circuit implementation that we have gone through, working protocol that we have used, component of system, working prototype, design implementation of a by using a Blink app, result and analysis, discussion of result and analysis, conclusion, then future scope and references. Abstract is basically we have brief our paper into this abstract, like
Excuse me, ma'am.
in today's.
Slide is
Yes,
not
ma'am.
visible, ma'am. Slide is not visible. Please change the slide.
Ma'am, maybe the network constraint is there from my side. Abstract is shown.
It's
Is it visible now?
yes,
Is
it's
it,
visible.
is it visible? Visible.
Thank you so much. In today's world, technology, as we have known that most of us nowadays concern more stress on security and safety of our home, of office, or any organization that we are working on. So in today's world, technology has become an integrated part of the society for every individual's office or their organization. So we are introducing our paper with smart lock system that is mainly designed and specifically developed for security system purposes. Mainly, the situation arises when a visitor from the main door of the office or the organization is standing in front of our office or home, and our purpose of this system is to control the door lock using ESP32 and with the use of Blink app. In this system, whenever a person enters the office door, image of that particular person is captured by the camera that we have used ESP32 webcam, and then the smart lock system will send the image to the particular Android application user and share the database with the same. It allows users to open their door remotely, accompanying smart lock mobile app or hand free by using a cam mounted on the door. This system was made up of main three components that we are using in our paper, including the ESP232 cam, FDTI 232 USB interface, and the next and a mobile application, that is a Blink application that we are using. Next introduction has been explained by Ms. Shweta Bhardwaj. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. In this paper, we have explained all the main parts of the security system and how the security system is working. As we all know that computer communication systems and the internet are playing an important role in our everyday environment. Today, almost any device can be connected to the internet.
Dr. Sweta, your
Yes,
slide,
sir.
yeah, your slide is not changing. You start slide, so then slide will start changing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Asha ma'am. The change of slides are not visible.
So you please start the press either F5 or slideshow. Dr. Asha Chauhan?
Yes, sir. In my system, already F5 I have pressed. Already it is showing slideshow.
Then you just press and enter. Then slowly.
Okay. I'll again do it. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Only first slide is visible. Introduction. Yeah, it is visible now. Introduction is there. Which slide?
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes,
Introduction
so we are
only.
we are on the same slide.
Okay, fine. Then you can please continue.
Okay, thank you.
So nowadays, increasingly use of the smartphones are constantly connected to the internet over third and fourth generation networks. This network connectivity will play an important role in our research paper. Smart locks can either be compatible with physical keys or can be entirely keyless. While the former resembles a regular door lock, keyless options can be unlocked using a smartphone app, numbered keypad, or a keychain fob that unlocks with a tap. Some smart locks also enhance the security with added camera functionality. When the door is rung, the camera provides a view of the visitor on your smartphone who rung the door and gives you the option to let them in. As we all know how Internet of Things is impacting our life, and we are using it in every area. So how this Internet of Things is just get connected into three categories. The first one is that things that collect information and then send it. Number two, things that receive information that act on it. And number three is things that do both. So IoT has always made a big push for a smart home technology The automated home, where the home comes alive as its own being, is a new form of luxury. Everything is done with a touch of a button or a voice command, or making the home a labor free heaven after a long day of working. So the main question arises, why do we need a smartphone? What is the need of a smart lock? Sorry. As we all know that in the traditional locks, we have to go personally, physically, and we have to do all the mechanical work to open the door or to check the person who is at the door, or whether we want to allow that person inside or not. Right. But with the use of the smart lock, we can check with the help of our smartphone whether we want to allow that person or not, or whether the person is as per the time we have called him or not. If I'm sitting at my office, I can control my home. If I'm sitting in my office, in my personal room, I can control from my office, my main door, or my receptionist can check. I mean, we can control from anywhere in the world our home or our office. So the main purposes of these smart locks are the security, the safety, and as it is a user friendly. So now how we are connecting with this smart lock system? So there are various wireless protocol used with a smart lock. So we have mainly explained the three protocols which we can use. The first protocol is a Bluetooth. It's a common to see Bluetooth enabled smart locks due to BLE's low energy requirements. A set of batteries should last a year or longer. However, the range is limited compared to other options. And Bluetooth locks connect to a smartphone rather than a hub, limiting the ability to control a lock while away from home. The next protocol which we can use is a Z-Wave or a ZigBee. Smart locks using either a Z-Wave or ZigBee are also popular options among smart homes. These two wireless protocols don't communicate directly with a phone, but instead communicate with a central hub, which is connected to a home Wi-Fi network. Usually these homes will have other smart home technologies also. Because the central hub is connected to a home Wi-Fi, homeowners have the ability to control their smart locks from anywhere in the world. Now, if we talk about the Wi-Fi, the smart locks using Wi-Fi connect directly with the home network. This option is the simplest setup for the smart lock technology, as we all of us are using this Wi-Fi. But these provides homeowners with smart lock access while away from home, as long as there is a internet connection is available. So I hope this circuit is visible to all of you. In this circuit, as you all can see, we have used a webcam. A webcam is ESP32 cam, which is clicking the picture of a person. And this push button is used whenever the person rings the bell. We get the signal and this webcam will click the picture and send the information to the linked app. The app we have used is a Blink app, which is linked with it. And that with the help of this Blink app, we can check who is at the door and we can send the information to the lock, whether it has to be unlocked or it has to be locked. So we need not to be physically present over there. So the basic circuit components we have, the first one is ESP32 cam. It is a series of low cost, low power system on a chip microcontroller with integrated Wi-Fi and dual mode Bluetooth. The ESP32 cam is a small camera module with the ESP32S chip that costs approximately $10. Besides the OV2640 camera and several GPIOs to connect peripherals, it also features a micro SD card slot that can be useful to store image taken with a camera or to store the files to server or between the client. So as we can see that these are the basic configurations of ESP32. The next important component is my electronic door lock. The electronic door lock also involves parts called actuators, that are the sensors which connect the bolt or the cylinder to a small motor completely buried within the door or frames itself. The motor is controlled by an electrical impulse, which may be triggered in a number of ways by an electronic card reader or by a keypad or a wireless remote control sensor. Either way, the electronic door lock is configured to start the motor-driven actuator only once it has received the correct electronic input. On most electronic door lock, you will find some combination of physical and electronic locking control on the same door. For example, if you have a physical key for setup and emergency backup, but use the remote or keypad to lock and unlock the door. And the third main interface, which is helping all of these components to work upon, is the FTDI 232 USB to serial interface. This interface board is a very important, playing a very important role over here. In this, FT232R is the latest device to be added to FTDI's range of USB UART interface integrated circuit devices. This FT23RT is a USB to serial UART interface with optional clock generator output and the new FTDI chip security 3 dongle features. Asynchronous and synchronous bit bank interface modes are available. USB to serial design using the FT232R have been further simplified by fully integrating the external EEPROM, clock circuit and USB resistors onto the device. This FT232R adds 2 new functions compared with its predecessors, effectively making it a 3-in-1 chip. And the internally generated clock can be brought out of the device and used to derive a microcontroller. So further slides will be explained by Asha ma'am. Asha ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shweta ma'am. Now, as we all know that IoT is a technical platform for communicating with electronic devices. So, due to this flexibility, we are using this.
Dr. Asha, please try to summarize within 2 minutes.
Sure. So we have a flexibility to control this through an electronic device. So, as we all know that first step is to connect this webcam to the lock and then connect it back to the blink app to the cam, so that we have used 2 technology, IoT technology and the network connected to the door lock as shown in the figure. The ESP cam is connected to the door, that it has been connected back to the blink app, where we get to know the person visiting standing outside our main door. Design implementation include the Blink app, how to configure the Blink app. Basically, it involves the steps how to install in our mobile phone download. We have to download the particular Blink app, then install it by creating any Gmail ID. You can use your existing IDs also. Then after creating, the main step is to choose the ESP32 webcam camera and connect it to the Wi-Fi module. So then the creation of your account has been done. By clicking on OK button, you have a canvas window. In that canvas window, click anywhere for the widget box to open up. After widget box has been opened, you just need to have 2 options. Digital GP6 has been assigned, and for virtual GP7 pin has been assigned. On pressing the play button, it will switch you from edit mode to play mode, where you can interact with the hardware. But in play mode, you will not allow to drag or set up any widget. This is how our Blink app works. Connecting the ESP32 with the USB interface that we are using, that is FTDI 232, we have to connect the VCC of ESP cam to the FTDI user interface of VCC. Similarly, connecting the ground with the ground part only, and connecting the pin of UDR to the transmitter part of the FDI, and connecting the ESP32 camp transmitter part to the receiving side of the ESP of the user interface. This is the result and analysis of our project. We take the picture of the project, and then a message has been dropped to the user that has the authority to check it. He or she may allow her or to enter the entrance or not. It is up to that particular user only. This is the authority which has been given to that particular user only with the authentication purpose. Now, the conclusion of this is we implement an intelligent, low-cost, low-power consumption wireless security system by using a smart lock and webcam. Basically, our system is, as we know, no smart home would be complete without a smart lock. So by applying this technology, we are aimed to build a modern, easy to use smart door that allow for accessible unlocking and locking, and the most important concept, that is the security and safety of our place. Thank you so much. This is the future scope basically. First, we are working with fingerprint screen. Now the option is we can control it smartly through voice feedback, OTP pin or code, retina scanner also, attendance. We can also do the attendance part of our organization, fully automated system, fingerprint scanner, and etc. These are the references that we have used. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Asha and Dr. Shweta, for this wonderful presentation. Now I open this presentation to the audience. So any query regarding the topic, then please ask.
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
my voice is clear now?
Uh, yes, Dr.
Yes, yes,
Iman Alam.
Yes,
yes,
I'm
yes,
still
yes.
trying. Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, just
Let me to know which device is okay. I don't know because I am opening many things. When can I deliver my lecture? Please inform me. Okay.
Within 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, madam, within 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Okay, okay, fine.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Wimbles, please continue with the
Sorry for
presentation and
interruption.
invite
Sorry
Dr.
for interruption. Thank you.
sir, then we will continue. Hello. Yes. Any query from the audience? Dr. Asha, I hope there is no query, and thank you for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you
Sir,
so
can
much,
I
ma'am.
call,
Thank you,
can
ma'am.
I call, sir, can I call next presentation, sir?
Yeah, Dr. Elam, you please call. She is the keynote speaker. Due to technical issues, she was not able to communicate. So please call Elam, Dr. Elam. Imam
Yes.
Elam.
Oh, Dr. Iman Elam. Hello, Madam. Hello, Dr. Iman Elam. Hello, Dr. Iman Elam.
Hello,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
am ready. I am ready.
Yeah, ma'am.
Please wait. I am ready.
Okay,
I am
ma'am.
ready. I am so sorry, but I am ready now. Can I
Okay,
share my screen?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please share.
Okay. Okay. Please allow me to introduce myself.
Ma'am, you're allowed, ma'am. Please.
Hello.
Hello. Ma'am, please start presenting.
Okay. Okay. I am Dr. Iman Alam from Egypt. My talk will be about now I'm sharing it. I'll try to do introduction about nanotechnology.
Madam, your presentation is not visible. You go to the bottom button, present
Okay,
now.
okay. I'm sharing it. I didn't share it yet. I'm
Yes.
sharing it.
Okay, please.
I am sharing it already. Is it visible now?
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
But I'm
Now it's visible,
sharing
ma'am.
it
Now it's
from two
visible.
sides.
Then
Yeah,
now
now
it
it's
is
visible, ma'am. Visible.
Because I am using the two devices, so I saw it inside my phone. Okay. My lecture will be about plant biotechnology or nano biotechnology or bio nanotechnology. Now I need to deliver a lecture to simplify the combination of two technologies as a way of multidisciplinary sciences. Then I'll deliver a lecture about inquiry-based science education during teaching phytochemistry and green biotechnology also. We have two most promising technologies for our future. Biotechnology is the use of living products or processes in the creation of wealth, and the nanotechnology creation, investigation, and utilization systems that are less than microelectronics by 1,000th time. The interference of these two worlds will give us a nano biotechnology. We can use nano biotechnology in different aspects of our life. For example, evaluation of using nanomaterial in tissue culture media and its biological activity. And please allow me to stop for one moment to I need to erase this echo, please.
Dr. Alam, your voice is not has gone. Please continue.
Okay.
Please
Is it
continue.
okay now? Is it okay now?
It is okay now. You please continue.
Alhamdulillah. Just I need to getting outside of the another device to erase the echo. Okay. Nanomaterials in plant tissue culture. Nanobiotechnological achievements in plant tissue culture, we can use nanotechnology in the fields of surface disinfection of explants during plant tissue culture, callus induction, organogenesis, shoot growth and rooting, genetic transformation, somaclonal variation, and so on. We can also use nanomaterials in the area of enhancement of secondary metabolites, like improving the amount of total phenolics, total flavonoids, coumarins, anthocyanins, and artemisinin. As you know, artemisinin is anti-malarial agents, and it is used in many aspects, like as anti-malarial. Some countries are using it as anti-COVID-19. Artemisinin is derived from Artemisia annua, and we can increase the amount of artemisinin using nanoparticles inside the culture media. This diagram will show applications of nanotechnology in the area of plant biotechnology, like differentiation, morphogenesis, disinfection, secondary metabolites production, and genetic transformation, and somaclonal variation, and so on. Here you can see in the left the non-contaminated explants can grow, and the contaminated explants can't grow. So using nanotechnology, using nanoparticles, we can get a shoot system, as you see.
Ma'am, your PPTs are not moving. Hello.
I think this is from your side because I'm trying for for another device, and it's okay. Maybe from
No,
your
ma'am.
side. Please check. My slide is moving. Okay.
But we don't see your slides. Just the first slide is visible for us.
Okay. I'll show it again. Now I stopped the share and I'll repeat it. However, it's clear from my side from another device. I am entering using two devices. Okay. I'll try to open it again. Sorry. Bismillah. Is it clear now?
Not visible
No,
yet.
not visible, ma'am.
No, yes, yes.
Yes, now it's visible.
Still not visible?
It's visible now.
Visible. Okay. Okay. Thank you. We have also biosynthesis of silver nanoparticles from callus cultures. So the biotechnology has a great impact in the area of nanotechnology, and the nanotechnology has great impact in the area of biotechnology. Okay. From this photo, you can see that callus can be act as a source of nanoparticles. From this photo. Okay.
Please make the
This
slide
is
movable. Make the slide movable.
antibacterial assay of nanoparticles produced from callus culture, and also you can produce silver and gold nanoparticles from callus cultures, and from the extract of the plant, the original plant. To conclude, you can produce nanoparticles from tissue culture products, and also you can use nanoparticles to produce huge amount of secondary metabolites from plant tissue culture, and everything can be done as a combination between two technologies. These technologies are nanotechnology and biotechnology.
Dr. Iman Alam,
Please,
your
if there
PPTs
is
are not
still
visible,
any
ma'am.
time, already I closed it because I am concluding. Can I move to another one? Please
Your
inform
PPTs
me
are not
the remaining
visible.
time. Already I closed it. I closed it. It is not. It's over. It's finished. Can you hear me? Already I finished
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
I need
Yes.
to move to the next one, please. Can I move? I need to know the remaining time.
Okay. As per your convenience.
Okay, my time is open. Okay. Now I need to share the next one. Within few moments. Before sharing it, I need to say one thing. As a student, we need to improve ourselves. As a teacher, we need also to improve ourselves. I'll share two pieces of lectures. The first one, I'll focus on students. I need to improve the research skills of students. I need independent student. I need qualified students. So I have a scientific gift in the form of a small lecture about alphabets of a scientific paper. It will help some students to write their papers depending on themselves. And if there is enough time, I can finish by a lecture directed to teachers in the area of inquiry-based science education and phytochemistry and biotechnology. So let's start by the first part, please. I'll share it sooner. Okay, I am ready. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Is it visible now, please? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you very much. Now I need to highlight alphabets of a scientific paper. I need to make everything is simple for students. So we can discuss together some points related to scientific writing of papers to be published internationally. Let's start. What the meaning of paper? Scientific paper is not means merely a paper like any other written paper, but it means pencil-pen reactions induced by sounds of minds interact with each other to produce applicable work, supplied a beneficial product for people. Paper requires great efforts, payment. Ideas of papers are results of positive reaction between scientists and their surrounding environment. Paper is pencil pen reactions to produce applicable work to get product which is beneficial to people. Papers requires effort payment, reactions with surrounding environment. What about paper equation? What is the contents of paper? Title plus abstract plus introduction plus methodology plus results plus discussion plus conclusion plus references. In the mind of scientists, you can get the paper. Now I need to highlight some important ideas about different parts of paper. I need to check the voice. My voice is clear, please? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, your voice is clear,
Hello?
but still PPTs are not visible, not moving. Still at the
Hello?
PPT one. Your voice is
Okay.
audible. Yes,
My voice is
you are
clear?
audible, but yes, ma'am, it's clear, but PPTs are not stationary. We are at PPT one only.
Oh, okay.
Please push the
Sorry,
button. It will run.
I'll share it again. I don't know where is the problem, but I'll share it again. Okay, don't worry. Sorry. However, I am really I open my mobile and I saw my screen, it's visible and movable and everything is okay, but I don't know where is the problem. Now I'm resharing it. Is it clear now? Hello? Now I am
Clear,
in the
ma'am.
slide which
Your
start with a title.
Yes, yes, it is clear.
Okay, I'm so sorry for interruption. Title. Title must express that the work totally in brief words, total ideas and total results, and it must be informative and identify your work and must be targeted to the point. Less but suitable words are better than many misleading words. It must be enough for the identification of the work. It must be attractive. Brief words but of great values, strong information and targeted to the point, and we are representing our data shortly inside the abstract. All ideas and all methodologies and all results in many paper, and it must conclude the work, and it's compact and complete many paper. It must be targeted to the point. What about introduction? Introduce your work to readers, not too short, not too long and boring. Medium size is better. It must be targeted to the point, renewable, rephrase your sentences to fit your work. Organize your data in order to show its scientific value. Documentation of every written word must be done. Useful review followed by the introduction of your target in the work. Shortly at the end of it, compact, complete review of literature must be included in it. Tell us about past against future. So if you have a good idea about the past, what is already done, you can create your future of science. It must be informative observation of what is already done by other researchers to determine the main aim of your presented work. Neglection of pioneers equal complete ignorance. If there is no past, no future. So we must appreciate the past. What about methodology, materials and methods, ethics, efforts, estimation, establishment of future, thinking to modify, not to repeat, trust yourself during the work, try and error to learn, tolerate all hard conditions and low facilities. How to use simple things to achieve your great target. Online mind is better than offline mind. Directions of work will be the leader in your thinking. You must be creative in your thinking, not official, not carrying official thinking. What about international thinking? I think international thinking is better than local thinking because already your country is inside the international area. Okay, you must again. I need to confirm. You must have online mind, not offline mind. You can try to do many challenges. You can try to face any challenge and to solve all problems will face you. Great contribution to the science, not weak traditional work as others. Your work is falls under your responsibility. So be yourself during the work. Years of your life is spent for learning, so we must appreciate our life. We must plan to be great scientists in the future. What about results? Reaction between all other parts of the work. Respect both negative and positive results. Respect your own results. Don't try to copy and paste results of other, and don't try to stick to other results. Be yourself during the work. Establishment of new successive works led by your results in the running work, similar to others, not required. You must get new results, useful to other followers because they are waiting for your science, so you must add a value for them. Valuable, not weak work is highly required. Talk about it in an attractive manner. Tables is better than figures. No, figures is better than tables. But if you need to use some tables, please don't make it crowded. Make it smaller tables. You can divide it instead of doing everything inside the same table. Support or correct your primary hypothesis, we can appreciate your idea if you can correct your primary hypothesis. It doesn't matter that your work must be confirm your primary hypothesis. No, you can correct it during the work. Discussion. A discussion is the death or life or data. It must be informative. It must be simple. Comparative analysis of your results against results of others represented in an creative manner. Useful data is discussed, and this is better than using useless data. It must be short. Swimming with other data, maybe your data in the past. So as you see, we have different types of swimming. Please choose to be fast and effective, not to be slow and not effective. It must be informative and of great impact to your work. If it will be done carefully, a new way of comparing your results with results of others makes your work to be stronger. What about conclusion? Conclusion is a takeaway message. So when you are going to the conclusion, you must deliver your message very fast. What about references? References repeat all references inside the above text. You have references inside introduction, inside methodology, and inside discussion. And you don't have references inside the title because it's yours. You don't have references inside the abstract. It's yours. You don't have references inside the conclusion. It's yours. Okay. References is efforts of others, so it's an important issue to mention their data completely. If you use any word containing in their work, you must refer to the reference. Recent is more favorite to us than all the references. However, we have some pioneers we need to refer to them. As I said before, it's an effort of others, so we must appreciate. Recollection from all the texts, then reuse in this important chapter. Efforts of others must be appreciated again and again and again. You must mention, not to neglect, because it's effort of others. Complete and corrected data, don't make misleading data. S equal scientist. So I need to conclude. During references, we are referring to author or authors, name of the article, name of the journal, volume and issue, year and pages. Maybe arrangement is different within different journal formats, but maybe you must know the exact idea. Okay. Now I stopped share screening, and now if there is enough time, I hope to move to the next part of my sorry, of my lecture. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah,
You
thank
are
you, ma'am.
excellent listeners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful lecture. So, any query from the audience?
If there is enough time, can I share another part, the last part of, or if there is enough time, if there is not, I can finish. Is there any time, or it's over for me?
Hello.
Hello. Can I complete, or it's over? Hello. Thank you.
Ma'am, you please continue.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. I can present another one. Now, I have a message to our
Dr.
respected.
Bimlesh,
Yes, sir.
one will take a lot of time because we have we are running short of time.
Yes, sir. So, sir, so can I call next paper?
Okay.
Yes,
Allow me to
sorry.
thank all of you, and it's over. Please allow me to write my email inside the lab. Sorry, inside the chat, and I
Yes.
can share all remaining lectures to our respected colleagues. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you very much,
So
and I am very happy to be with you. I am so sorry for this interruption. Thank you very much, and good luck for all. Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Eman Alam. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
So
Welcome.
next paper is Exploring the Primary to Secondary Transition, Experience of Grade 7 Students. Mr. Justin Kethethan.
Has completed, presented yesterday.
Acha. So the next one is low power checks in multi-voltage design.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
KR Harpriya.
Yes, ma'am.
Please present your paper. Uh, please start presenting your PPTs.
I have presented.
And the dashboard of your. No, now it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. So thank you very much giving the opportunity to present my paper in International Virtual Conference, Next Generation Education Technology for Science and Engineering. So today my topic is low power checks for multi-voltage designs. This is the topic related to the VLSI industry. And I've did this under the guidance of Dr. Lakshmi Kumre and Dr. Ajay Somkumar, sir. So the contents of my presentation will be introduction, objective, low power techniques, special cells for multi-voltage designs, low power format, VCLP, synopsis flow, synopsis VCLP checks, and example violations which we saw in our designs. So in VLSI industry, we have an important law called Moore's law, which states that every 18 months, the number of transistors will be increased, and which also means that the functionality will also get increased, and computing will be also very good. So although we have many digital devices like smart devices and 5G devices, but still there is a desire for the digital device for it to be more compact, fast, and consuming less power. So the growing need for the portable communication devices and computing system has increased the need for the optimization of power consumption as well. So as the number of transistors are increasing every 18 months, so the size of the device also gets increased, but we have to maintain this trade-off by decreasing the area somehow. So we go to the other technology. The venture of the technology in VLSI industry is the gate length, channel length of the MOSFET. So as we decrease the area, as we decrease the channel length of the MOSFET, there can be a leakage power consumption. The power consumption which is consumed even when the device is not operating. So this is where we find the challenge. So we have to somehow optimize it. And another motivation we have here is in a device, we can have some IPs, like in a whole processor, in GPU, CPU, we have like in a whole processor, we can have some IP modules which are not working, which are not operating all the time. So we can somehow make use of this advantage. And optimization of power should be done in all stages of the VLSI design, right from RTL to synthesis and placement, routing, all these stages we have to maintain. We have to do the checks for the power. And while implementing these low power techniques at the logic level and physical design level, there can be other problems arise like timing, congestion, placement, etc. Like we have to maintain this balance. So low power SoC needs several implementation level adaptations, which uses industry level power format specification known as unified power format. So we also have a power format file along with the design, which is in Verilog or VHDL. We also have the power format, which is called unified power format. We have to give it to the tools to analyze our power intent of the design. So the objective here is addressing the dynamic or leakage-based power consumption using methods require the use of standard, which was different from the traditional methods. So this will lead to the development of some power format, that is unified power format, and open standard that allows designers to describe the power design intent. This is used all over the EDA tools and companies. So the implementation of design with UPF will cause different issues, as I said before, related timing, congestion, placement, etc., and are dependent on functionality, technology nodes, and also the supply voltage given to the device. So the main challenge here we see is the solving this implementation problems, low power techniques, implementing the techniques in different methodology depending on the violations we see in the design. So the important technique we generally follow here is multi-voltage design. So here you can see that this is the whole design. Here we can have different power domains or different modules, and each of these can work at different voltages. Not all the IPs in the design need a same supply voltage and should awake for all over the time where CPU or GPU is operating. So we can uh, give the different voltages to the different power domains. That is a new challenge for us. So again, the tools need to correctly place and route the standard cells across the multiple domains and ensure that the timing and optimization engines honor the multi-voltage domain specifications. And basically, each voltage island causes the number of timing analysis also to double when all the minimum and maximum voltage combinations are considered. So these are the some of the low power techniques we have. First one is multi-voltage supply. As we see before, we can have a different voltage to the different IP or block present in the design, so that we can reduce the overall power consumption to some extent. And the second one is power gating. We can switch off one of the domains, one of the IPs in the whole device when it is not required to operate. So in such way also we can somehow reduce the power consumption. And the third one we have is multi VTH. So there are many flavors of the cells which have high VTH and low VTH and moderate VTH. So VTH here is the threshold voltage. As the threshold voltage is getting decreased, there can be a more leakage of power. So if we want to decrease the power consumption, we can take the another flavor of cell which has the high VTH and replace the cell. So if we have such kind of cells, we can replace it, but there is a trade-off with the speed. It can work slower, and there can be a timing problems also. So we have to maintain this trade-off and accordingly change the cells. And fourth one is logic resizing. So upsizing means the increasing the load capacitance, and downsizing means the decreasing the load capacitance. So here downsizing means decreasing the load capacitance. The switching time can take less. So if the switching time from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0 is taking less time, then the leakage power can be decreased. So here also we can have different kinds of cells in our library. We can take any kind of cell which will help to reduce power. But again, here also we have to maintain the trade-off with area, timing as well. And so yeah, so this is the whole design, multi-voltage. Different IPs in the block can operate in different voltages. And power gating means like some of the IP can go off when it is not required, and the others can be on. And that can come on again when it is required. This way, the power consumption can be achieved, a good power consumption number. So for maintaining these implementation techniques in the model, we need some special cells in the design. So first one is isolation cell. Now, if a signal is passing from off domain to on domain, as I said before, there can be an IP which can go off. Now, if a signal is passing from off domain to on domain, then there can be an unknown signal which is passing, and because of that, the on domain cannot see either a 0 or 1, a clear signal, and the functionality or electrical violations can occur. So somehow we need a cell which can isolate the off and on domain. So that is why that's why we have an isolation cell, and this the control of this will be maintained from power management unit, and the output of this is predefined in the power format, either a 0 or 1. So suppose if we want the output of the isolation signal to go to the on domain is to be 0, then we have to use an AND type of cell that is called clamp. So it is always clamped to 0. AND gate is always clamped to 0. And if we want the output signal to go as 1, then we can use OR gate. And the second one is level shifter. So we have a multi voltage design, so the signal can pass from pass across the different voltages. So for example, if here it is going from 1.2 voltage to 0.8 or 8 voltage, so that is why we need a level shifter over here for the clear signal to go across the design. And the third one we have is enable level shifter. This is the combination of isolation cell and the level shifter. If we have a signal going from switchable domain, which can go off and on switchable domain to on domain, always on domain, then it is working at both are working at different voltages. Then we'll be needing an enable level shifter. And the fourth cell is always on cell. So if the signal is passing from between two active blocks, but in the feed through we have an off domain, so we will be having an always on cells. We should have always on cells which are powered always on, irrespective of whether it is switchable domain or always on domain. This is the fourth kind of cell we need. And the fifth one is power switch. So this switch tells us whether the block can be on or off. This controls the blocks. And here, if the block is on, if the block is on after switching off, so there can be a more of current passing into the block. Hello? Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So there can be a rush current going into the design. And this is very bad for the design. So that is why we have a daisy chain model implemented in the design. So this is the daisy chain. Like for every standard cell or for every cell in the design, we have a power switch, and it is on one by one. So finally, it will take time to on all the blocks in the design. And so this is the power switch I was talking about. So the control given to this gate will tell whether this power gated block is on or not. So here is we have the main supply VDD, and for every block IP1, IP2, IP3, IP4, these are all the blocks we have in the design. For every design we have a switch over here. So the control given to this header switch will tell whether this IP will be off or on. And the sixth cell we have is retention flop. So when the domain is going off, but when it comes on again, but we need the state saving like the flip flop can lose the state also when the domain is going off. So that is why we need a state saving latch along with the regular flip flop. So that is why in the switchable domain where the domain can go off, we need a combination of flop and a state saving latch. And the controls given to these flops will be taken care with the power management unit and work accordingly. So to maintain all these strategies and all, we need a power format called UPF, Unified Power Format. So as you can see here, we are creating different kinds of domains, PD1, PD2, PD3, and it is having different kinds of elements, block 1, block 2, block 3. These are all elements present in the respective power domain. And then we are creating a supply port, supply net, and then connecting each a corresponding supply net to the port. And a domain can have different kinds of supplies also, not only one supply. It can have a secondary supply also. So that is why we with the help of this set domain supply net command, we give the primary power net and add port state. So this state will tell if what happens to VDD. If the state VDD1, if V1 is on, then it is on with 1.2 voltages, 1.2 voltage. And if VDD2 is on, it is on with 1.2 voltage. If VDD2 is off, it's completely off. So these are the port states we assign, and then we create a PST. PST is a power state table. I'll show it in the next slide in the table format. So if these are all power states we have. The state 1 is all on. So all the power domains we have here is on, but with the respective voltage assigned to them. 1.2 volt, 1.0 volt, and 1 volt. And this next state is transmit state. In the transmit state, the two power domains are on with their voltages. And the third stage is receive. Here also two domains, VDD1 and VDD3 are off or on, and the VDD2 is off. So this is the power state table we define in the unified power format. And also the strategies for the low power set, special cells. So all these checks we do in a synopsis tool called VCLP. So the inputs required for the tool are gate level netlist design, which is in the format of .p or VHDL, and power format of the design. And output is generates is reports and log files. So we take these reports, log files, and analyze them, what is going wrong and where can we fix it, and then accordingly we give the feedback to the designer. So the tool will read the design and UPF into the VCLP tool, then perform the checks based on the stage of the design, like RTL, synthesis at different stages. It performs the design, and then we investigate the violations and fix the design. And this iteration continues till all the reports are clean. So what kind of checks does VCLP do? Power intent consistency checks, like it performs syntax and semantic checks of the UPF that help validate the consistency of UPF before starting the implementation. And signal corruption checks, it detects the violating power architecture at the gate level netlist. And power and ground checks, check the PG consistency against the UPF specification for power network routing on physical netlist. And functional checks validate correct functionality of the low power cells which we have, like all the special cells, isolation, power switches, level shifter, anything. It should work functionally correct. And last, we have structural checks. So the formal verification of low power designs encompasses two elements: low power verification and logical equivalency. For low power verification, the focus is on ensuring that the design is electrically correct. There is no electrical violation from a low power perspective. The flow will verify that the retention and isolation are complete and correct as specified in the UPF. So the power format we have is UPF. That strategy, according to that strategy only, the design has to implement. It makes sure that, and if there are any missing isolation cell or level shifters at the respective crossing domain, it checks for that. And the state retention and isolation control signals are given correctly by the domains, and then that remain powered up and test for the power control functionality. So the control signals also should be correctly managed by the power management unit. And also ensure that the gate power pins are hooked to the appropriate power rails, that always on cells are appropriately powered, and there's no leakage path or sneak path from the power down blocks back to the logic. So to perform all these checks, we don't do dynamically, we don't do any simulation, but we check static. So at RTL stage, it checks for the VCLP checks. And then the next stage, synthesized design, it checks for the above checks also, and then signal corruption, structural and functional checks. And in the last stage or physical design, like power or ground connected design, it checks for the above checks and then includes with the PG checks. So signal corruption, structural, functional, and then PG checks. So this is the example crossing I was talking about. So if we have like three domains, domain A, domain B, and domain C, and these are working at different voltages. So the first path is going from voltage domain A to domain B, and both are working at 0.7 voltages only. But still there is a level shifter placed by the tool, and this is redundant. So we don't need this level shifter unnecessarily, it is placed. And the second one, we have a path from domain A to domain B. If the signal is passing from domain A to domain B, then it is okay because this is always on and this is switchable. It is okay. But if the signal is going from domain B to domain A, so it is going off domain to on domain. So then there can be a violation electrically or functionally also. So we have to place a missing isolation cell here. Sorry, we have to place an isolation cell here, and it is placed here. And then illegal buffer placement. So we have a path something like this from clock to flip-flop. Now if we are placing a buffer here, but this is a on-off domain, like switchable domain, it can go off anytime. So in the path, there can be a violation. So that is why this buffer need to be placed in the always-on domain or like in this domain or in between, but it cannot be placed in off domain. And next, in this path from 0.7 to 0.9, there should be a level shifter. And from domain A to domain C also, there should be a level shifter. So here there should be a level shifter, and here it is coming from switchable domain to on domain. So there should be a isolation cell. So that is why here it's interchanged level shifter and isolation cell. This should be interchanged with this here. So this is the example crossing we see in the design. So the violations we have is like in the design we see is like this is the problem. So it is going from V1 to V2. Source is V1 and sink is V2. And this is like switchable domain on or off. But at the later stages, there are some buffers getting added before isolation cell. We have an isolation cell present in between because this is a switchable domain. But at the later stages, there are some buffers added by the tool before the isolation cell. Yes, yes.
Ms. Harpriya,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
try to summarize within 2
Yes, yes.
minutes.
I just have 2 3 slides. Okay, ma'am. So this is the violation, and we can fix it by moving those buffers into the correct power domain. And the second violation we have is also buffering issue. So the buffer placed here is improper because it doesn't, voltages are compatibility are wrong here. So we can give this backup supply, which can make the path electrically good. It's not violated. And the third one is also about the buffering issue. So the buffer placed here have the wrong supply. It has the V top supply, but it is sitting in V1 domain. So we can have the backup supply of this. And violation 4 is constant. So any gate should not be tied directly to the supply. Either it is ground or a power. So we should have some tie high cell or tie low cell to connect it to the constant. Tool will report all these violations. So these are the low power cells. So white things are all the low power cells in my design, and the design have different kinds of blocks, bounds created. And these are the strategies I have, isolation strategies. I have 64, and there are no level shifter strategies for different voltages in my design.
Just wait, hello, just wait. Mr. Nawal Abu Sheikh, please mute your audio. Mr. Nawal Abu Sheikh, please mute your audio.
Okay, can I continue, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So the crossover boundaries I have in the design are like 40,266. And these are the instances, isolation instances present in the design. As you can see here, all white things are these instances, low power cells. And also there is a problem if there are so many, if there are low power cells sitting all over the design. So if this is my design and there are low power cells or for example isolation cell, if it is sitting all over the design, for that we have to provide a secondary power grid because it should be always on. Isolation signal cell should be always on. So for that we have to provide a secondary grid. But somehow if we can, so here this is the routing problem we see if there are any overflow of the grids. So if we can manage like putting them into a bound and then putting all those isolation signals in those area, then it would be uh, good for the area and power grid also. So that is one of the solutions for one problem. And these are the reports generated by the VCLP tool. So we see each and every rule check and we see what is the problem and then try to rectify it. Yes, so this is all I have.
Thank you, Harpriya. Thank you, Harpriya, for this presentation. My question is, like the leak of power.
Yeah.
So how you can be rectify this issue, or you can minimize this?
That is what. So I've showed you some violations, right? So those are the violations which are generated by the VCLP tool, thinking that can be a leakage, that can be a problem for leakage. So we see what is the problem. Like there can be a leakage even if there is a improper buffer in the path. So we rectify that buffer. We give the
So
correct supply to the buffer so that the path and entire path is working correctly.
Okay, that means you need to change its variable value, or you can say you can just
It's a cell model itself.
optimize it.
Yeah, that is what we can have a different kinds of flavors in the libraries, different kinds of buffers. If suppose a normal buffer is sitting, we need to replace it with an always on buffer. So that kind of flavor we can have it in cell libraries. We can choose one of them and place it and replace the buffer.
Okay, okay. So now I declare this presentation open to the attendees. If they have any query, then please ask.
Yes.
Ms. Harpriya, I hope there is no query from the audience. So thank you for this wonderful presentation. Thank you. Now please stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
Uh, hello. Uh, hello. Dr. Singer.
Yes, please.
Sir, this is all about from my end. I think I have the details which I have. If still any paper presentees are left from the yesterday or the from the today's
Hello,
presentation.
good evening.
Yes.
Hello, good
Hello.
evening.
Good evening.
I was supposedly the presenter before Ma'am Hariptreya on the experiences of year 7 students. Can I
Okay,
present my paper because
you want to
I experienced
you
difficulties with my problems. Yes.
so you want to present your paper now? Hello, Mr. Hello.
Yes.
Oh,
Hello.
hello, please.
Yes.
So please start presenting.
Okay, I will share my.
Please
Okay,
share
thank you,
your
thank you.
screen.
I will start presenting my PowerPoint.
Okay, please start.
Is my screen already visible?
No, it's not visible now.
Hello.
No,
Yes.
it's visible now. Justin, it's visible.
How about this one? Is it already visible?
Yes. Yes, Mr.
Am
Justin.
I audible?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr. Justin.
thank you. Okay, so okay, good evening, everyone. Again, I am Justin Kenneth D. Triseñe from a faculty of the Information Technology Department of Eastern Visayas State University, Tanawan Campus, Philippines. I'll be presenting on exploring the primary to secondary transition experiences of Year 7 students. Moving from a accustomed elementary environment to a secondary school has been found several effects on how students adapt socially, their psychological well-being, and intellectual adjustments. It was also identified as an important milestone in their academic journey, where these students face new teaching approaches and different and new relationships both with their teachers and peers. Moving from the unfamiliar and less demanding environment of primary school to the unfamiliar and more demanding surroundings of secondary school is complex and challenging. The transition of the students is accompanied by several experiences. Students do not only have to deal with the larger building, the different teachers, and a larger number of peers, but also they have to adapt the ways of thinking and how a student should behave in a secondary school. These experiences can either be positive or negative, in which will affect students differently. The purpose of this research was to describe and understand the experiences of the students as they undergo the transition into high school. A qualitative approach to research employing the phenomenological inquiry was used in the study. The phenomenological inquiry aims to describe the experiences of the human as they naturally happen in the course of their daily lives. The participants of the study are those students who were experiencing their first year of high school. Purposeful sampling was used to gain insight and understanding of the phenomenon. Overall, the participants of the study are 17 grade 7 students of a rural national high school in the province of Leyte in the Philippines, enrolled in the school year 2019 to 2020. Uh, There are three methods of data collection that were employed in the study: a written response from the year 7 students, a follow-up semi-structured interview, and a classroom observations. Collage's method of data analysis was employed in the present study. We have here the results and the discussions. The study came up with 5 major themes regarding the experiences of grade 7 school children in their transition from primary to high school. The following major themes are derived from the sub-themes and represented with sample significant statements taken from the 17 participants. So we have the students' experience of the various milieu of relationships, inferiority complex, academic struggles, school location and vicinity, and students also experience barriers seemingly beyond students' control. So for various milieu of relationships, students experienced adversities of parting of ways from their elementary friends, positive inclination to teachers, getting acquainted by establishing bridges. For the inferiority complex, students are engaged, as reported by the students, they were engaged in the pain of bullying. They have to deal with their unruly classmates and jitters. With for academic struggles, students reported that they are drowning in content. They have difficulties with the subjects, and they experience overwhelming requirements that led them to despair. For the school location and vicinity, they experience inconvenience of traveling to school. Then they experience favorable school surroundings. And lastly, for barriers seemingly beyond students' control, they experience scarcity of internet resources and financial challenges. I have here sample significant statements taken from the interview of the participants. First is on various milieu of relationships. We do not usually go together with my friends in elementary anymore. So according to participant 6. So according to participant 11, the best thing I experienced on my first day is that I am excited about having friends. So according to participant 13, I like it because the teachers are kind. So for inferiority complex, according to participant 5, it is difficult for me to adjust to the new school because I experience bullying. So a participant 13 reported that our teachers are always calling our attention and reprimanding us because of my unruly class and my turn difficult. According to participant 17, it was the first day of school. I was shy because I was new here and there are lots of students. For theme 3, academic struggles, according to participant 7, it is difficult for me to cope with the lessons because there are already many lessons that need to memorize. And according to participant 11, it is difficult because of plenty of projects, tests, and group activities. Theme 4, school location and vicinity, according to participant 1. Sometimes it cost me of being late for school because of limited public transport. And participant 16 voiced out, I always make some absences. Then what can I do? Because our house is too far from the school. My family sometimes cannot afford my fare going to school. Sometimes I will just walk and it will take me more than an hour to arrive. And we have here theme 5, barriers seemingly beyond students' control. According to participant number 9, I can study my lessons at home because it needs to search on the internet. I don't have access to the internet. And according to participant 11, it is difficult also when the teacher will ask us to prepare paper or other materials for the activity because I don't have that. I don't have money to buy those we have financial difficulties. In conclusion and recommendations, for the conclusion, in this study, it is evident from findings that Year 7 students experience a transition in various ways. Studies show that the experience could be enjoyable for some and could be problematic for others if given the right training and support. The sense of belonging and academic struggles showed to be the most experienced by the students. Recommendation support can be provided like school activities and programs designed to minimize students' academic challenges and improve students' feel of belongingness and decrease the anxiety of entering a new setting. The whole school community, such as peers, teachers, administrators, and parents, play a vital role in making the high school transition a smooth transitional experience for new high school students. Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my
Thank you.
paper. Again, I am
Thank you.
Justin Kenneth
Thank you,
Rosani
Justin,
from
for
the
this work,
Philippines.
for this presentation. So now I open this presentation to the audience. If you have any query, then please ask. Uh, Thank you, Justin. There is no query from the audience end. Thank you for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So, any presenter from the yesterday session or from the today's session, if they are not able to connect due to any technical reason, please connect or raise your hand.
I think Dr. Bimlesh, everybody has presented, nobody is
Yes, sir.
left. So thank you very much, first of all, to you for chairing the session. Now we are on the last part of the conference. Number of papers were presented and lot many key note speakers from different part of the country made their presentation, and their ideas were wonderful ideas, and hope this teaching community will we benefited by these ideas. Now it is open for all the participants to share their feedback about the international this program. So their feedback will be very helpful for us for organizing such type of programs in future and making more effective. So I invite the participants, whosoever is interested, please give the feedback by switching on their mic, please. Anybody is interested, please raise hand or switch on the mic and then please tell.
Yes, I want to say something. I am Corina Shujda from Romania.
Yeah, please.
They said in the chat box, this was a wonderful day because after 6 hours, more than 6 hours, there still are no 40 people.
Dr. Corina, you have completed?
Yes. I think
okay.
my
Okay, anybody else who wants to speak? So I think nobody's interested. Anyway, they are having
Hello.
the yes, please. Yes.
Sir.
Yes, please.
Our presentation is remain
Yeah,
online
please
tag
start.
meeting.
Yeah, please start. We are asking everybody if anybody is there. Please start, Mr.
Okay.
Yeah, please start.
I request to Ashok sir share PPT and start, and
Okay.
Yogesh sir. Yes.
Please start your presentation.
Ashok sir, please start. Can you share PPT?
Yeah,
Ashok sir.
Let me share mine.
Okay. Okay.
One message appeared there. You are sharing your screen with everyone, but I can't go further.
Probably,
Is
sir,
my
you are sharing from mobile phone.
Yes. Yeah.
So you start your PowerPoint presentation.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, very much, very
Yes,
much.
sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, dear friends, dear teacher educators, researchers. Can you see screen?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Ashok Chavan, State Academic Resource Person based in Diet Nasik. And in this presentation, I am accompanied by Mr. Yogesh Sonane sir. He's a senior lecturer. Mr. Kailash Sadhvi sir. He's a lecturer, and Soyak Dikshit, a graduate teacher. We are very privileged to present our research paper in this international virtual conference. And our theme is innovations in education. And we are going to present on a review of motivating tag coordinators for conducting online tag during COVID-19 in Nasik district. Let's see overview of the presentation. Initially, we will shed light on Tejas and tag, what Tejas stands for and what tags are. Later, we'll see how COVID-19 has brought a paradigm shift in teacher education from face-to-face teacher training programs to online teacher training. Later, we'll focus on what strategies were planned and executed to run online tags at cluster level in Nasik district. In Nasik district, there are 15 blocks and 247 clusters. And we motivated tag coordinators to run these teacher activity group meetings in Nasik district. Finally, we'll share results, discussions, and conclusions and inferences. So now, Tejas. Tejas is a technology-enabled education through joint action and strategic initiative. This program was launched by State Government of Maharashtra in 2016, and still the project is going on. This is a tri-partnership program between the State Government of Maharashtra, Tata Trust, and British Council. And at the center of this program, there are tags. Tags are teacher activity groups, which are run at cluster level. Cluster is a locality at a ground level, in a block level, and teacher active groups are community of practices. In a tag, 25 teachers from different schools, they meet together once in a month, and they practice English with the help of teacher activity resource book, which are designed by British Council. And this is a 3-year program. This program was piloted in 9 districts of Maharashtra from 2016 to 2019, and later it was upscaled in remaining 27 districts of Maharashtra. TAG is this program aims to help teachers to practice English, to develop their confidence, and to learn new ideas from tag resource book. As teachers, they work on 4 sections. The one is language development, second is learning by reading section, third is learning by watching, and fourth is reflection and action plan. So these meetings, they are conducted for 3 hours, and these meetings are facilitated by tag coordinators. So in Nasik district, initially there were only 44 tag coordinators who were trained by British Council, and later DIET, District Institute of Education and Training. This is a training institute which is based at district level, and it manages these teacher activity groups at district level. Tag coordinators. These tag coordinators are the responsible persons who facilitate these teacher activity group meetings at cluster level. And SARP. So I'm a SARP. I'm a state academic resource person who looks after this program from district level. And we have also senior lecturers. We have lecturers. They also manage this program from diet level. At a block level, there are BRC persons, block resource persons. And at cluster level, there are cluster heads. They are called Kendra Pramukh in Marathi. So they support administratively. So later we will discuss some success stories. Yeah, in COVID-19, as it says, there was very big issue how to run these tag meetings because this COVID pandemic means it closed many schools and everything was closed everywhere, and our face-to-face meetings were also closed. So it was a big issue in front of us, how to motivate tag coordinators to initiate online tag meetings using Zoom or Google Meet, and later what kind of strategies should we plan to support tag coordinators to conduct online tag meetings. So this was two issues in front of us. So here you can see, so in March 2020, April, May, June, and July, there were not a single meeting happened till August, either face to face or either online.
So you
And
to join in.
so we decided two
बरं
strategies.
ठीक आहे आम्ही कंटिन्यू करतो.
So we planned strategies for conducting online tag meetings, and then we implemented these strategies. So here are a few strategies that we planned for initiating these online tag meetings. We decided at first orientation workshop, which will disseminate the guidelines about online tag meetings. This orientation workshop was happened in August 2020 through Shikshan Parishad. And for that, we used a platform of Zoom. And there we discussed on Zoom how to conduct these online tag meetings. And 247 clusters and oriented them to start tag meetings using Zoom or Google Meet. Immediately after, we decided to form a WhatsApp group for cluster-wise tag coordinators. We have 234 tag coordinators, and they support 247 clusters teachers. We also decided and planned to give guidelines how to conduct online tag meetings, and these guidelines were provided by British Council. Some tag coordinators, they wanted a demonstration of how to conduct online tag meeting. So we also decided to give a demo of this tag using Zoom. We also decided to have one information from tag coordinators to see how they are comfortable using Zoom or Google Meet. And for that, we created some questionnaire and disseminated through Google Form. We also planned and designed some academic support for tag coordinator from DIET. We set up a modeling system at block level, at district level, and we also set up a reporting structure. And we decided to flash the month-wise reports to motivate these tag coordinators and officials from block level, cluster level, and district level. So here we executed the strategies. An orientation workshop, I already told you that it happened in August 2020, and many officers, stakeholders, they were gone through how to these online tags will happen. We created a WhatsApp group, and 234 tag coordinators and other district level officers and some block level officer, BRC persons, cluster heads, and block education officers. They were also included in this WhatsApp group. Then after myself, I prepared one demonstration which was designed in PPT format, and it was disseminated in Zoom. And there we provided how to conduct this workshop through month-wise, how to conduct these monthly meetings through Zoom. So these Zoom guidelines we provided them, and also tag meeting, how to conduct this language development section, learning by reading section, learning by watching section, and action and reflection plan section. So this was demonstrated by me. After that, we conducted a post service to understand how tag coordinators are comfortable with online tag using a Zoom platform. And we are very happy to share with you that most of the tag coordinators they could mute and unmute the microphone during a meeting. 92.7% of tag coordinators can start and stop video during Zoom meetings. 99% of tag coordinators can use participants icon. 99% tag coordinators can use the raise hand option when they want to say something. 97.9% tag coordinators can use the chat box to share opinions. And this was very helpful for us to disseminate the tags at cluster level. And supporting and monitoring and reporting system was established. We had diet officials, and they supported their blocks. We have clusters heads, and they supported their clusters to organize meetings with the help of Zoom and Google Meet. And I would like to share some results and discussions here. So you could vividly see that till August there was not a single meeting, but after demonstration, after orientation of the online tag meeting, you can see in September 230 meetings were conducted, and 3,932 teachers were participated. They participated in this tag. In October, 236 tag meetings happened, and 3,440 teachers joined this meeting. And in November, despite of Diwali vacation, 202 meetings happened, and 2,748 teachers joined. And I'm very happy to share with you all that this program is ongoing. This also happened in December, in January 2021, and in February 2021 also. These meetings are happening online using Zoom and Google Meet. So as a result, you see 668 meetings happened till November, and 10,120 teachers joined. Until February 2021, I think 50,000 teachers have joined these tag meetings. So this is a graph where you can see the 15 blocks they shared. Here you can see here in Nasik district there are 15 blocks, and in 15 blocks you can see in each month how many teachers, how many meetings happened, and how many teachers joined. So this is really fruitful and significant that these online platforms like Zoom, especially 92% tag coordinators and teachers, they use Zoom, while 8% teachers, tag coordinators, they use Google Meet. This graph shows the picture, overall picture from September to November 2020, and this is really significant and most important to see that the number of teachers is increased. Now I request to Honorable Kailash Sadgir sir. He's a senior, he's a lecturer, and he will share some success stories from tag coordinators and from DRC persons. So Sadgir sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, please try to summarize in 5 minutes because we are running short.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening to all. Here we are discussing about the few examples of success stories. Here is a one primary teacher. His name is Pratiksha Gaikwad. He is a primary teacher at a remote place in Surgana block. Even initially he is not confident in English, but after joining the tag program, he is successfully to speak English, and now he became a tag coordinator, and all the tags are conducted under his. Another one is example in Thangao cluster in Sinnar block. There is a Mr. Gaikwad is a cluster head of this cluster, and he is take the initiative to take the training and all the meetings in his block and in his cluster, and he is one of the best successful person who help us in this program. Also, our BO officer, block education officer, Miss Saroj Jagtap ma'am, he take the lead of his block. That means paid block. Paid is one of the very remote block, but there in paid block, all the clusters, all the teachers are participate in this program, and they become successfully. Also, another myself example is that I am the block coordinator of block Sinnar, and also in Sinnar district there are the lacunas regarding this tag meetings. I take this issue on BQC, that's mean block quality cell meeting, with the help of BO, and take the reviews and motivate all the teachers and continuous monitoring this program. After the ratio in September it is 45%, and after taking continuously review, the increase of this program is increase up to the 100%. So these are the few examples we are summarized here, and with the help of these examples we become success in this program. Thank you.
Okay.
Now our senior lecturer Miss Sonone sir is presenting the conclusion.
Okay,
Over to Sonone
thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Sadgir sir. Good afternoon, friends. Myself, Yogesh Sonone, senior lecturer. Uh, After completing this project, we drawn some major conclusions which are very helpful for using technology in our day-to-day life. That is, online tag meetings was a successful initiative and is connected 10,120 teachers and 668 tag meetings in mainstream education during September, October, November 2020. This was made possible only because of the commitment of tag coordinator, tag teachers, and SARPs and our officials. The work of tag coordinators reflected into overall awareness about online tag meeting using technology during COVID-19 pandemic in all our stakeholders. Tech teachers face different issues that forbid them to attend on time, being handy with technical instrument, using technology, availability of place and meeting, availability of sustainable network. To address such issues, a more humanitarian approach needs to be adopted by the system. The mindset of the district field system was changed positively that we could support our teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. Officers, school SMC members, NGO, and other stakeholders were involved in this mass movement. That is, we got successful our government initiative, learning from home during COVID-19 pandemic. Administrative support to tag coordinators from DIET, EOs, BOs, all our deputy director offices, and all types of BRP persons. A demonstration of all online tag meetings and Zoom guidelines by SARP helped tag coordinators significantly to become successful for this project. Monthly block quality sales meetings organized by DIET and other officials, BOs, prove very useful for taking follow-up online meetings. As a result, tag coordinators and cluster heads continue meeting every much. Next. And we are very thankful for our friend, dear Pramodji, and all the respected dignitaries from IEEE institution this for giving us chance to present ourselves in great international and reputed conference. We on the behalf of all our team members, are very thankful for the organizers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh Sonware, sir. And it's a nice presentation and very nice work which you have done, especially during COVID-19 duration. And Dr. Bimlesh Singh, thank you very much for chairing the session. So,
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you. So we are at the end. On behalf of organizing committee, I express my gratitude to all the participants who joined from the different part of the world. And despite of so many limitations, connectivity limitations, or some of the participants might be having midnight or early morning or evening time when we were conducting these programs, but they joined the program without any hurdle. Lot many papers presented, and persons from more than 20 40 countries have joined time to time this program. And I am very much thankful to all the sessions shared, Dr. Vandana Vikas Thakre, Dr. Rahul Dubey, who played a very key role in successful organization of the program, Dr. Lakshmi Kumre, Pooja Sahu, and Dr. Karuna Markam for chairing the session, and to all the speakers for, and special thanks to Corina who encouraged us to organize this program. Corina is here, and to Dr. Meena and Dr. Andi, who motivated us to organize this program. So thank you very much. Thank you everybody. Now we are closing the meeting. Dr. Corina has raised the hand. So thank you, Dr. Corina, again for this. So I am closing the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you again. We shall meet in some program. Thank you. So I am closing the meeting. Thank you very much.
الشغل عموما الواحد محتاج يصحصح وتعمل دماغ التوك توك، عارف كده ان انت